Welcome everyone. We will start and we will go fast because we have already discussion. So we have finished that. This one. Go ahead. Um, so these are the essential tools for designing policy and management strategies, featuring using definition and manipulation. How which is harvesting is done and there is a cap to it. So this is the natural capital equation of under the modern economic theory, which is basically profit minus cost, and E is the level of effort put. There is a certain calculation to it. I'm not again going line by line. So the first part, the equation expresses the net revenue. Second is the effort. Okay, and Q and X indicates the efficiency or yield effort for modifying the revenue generation. So it could also apply to sustainable model showing the trade-off between resource and efficiency. The equation shows how profit is derived from balancing revenue gained from use of resources against the cost. There is a binomial equilibrium for the model. Predict the overfishing is inevitable. And for example, there has in our India also there is a cap of when you fish because to balance the ecological externalities because of that. Then management techniques include the total annual catch. The new technique is now being used to increase the frequency and employ individual transferable quota. So there is quota is given to every people who are doing the fishing. So TQ approach has an advantage, driving decentralized decision making and elimination of competition among the farms. The forestry, again how much you have to cut the in order to gain this is what comes under the natural resources. The timber market, the economic analysis of timber market requires identify the estimate both the demand and supply using shifters, varying cost, adjusting in the demand curve timber. So these are the other empirical studies in the timber market. In the water use, the irrigated agriculture, large consumer because mostly India is an agricultural country. So again, we will have must have some farmer to set the economic and natural resource valuations. The economy of groundwater management, commonly property resource leading to externalities, pumping tax, transfer permits. However, these measures require effective monitoring. And sometimes the ground management, so how much water is required for electricity or for the factory management. These are all goes for the economic valuations and these are the tools. In agriculture, there is negative environmental externalities, and there is under that there is beneficial externalities are to prevent desired land use charges, urban constraint, to modify existing land and to detrimental externalities, encouraging farming practice and preserve wildlife, to stimulate new users and given to the public, causing wetlands and all that. Agriculture policy change. Again, the cross compliance linked eligibility for government benefits one area, agriculture subsidies to meet the environmental performance. Example here is like the corporates are also getting into agriculture, so there has to be cross compliance. All the departments should come together to make the policy benefit for everyone, all the stakeholders. The spatial environmental policy studies. The spatial movement policy studies is subdivided into impact studies and decision support studies. Impact studies, again, these are normal deal with what if question, while the decision support is a trade-off between the policy option, including distribution conflict, environmental policy. These are the so I thought we have limited time at the next.
Did I say there is a limited time? I didn't say that. The purpose is that we'll have discussion and.
Sure. I will do. Okay, so we'll start with the agriculture thing. These are the environmental externalities from agricultural activities, both past, present, and they are pervasive in most of the industries. The contemporary valuation of environmental negative externalities are in many recent environmental assessment to identify agriculture runoff major cause of surface water quality. So they for in the agriculture, since I said that India is a agricultural country, mostly 70% of it comes from that. So we have to set the economic cost and we have to see the policies that so that the negative environmental externalities are reduced and how to save the natural resource. And because there is a situation that overuse of nitrates or pesticides may percolate in the groundwater. So these are the few examples we have in different parts of the region where a lot of measures have been taken to reduce the negative environmental externalities. Then the beneficial environmental externalities are agriculture can also be a source of number of positive externalities. One argument for agricultural land is conservation policies to safeguard agricultural production capacity from urban encroachment. Yeah, so for example, if more land are being utilized for doing agriculture, so that will also, in the sense, will help reduce urbanization. That is also a benefit of doing too much. So there has to be a balance out. So if we are too urbanizing a particular city, or because of the agricultural benefit, if we encourage, there is a beneficial because of that to in order to so to prevent the desired land use charges to modify existing land uses. So these are some of the benefits of it. Agriculture policy change. Economic study shows that agriculture policies such as price support, input subsidies, and import restrictions can significantly affect the scale. And also like increased reliance on inputs like pesticides, fertilizer, and irrigation, which exacerbate environmental harm. Additionally, intensified livestock production result in more livestock waste, further contributing to negative externalities. So, agriculture policy distortions complicate the implementation of environmental policies. The cost of environmental policies aim to reduce surplus production or excess input may appear higher in the benefits of reducing these distortions are not factored in. So again, some policies are certain that it impacts the environmental policy which is already there. So there are separate ways to look at it. So there is also a chances that in order to safeguard one, we are losing the other. So there has to be a minimum common interest in both. So that cross compliance link eligibility for government benefits in one area, for example, agricultural subsidies, to meet environmental performance goals in another, ensuring that farmers contribute to environmental conservation while receiving public support. So we discuss here that because of this agriculture policy, there is a negative externalities because of agriculture. We are using too much of pesticides and all that. That is one aspect, and there's a benefit of it is like if more agricultural land is cultivated, for example in India, so there is a chances that people will opt for this industry, and there is a chances that urbanization will be less because people will eventually will understand the value of agricultural land, and hence that is the positive side of it. So there has to be some policy, and for that there is a cross compliance is required to balance the agriculture policy and the environmental policies. Both has to come aligned in such a way that it is beneficial for the better larger cause. Then again, this is theoretical. The emergence of regional economics, environmental economics under that, has a established discipline dates back to 1950 and aim to study the spatial pattern and proceeds of human activity from an economic perspective. Environmental economics has followed a slightly different development pace. Though the implications of external effects in the market economy were recognized, it is mainly the concern with the quality of life that the ecosystem that prompted interest in environmental economics. The concept of region is central in regional economics. However, there is a multitude of regional demarcation, administrative region, economic region. The salient feature of system of region is its openness and means the possibilities of free trade, free movement of people, goods, is a central policy, so that has to align so that because as per this, the regional in order to account the regional economy, because every region will have some benefit on environmental implications will be different. So there has to be some economic policy, environmental policy of central economic policy structure which will align to the regional economics.
So what kind of the discussion of those two,
Yes.
fishery and agriculture and
Okay. Uh, yeah.
I would request Anuja ma'am to explain this fisheries and agriculture, how they contribute to economics and the environment. Because she is from Agri College in Pantanagar.
So, with respect to fisheries, like sir said, and let me come to agriculture first. We have externalities, both positive and negative. So, from the agriculture point of view, like sir explained, we have to see whether uh, suppose whatever the project is going on, what effect it has. Suppose an agricultural land is there and some cultivation is going on. So, what effect it has? What type of externalities? Externalities means even though some people are not involved directly, but they are being affected indirectly from that project. So, it can be a positive impact or negative impact. For example, let's take this Delhi scenario. Rich people, when they are daily, they are using their personal vehicles to travel to offices. So they are polluting. But those poor people, those are vendors or those living across the street, they are not directly contributing to the pollution, but they are being affected. Their health is being compromised. So that is a negative externality, if I'm not wrong. For fisheries, like Sir mentioned that there was a rule in 1970s that there was a declaration of a fishing zone of 200 miles. Uh, More than that, it was not allowed. But due to overfishing and personal gains and their personal benefit, many companies they overexploited, and because of that, there was a decrease in the fish content of that area. And in this book, we have the example of Newfoundland. So, overfishing caused and destroyed the economy. Yes, sir.
Yeah, correct. Is there any other person who want to give some perspective? So basically, you're talking about these are the consequences identified under overfishing, and it has been established that there is 37% global fisheries are overfished, which causes ecological imbalance, loss of stocks, socio-economic impacts. So we have to also see, like for example, in India, in say in West Bengal or in Andhra, so there are a lot of fish farming happens. There are seasonal ways also. But if you are doing overfishing, and there is also there sometimes there is because of the climate change, the seasonal hatch of the fish also changes. But it also brings a lot of ecological imbalances. So those things should be considered here. That is one example. So there is popular fishes which are coming from certain region, and their hatch is more because the produce is more or less in one season has to be taken into consideration. So we need to have policies which help in ecological balance, loss of fish stocks, as well as socio-economic impacts. Overfishing can perform socio-economic impact, coastal communities and industry because a lot of industries, small scale fishers, farmers, and all that are dependent, and there are hamlets near to them. In Udupi, I have seen certain near SIT Surathkal, there are a lot of areas where fishers are there, and I have spoken to some, not for this sports, but earlier, and because their whole economy depends upon the catchment and all that, and it is very seasonal. So sometimes they overdo it, they don't. So the local government, along with the central this thing, policy, has to be in line so that they are not overdoing, and there has to be sensitization and how much level of fishing, what are the harmful effects and all that they have to do, because their resources are not so much, they are thinking in that level. So that is one example. Okay, Anupam?
So you are highlighted about the overfishing extent of fisheries. So similarly, we have bycatch. Bycatch is also mentioned. So can you tell me any policies like which is there to reduce this bycatch reduction or something? Like anything?
Can you please explain what exactly bycatch is?
So bycatch is basically, so if we plan to catch fishes accidentally, like turtles and other kind of, like what we don't want, like unwanted species get trapped on the net. Okay, so it is happened like all over the world, and many like bycatch reduction nets are there. So it is available, and it is from India, like Central Institute of Fisheries Technology. So those people actually they what they do that they'll construct the bycatch reduction nets and they'll attach to the boat. So by these things, they've reduced many bycatch. So many turtles and sharks. So all these kind of things are saved because of this. It's actually a serious concerning issue right now in fisheries.
So I think there has to be, because since you already said that there are nets provided for
Nets and devices.
yeah, nets and devices from the fisheries, there has to be. But and the gray market wise, if they are not doing, then there is a there must be some policies and they are checking it. And right now I don't know exactly the name of the policies, but there must be, because same as poaching in forest area, you for ivory and all that. Similarly, for fishes, there are fish categories that are exotic, and there are certain fish which are species which are extinct, getting extinct. So I think they will consider that, and there has to be some policy. So Anupam, do you know any policy here?
State by state. So I exactly. So if you talk about the coastal areas like Kerala, Goa, coastal Karnataka, so they do have their own policies, and fishermen knows where the fish are. Okay, so and also engagement is there, which is a like a bycatch, but they know after some time, some point of time, they know actually.
No, it's not about the fishes. I'm asking about the bycatch. It is an accident. They are accidentally coming to the like accidentally trapping in the net.
The answer to this is like fisherman knows where to go, where to catch the fish actually. After a point of time.
Accidentally coming up.
Yeah, but after
That's
a point
why
of
they
time.
attaching these devices. So
Yes, I agree with you, but after some point of time, right, they will know where to go, where to find out.
I think the bycatch thing, they should be sensitized with that. There should be policies. I think they will voluntarily will again put back if at all it is in large in this thing. So I think it also depends upon the companies or the vessels which are actually going in the deep sea and for taking it. And I think there must be that things.
I also feel that apart from policies for this issue of bycatch that she just mentioned, there can also be like some investment into like new technology or innovation or using the um, things like sensors and things to detect what are the fish in the area of catching that area of catching fish. What are we able to like maybe visualize in a way, maybe hypothetically?
Yeah, so I think for the private organization, if they are also involved in the fish catching, I think they must be using it some sonar, this radioactive sending. Maybe they are doing all the same technology, of course, the satellite communication and all that must be there to detect them. But exactly they are detecting those kind of fish, they will only know, the fishermen will know, as he said that they will know the exact location where normally the breeding happens and where the seasonal fish comes there. So they will go with 70% of the fish what they are, maybe 20-30% as bycatches are there. So they will have some norms to again, again put them back to the nature. Yeah, that has to be there. So this is a fisher and natural capital. As I said, this equation is again calculate the stock, the fish, how much we are naturally there. One has to do fishing, so that is the equation is likely to relate with the course of environmental economics, possibly dealing with the revenue. Mostly, this is a profit profit minus price, profit minus cost. The R is typically the net revenue and the profit. P is the price per unit. So I think this is again the benchmark calculation to safeguard the fisheries as national capital. And this is the calculation they do, the policymakers, keep in mind to they apply it wherever is possible to make policies and under the economy of natural resources. Again, the last slide, it could also apply to sustainable models showing the trade-off between resource use efficiently and modified by your keywords and the environmental cost. The equation shows that how profit is derived from balancing revenue, getting from this thing. So I think maybe the bycatches also they will consider in this equation. This is binomial equilibrium. This is also natural equilibrium point where economic forces and forces of biological productivity will balance. Consider an unregulated fishery exploited by numerous fishermen. Okay, so it's like XBE. The above equation has several implications. Binomial equilibrium depends on the cost price ratio. Lower cost, higher price will lead to the reduced biomass level. Likewise, the increased vessel efficiency has affected the catchability Q, which reduce the biomic equilibrium. The model thus predicts that overfishing is inevitable in an unregulated open access fishery, providing that demand is highly related to fishing cost. So that taking consideration is an open area where the policy is not there, so there is a chances of overfishing, and this model is also used to see if it is the fishery is exploited, and those bycatches maybe that they also we can deal with. Okay. The externalities are overfishing is sometimes attributed to externalities in the operation of the individual firm, fishmonger competing in the fishery. In this context, externalities arise because each firm bases its decisions solely on the current return effort and does not consider the effect of its catches in future stock level. Additional short-term externalities may arise if fishing vessels interfere with one another during search or capture activities. So the management technique of this is traditional management approach concentrated on controlling annual catches. Typically, the management agency determines total annual catch. It is tracked and closed once. The result is protecting fish population. However, there is economic side effects resulting overcapacity, etc. The new technique is now being used with increased frequency, employing individual transferable quota. Each firm has a specified annual quota, which may be bought whenever and however it desires. Quota units may be bought for sold to other fisheries. The management authority determines total quota. ITQ approaches has been advantage arising from decentralized decision making and elimination of competition. I think the new quota may be also check the bycatch because, for example, if you as a fishery has a certain quota and you are catching the byfishes more, you are at loss because if your quota is 1 kg and your byfish is 70%, you will automatically not do that. That prevents this. I think there has to be some policy. Okay, now forest forestry, the proper economic management of forest is one of the classic problem is renewable resource economy. To maximize the land, one has to choose the harvest time optimally. The optimal cutting rule of the forest management parallels principle from renewable resource management, such as fisheries. In steady state condition, trees should be harvested when the marginal benefit of keeping them equal. The opportunity cost for not investing the market value elsewhere, like the bank. This aligns with the economic principle of profit maximization, where the marginal revenue equals to marginal cost. So unlike fisheries, forest requires tracking, the age distribution of feather, and Fortsman, Marshall, Prescott is a 3% theorem provides a guideline. Harvest trees when the value growth rate equals to the sum of interest on the value of standing trees and the bare land. That ensures the economical optimal rotation period under stable condition like constant prices, technology, and interest rates. In India, we have national legislation, Indian Forest Act 1927, last amended in 2017, Forest Conservatory Act 1980, last amended in 2023, which takes care of the optimal cutting rule, which came from this Wattsman, Marshall, and Pressler's theorem. That is, what is the value of the barrel line versus the tree standing, and the cutting cycle is taken into consideration with technology, price, and interest. Empirical studies of timber market. The rotation period, optimal time to harvest, does not change because the economic balance between revenue and cost remain unchanged. The rotation period refers to the time between planting and harvesting trees to maximize economic return. Also, if the rotation period is shortened as the bare land opportunity cost increases, there is a possibility to convert the land into forest to balance the increased opportunity cost. However, there is ambiguity in the long run on the total wood supply due to shortened rotation period and increase in forest land. The demand for timber is forest industry is downward sloping because lower prices encourage firms to increase their timber as an output, consistent with the cost minimizing behavior. The relationship helps write both demand and supply curves from observed market data. The timber market, the econometric analysis of the timber market requires us to identify the estimate both the demand and the supply by using supply shifters like felling costs, like the cutting cost. Econometric can isolate the estimated demand of timber, ensuring proper identification and avoid confounding efforts and simultaneously supply and demand shifts. So these are the various management, studies which has been done to ensure that the regulation that drives the demand and supply, and how the timber cutting is done and should be done in a way so that the ecological balance is maintained, not overdo, and also it factor on the rotation period. If it is there is opportunity cost increase, or it is but as I said, it's however ambiguity in the long run. Those things are done in these empirical studies of the timber market. Water use. On the global level, irrigated agriculture is by far the largest consumer of water among the various users. The concern over improving water use efficiency is the sector that has been widely reflected in the water economy's literature. Farm level water allocation. One of the most important issues facing policymakers is the assessment of response of irrigated agriculture to increase water scarcity as reflected in the increased water prices. Evidence has shown that increased water prices and reduction in water availability results in adoption of water conservation, general understanding, and the reduction of water use within existing practices as well as changing cropping patterns. So the key concept necessary for the analysis of farmers' water use pattern is that the effective water, the water that actually utilized by the crop, is effective water and is commonly measured by crop evaporate. The economics of groundwater management. The optimal management of groundwater can be modeled as a non-renewable direct regional close aquifer as a renewable source. When the aquifer are recharged, the dynamic of optimal groundwater use depends upon the price, energy, and interest rate. So second is the economic theory of groundwater management. The groundwater typically functions as common property resource. The leading the externalities because current users ignore the impact of pumping of future users. This results in overuse as users only consider their private cost, pumping cost, not the full social cost, which include the depletion of water stocks and increased future pumping costs. The address over the regional or local groundwater authorities can implement solutions like pumping taxes or conservable. One example, not exactly related, but it's the same. The same thing in Bangalore to avoid over utilization of water in various car manufacturer service centers. The government, because of the recent water crisis we had last 2 years back, they have asked them not to use water for washing in the car, any car service center. So they are using only vacuum cleaners. They are dry cleaning and dry washing. They are not using waters. So it has actually impacted a lot because there are a lot of service stations which do that. But otherwise, the private service stations for car washing and they use, but again they are using mostly some used or they use their own water treatment and they are again reusing the waters for car washing. So it's a good step. This is one example of this to how to manage groundwater. So in a larger scale, from the farming perspective, we have to only consider as a pumping cost. We have to also see whether the depletion cost and other environmental costs are also considered when doing the natural resource management and things like that. While groundwater reservoirs can serve as backup during period of low surface water supply, the management techniques to save water. Agriculture, we just now spoke about, so we'll discuss again a little bit about water, which we have already done. Forestry. If somebody wants to add little, you'll say. No? Forest, water, and then agriculture you can cover.
Forest, water,
Agriculture.
okay. Further discussed about economics of natural resources, in which all the natural resources have been taken into account. Among them, forest. As we know, forest is as sir mentioned, it is a renewable resource, due to which people are exploiting it at higher levels, which is causing imbalance in the ecosystem. As and when it causes imbalance in the ecosystem, it also has an impact on what are different products of the forest. So thereby it will increases the rate of so-called harvesting products such as timber. And sir also mentioned about how the timbers has been exploited. Just like fisheries people, they will just catch the fishes of different types without knowing what are the impacts and ecological imbalances they will cause. Just like that, many of the timber products have been harvested so that in order to avoid that, you have so-called in order to avoid this over-exploitation, they have made certain policies similar to with that of agriculture also. Even in agricultural practices, there is due to the expansion of agricultural land, they are cutting down many of the forested areas that need to be taken into account, and also in managing all other various aspects. Whether it comes in water, we know it is like renewable resource. Again, it depends on forest of the catchment area. The people are using lots of groundwater, and we know what is the impact recently we had with respect to groundwater in last year in Bangalore. There is no groundwater
example like that
the car wash.
service center has
They have recently changed it. The water is
right,
bad.
right.
So that would be very better. Like dry, as I told, dry washing.
Yeah, good to go also.
He came very late. Okay. Now he got 2 points because he did do something. But here someone didn't even open their mouth also. Gagana, Gagan. Please, he will this talk on his 10th chapter. Na? He got 2 points. What about your status? You can think about that. Already told that you all are discussing, there will be extra mark. Okay. Then he is also that your moderator also not calling also. You please show your hand. Huh? No, they can summarize now. Why you want to tell their name? Then the moderators also don't repeat same person. Okay.
This encouragement tax, we have to do it. We will get the benefit. So yeah, Gagana, you want to take the water. The water is done. Agriculture.
So when we look at agricultural, there are two externalities. One can be positive and negative. When we look at the negative externalities, the use of pesticides, it can affect how it causes like air pollution also. And when it rains, the surface runoff, when it reaches the water body, it affects the water quality of the water body. And also how much pesticides are being used, it also affects the microbes that are there in the soil. And also there is a positive aspect also when we look at the agriculture, like whether it comes to the production and also, when we try to combine, forest with the agriculture, the carbon production, like the carbon sequestration in that ecosystem can be also increased. So these are the things that we can look at.
Yeah, correct. Spatial environmental policy studies, they have space is a geographical medium or physical market for environmental externalities in broad sense. This applies to global environmental change, but also to local issues like noise annoyance, soil pollution, and so on. So space is of a heterogeneous nature with the consequences that environmental externalities have geographical discrimination and distributed impact. Space is a scarce good whose consumption, land, and environmental implication and welfare effects of other members of the society. Environmental degradation process in the global space. So special environmental policies cover a wide range of government measures such as local and regional taxation schemes, land and zoning initiatives, regional environmental standards, industrial operation strategies, infrastructure investment, and like that. Such measures may be market-oriented or based on second-best principle. Special environmental policy studies, such as impact studies, decisions to put. I think in India, I think the Green Tribunal or other land policymakers come into picture when there is news that if one new factory is coming in a eco-sensitive zone or where villages are there for a long time there. And we also had initially when we were going through the RK mission that discussion that okay, you remember Gagana that you and Basavaraj sir was defending and when we were telling that you should not come and do that. So all these things are there in the special environmental studies to see that the decisions are there so that the ecological imbalances are not there. So this is one example. Okay. So again, there is impact studies that these normally I deal with what if question, what if we come up with that and what if it is not. Such studies are particularly important because in an open spatial economic and environmental system integration goods and services. So all this other factors that it considers may lead to spatial discrimination, distributed effect, design support. These aims at mapping out the trade-off between the different policy options, including distribution conflicts, and environmental quality consequence. In a spatial context, these trade-offs are also reflected in different development opportunities of regional space and spatial systems. Okay, so anyone? This spatial want to summarize quickly? Shravan, please. Thank you.
So understanding, so first of all, space itself as a geographical setting is has direct takes in direct impact of any kind of decision, either implementation of a policy or a project or a program. So there's this one point that says, I mean, there's a phrase that says spatially discriminating and distributive effects. I think I wanted to like bring up a discussion, especially considering how COP29 is happening at the moment, and I think this is a good example where in COP29 itself they're discussing about how the global south countries are facing the impacts of a lot of like emission contribution from the global north countries, like the western countries, I would say. So whereas in, like basically countries like US and all of that, they are the highest emitters, and yet like countries in, let's say, Africa, Indonesia, these are being the direct victims of their the, the the actions taken by these global north countries. So that is what is called spatially discriminating and distributing effects, where although they are not the, should I say, to be blamed, the global south countries are not to be blamed, and yet they are facing they are the victims of all of these pollution and all of that. Um, Moving on, he also talked about how spatial environmental policies have impact studies and decision support studies. Impact studies normally deal with the what if questions, and it's mostly like how are certain decisions or policies, how do they impact the space and the environmental effects, what are the environmental impacts, versus decision support studies aim at mapping out trade-offs between policy options and like comparing alternatives between which policy is better than the other, and finally what decision has been taken and what opportunity has been foregone in the process. I think that's what summarized.
Yeah, so the COP thing, they have issued United Nations 17 SDG, I think Sustainable Development Goals. According to it, those 17 norms has to be taken into consideration. Now, taking into the special environmental policy, we have to see those 17 SDGs are meeting the norms, and that is the whole discussion is about to minimize the carbon emission. To say that is the whole thing. So yeah, it's part of that. Okay, so now coming to ecological economics. Ecological economics is a policy-oriented perspective that addresses the interdependence and co-valuation between human economics and natural systems. Interest in the area has been prompted with concerns of adverse impact of human economics. Some concept of the value is required for regional activities of human economics with the natural system. Natural system have aesthetical, moral, and cultural values. These values are more intrinsic and immeasurable using traditional human preference. We know too little about ecosystems to be confident that we can predict the full range of impact of economy or ecosystem. The use of ecological economics requires knowledge of how ecosystem economics work. We can pass the future ecosystem and ecological resilience, the effect of environmental policies. So policy guidelines from ecological economics in neoclassical microeconomic convention is defined as the act of pursuing the depletion resources, not just purchasing. Addition is the direct link between increased consumption and higher utility is questioned, so as not to necessarily lead to better quality of life. The critique challenges the traditional view that more consumption always equals to greater well-being. So the discussion here is that there is a natural aspect to it, both subjective or aesthetic, moral and culture. If you're buying a leather jacket, it does not fulfill your the moral, your cultural and aesthetic value, satisfaction. So those things are taken into consideration also while doing the ecological economics, also taking consideration all those aspects. So there is a policy guideline and there is an argument to do that. So to equate, so while using, it's not only satisfying section as a utility, but also it has to be seen whether it is the quality of life is better. For example, we have cars, we have metros, we have trains, and we have everything adding up to the limited urban space. That doesn't mean that your quality of life has increased. Maybe it has complicated more. If that dilemma is bridged, then that comes to ecological economics, and that is the study. So if that is the interdependent correlation of human and economics, the traditional economics, the environmental. So this is the subject is talking about that. Economical economics, like policy guidelines and ecological economics, while buying goods and services in traditional viewed as consumption, it is also serving a key connection between activities, environmental, appropriate resources, and purchasing water resources. Environmental impact extends beyond purchasing to include use behavior like driving habits and waste handling. As I said, if you're driving a car, it doesn't mean that it is helping your quality of life. It does, but yeah, that is again subject of discussion when the largest subject of ecological economics. Guidelines include never reduce the stock of natural capital below a level to generate a sustainable yield unless good substitutes are available for services generated. Index of Sustainable Economic Welfare, IISC goes into total output, unpaid work, subtraction of environmental destruction, and degradations from it, and also subtraction of environmental improvement measures along with the depreciation of human made capital. Additional subtraction of welfare distribution effective to the previous calculation is resulted in that index. Economical tariffs, free trade, includes limitation as stated below. Community-based sustainability, rules self-sufficient and diversification. So these are some of the political dimensions. We have to also see whether in different countries this changes or not. So ecological economics aim to develop policies that promote sustainability and to govern economic activity in a way that promotes human welfare. So basically, as I said, by using or materialistic norm doesn't benefit you as a human being, your mental conditions. So all this subjective, cultural, moral aspects are also taken into concern. How there is a guidelines given, there's theories are there, and there's subject of further research. Summary: we discussed some of the theories. Environmental management tool. We began the unit by establishing a relation between economics and money. Then we presented some technique, like tax technique and others. We also discussed economic instruments, for environmental improvement. In other words, we explained the present standard and we met more cost effectively. We also touched upon the concept of regional economics. Finally, we introduced the concept of ecological economics to address the interdependence and co-evolution of human economics and natural ecosystems. This case study I have added, this is recently done, updated October 2023. The location is UK. It's example of how economical and environmental economics have been applied by harvesting success by pollution prevention rules for farmers. It's helping to comply with the laws, and there are 7 to 8. So basically, this agency, the environmental agency, which is in the last para, the environmental agency works to create better places. It's sponsored by Department of Environment, Food and one particular example out of this PDF, which has 7 to 8 points. So this is not the updated. Fine. So there was one example, like how to dump the pollution. So in that they have considered that how the local fisheries has to be taken. Those are the tips given by very practical tips. So these are the implication they need to follow, so that it will help the local also. So when I was reading this document, most of the points were discussed in that, which in this chapter also, the spatial, regional, and ecological, those all the points are there. And read this further. You will have. So any question? You want to final summarize anyone? Lastly, anyone?
Sir, we have learned about ecological economy. It is a policy-oriented perspective that addresses the interdependence and co-evaluation between humans. You have shared the case study about how to tackle the pollution, about harvesting the pollution prevention. So, which you have mentioned, there is a 7 rules how to tackle, but right now we do not have. And it would be very beneficial if you share one of the points if you remember something.
So this is the example under the water resources. The submarine agriculture plays a crucial role. They have written this. Improving the environmental performance doesn't have to compromise food production or business efficiency, but requires collaboration among farmers, advisors, and regulators. So again, the cross, policy makers has come into picture, and they have taken the better farmland management policy, environmental farming, the guidelines to help the farmers understand, comply the environmental regulation. In that particular was the one water resource. So they are saying to the farmers that you can abstract or take out water from the inland fresh water, such as rivers, streams, lakes, and ponds, as well as groundwater source, such as wells and springs, up to 20, that is 20,000 liters of water each day, under the taking without need to abstraction license. It can be taken without. But if you are going more, you have to take the abstraction license. If you abstract water from the same source at multiple points, same river, the exemption from license only applies to the combined total of all abstraction, does not exist. But you must have a impounding license if you plan to build a structure and that can be permanently temporarily change the water level flow. This includes dams and all this water managements. Also mention some top tips, like dairy cows, approximately this kind of water they use, and they should how they do the subtraction. And the irrigation crop uses large quantities of water. You will need license if you are abstracting water for this use. So it is very handy they have done, so that farmers can apply with this. So this is one example of this chapter I have given. It's fine. Okay. Thank you, sir. I have finished.
So I have a question. Thank you, sir. No, thank you, sir, for the wonderful presentation. You discussed many examples about economics in detail and also the environment. You discussed about the taxes, the policies related to water, agriculture, forestry, and we are very grateful grateful to you for your efforts and time. Thank you, sir. Now I request the audience to please ask the questions. First, Tarun, then Major, sir, then Brother and Ganesh. Tarun, sir, please.
My question regarding the externalities of water use and agriculture, because both are coinciding externalities, like water use, groundwater use and agriculture. So how do policy makers come to a conclusion regarding these two?
That's what we also mention of cross department. So that is one way to solve this. And yeah, you are right because it's also overlapping because a forest may have water, and in the forest also they are using. So there has to be cross departmental, and this is how they will be solving this problem. Yeah, that is the one thing. And also they will refer to other research also. What are the implications on that? What is the implication of the ecology and if the water body is conflicting with the land used for agriculture and all that. So, is it?
I have a question in that contingent valuation while we are evaluating the environment. So in that case, do we have any other examples like in practically that we have done the contingent valuation?
Contingent valuation in which we have in the land this thing.
Like contingent valuation means what I have perceived is that like we are questioning the end users, the consumers about that they are willing to pay the taxes or not. So in that way, what I feel in India or I don't know about the developed nations, but in India, no one will be willing to pay such taxes until they are being imposed.
So I think contingent plan is that's the theory about it. So if you are taxing this, is there any other way to tax that? So if you have, for example, EV, if you taxing the manufacturer in certain way, is there any other way to do that so that it will help both the consumer and the manufacturer in a way? So that is what contingent valuation. So in order to value the outcome, so I think that is the more appropriate example will be in the forest. So there is one calculation if they are following. Say for example, the fisheries they are given to one bio this thing and another the long this thing to do the model. So the contingent valuation will be there if there any other substitute valuation for that. So I think so I don't know if they are following. They should be following it. Any other question?
Sir, my question is on critical limit. Concept of critical limit. Actually, how it is impact on the exploitation of resources and as well as on stakeholders. How it is impact on both of them.
So critical limit is again I think in the policy we have seen there is a carrying capacity. Okay, so this is again it is related to that. So in the carrying capacity or the critical limit is we have to ensure for every calculation we are making on the policy. So for example, this example we have given say 200 liters of water each day can be taken without needing an extraction license. So that means if you do want to extract more than this, they have to do a license, which will cost. I think the cost. So that is itself is one way of encouraging and discouraging. And this is an example of what you are limiting this thing. Okay.
So can you give a difference between hedonic analysis and contingent valuation? Because in hedonic analysis also they talk about public like their willingness to pay for the environment quality. If it is in better better environment quality, people will be ready to pay like extra money for it. So contingent valuation will also improve this limit. What is the major difference?
Talking about the relation between hedonic and contingent. So hedonic.
I'm not asking is there a relation, but what is the difference?
So I'm okay. I'll explain in the way I hedonic is more easy, like for the person who is seeing the intrinsic value of the particular thing. For example, which is given here, is that in a hotel, when you go in a five-star hotel, for example, you are paying 10,000 per day for that for the view. It's not about the real estate, but actually the view, and then your all other hospitality comes. So you're paying that price extra. So that so the hedonic, what question? Hedonic policy analysis. So when you are evaluating, you are doing contingency and this, so it is also taken into consideration that hedonic are people, consumers are willing to pay for that view. So for example, I'm a salesperson and I want to just say and do my business in one city and come back. For me, my prime focus is to stay safely and do my job. I'm not in a holiday. So in the same way, so I will not pay until unless my designation and my salary allows it to pay the investment banker. I will stay in that certain five-star hotel also only. But otherwise, if you say that is a hedonic price, the same fashion, hedonic policies are taken into consideration. Those tacit value are people are willing to pay. So, for example, in a palm, the forest have a palm tree, and palm is used in oil as well as in cocoa chocolate. So, what is the hedonic price of the if a factory is coming? What is the valuation of that land? Because it is the product producing other thing. The downside is the contingency is that whether it should be allowed. Is it the palm is good for health? Is it sustainable? Or so and so forth. So in Indonesia and other countries, Brazil, the huge market of palm. So those policies are. Are you getting? Okay.
Sir, I have query regarding the pollution prevention rules for the farmers, like you mentioned for the crop residues management. So in this regard, like if the farmers after harvesting the crops and the leftover they are burning out, so in this regard they should be penalized under this regulation. So what are your thoughts about that?
So they should be penalized if the rules are applied to that. They should be penalized.
So since right now like there is no particular direct solution for that, so they are burning out. So there is no alternative. So does this rule like strictly like forces them like right now there is like still this thing is happening. You've seen like northern India they are burning out they call it parati.
Yeah.
So right now there is no like such like penalization for that.
So again, the other argument is there, and the farmer is saying that if you don't do, these are EBC is the thing, and we are not. I cannot control the wind flow. So they are saying I am just burning, and collectively 1,000 farmers are also burning. But they are saying the wind flow is not in our control. So there is a issue there. It's a gray area that they are arguing. It's also a good point. Another point is that since there is no policy, so obviously they can do it. So and that is also a very good gray area for the policy and the politician to bicker about, which we are seeing it. And we don't know what exactly the policy is. Another last question which you said is
This only like they are burning out, like so there is no alternative.
there's no alternative.
So your views is on
So that's what since I am also not aware, is there a policy that says there is no control of the wind, so they can do it. So the alternative is there. For example, I remember there is one startup which also buys this pearl to make byproducts like shoes or other clothes or something. That is also alternative. What they are saying is when you are burning it, at the moment our team will go and collect it. So then again the farmers has to register for it. And what is the level of doing it? again there has to be a policy in that. So again that is not there. When the startup is saying I am ready with the solution, they have implemented also, but in not saying. Again there is another report. The AQI level in during the Diwali has gone short of 2000 and all that. It is not only because of the farming this thing, it is also the air pollution of Delhi or the urban areas. Since it's a natural region, this thing, and smog and fog are also creating to it. So there are other factors also we have to consider until unless we come to a conclusive this thing. So as to answer is no, they can, because there is no law. Thank you.
This court, this one, restriction on the stubble burning, there is a court penalty. The point of it principle is there. But farmers in the Punjab, they took the other route, the political route to scuttle it. Okay, any other questions? Or Tirukote, any questions? Aparna.
Sir, my question is that throughout the lesson we have used the terms green taxes and policies. So for a country like India, what can we consider to frame a framework for a policy, keeping in mind that doesn't compromise with the GDP or the development of the country since we are still developing?
That is the whole chapter all about. We have to consider green GDP, or the environmental policy has to be complying with the normal GDP which we have, which we are not considering it. We should. Yes.
Most of the time, irrespective of the consideration for a country like ours, it is still failing. For example, last year we planned to bring in a framework called green framework under the scheme of life, which is not yet implemented. So most of the planners of this committee involved these frameworks, and we were not able to do it implemented on the full scale. So what can be done? Anything can be.
I think whenever there is a policy, there is a counter argument for everything, and there is a traditional court and judicial system comes into play, and somebody will file a petition. So I think as green, we are saying green environment, green ecology, green GDP. I think there is a time that we should have a green judiciary, which is not, I'm not talking about the sustainability, but special courts with special skills, judges should be there, who irrespective of, they should be agnostic of the political whatever, independently. That is a very utopian situation. If it happens, I think it's a good for the future. That is, otherwise, framework is there. Sir, people like Sir, who is given so much of research and so much of papers are there, but still on the implementation level, it's not there because someone is sitting to safeguard someone at the cost of the GDP which we have. So we, until unless we are taking consideration the green GDP, things will go like this. This is a sad situation.
Okay, if there are no questions, we'll move to the next chapter. Thank you very much. So, chair for the next session is Raghunath HM and Monica. So, Karthik and Mahek Singh, you can. Actually, if there is a incomplete information or addition, you have a right to improve the conditions. Say, for example, effective implementation is the key. That is the challenge. Okay? That is where the people like you, without using mobile, should do the job. You are thinking what I meant, okay? No, no, what I meant is people like you should get into the result. When I say people like you, the people who have adequate knowledge of environment, how it works, then they can make inroads. Otherwise, everybody starts nothing without any.
Can you hear me? Hello. So we had a very heavy discussion, and I hope everyone is prepared for this. Or do we need an energizer? Do we do something? Just for a second, just stand up, and I'll say something to you, and you all have to do. Okay? Right? Let's do this. So just two commands. I'll say stand, I'll say sit. That is it. Okay? Yeah? So sit, stand, stand, sit, stand, sit, sit, stand, sit, stand, sit, stand. That is it. Thank you. And I hope all of you are energy is drives now. Yeah, this is great. So, before we start about environment design, I would like to take you back to the very first chapter, in which there is one section where we have talked about what are the tools of environment management. And the last tool that is listed up there is environment design. Okay? So, why it has come last and why it has come after the LCA, the life cycle assessment, is because life cycle assessment is an impact assessment of an already existing product. And when we talk about environment design, it is designing from the beginning. Okay? This is now, whenever we talk about environment, it is not a linear concept, and hence any sort of a solution that needs to be devised has to be thought through from various perspectives. And that is why this is a very, very exploratory process, and it also is very, very, how it is, it needs you to think from a zoomed out and zoomed in lens altogether. So let me dissect this. Now, when we talk about design, what do we mean by design? Now, design is a process of planning. It involves a lot of creating or structuring something to achieve a specific goal, okay, or solve a sort of a problem. Now, and it is also a combination of creativity, functionality, and practicality. Now, when we talk about environment design, we now when we talk about design per se, and when we talk about environment design, obviously, now it is about designing with a emphasis on sustainability. That is, that the resources are used in an optimized manner, keeping in mind that they are efficiently used. They are used to a process where, to a level where the life of that particular project is extended, and also we minimize the impact on the environment, that at the end of the life of a product, there is very less waste which is there. So when we talk about sustainability, we say that the resources are not only there for today to meet the needs of people of today, and it also exists for the people of tomorrow, for people and for the needs of tomorrow, right? Sorry. Yeah. So there are environment design is also known by various other names, which is life cycle design, eco design, sustainable design, design for eco-efficiency. Now, like I already said, that environment design is the practice of creating buildings, products, or systems that are environmentally friendly and sustainable. It focuses on minimizing the negative impact on the environment while improving the functionality and efficiency. Now, we need to remember these two words, functionality and efficiency. Okay? Now, if I have to give examples, what would be the example? Example would be green buildings, sustainable products, right, and also urban planning.
Now, there are four very key principles of environment design. The very first one is sustainability, right? That whatever we are designing for needs to stay for longer, needs to have a utility for longer, needs to have lesser waste, is efficient enough for it to sustain through and through generations. Then emphasis on life cycle impact, which is the last one. I'm so sorry you can't see it. Can I increase the... No. What do I do? You can't see it? 1 second. No, change the color. You said you right. 1 second. Let me try and change all the colors. I'm so sorry. Better? Right? Okay. So key principles of environment design are sustainability as a core objective, integration of environment and utilitarian goals, multidisciplinary approach. Like I said, it cannot be linear, it is a multidisciplinary approach, emphasis on life cycle impact. Now we studied about life impact assessment, and we already understand that what is the whole life cycle of a particular product. So this is the reference here. Emphasis on life cycle impact. What are the benefits of environment design? Why should somebody do it? Now, the benefit is that it is sensitive and it is tailored to innovation. It reduces the negative impact on environment of product, process, and it reduces the liability. If you remember in the second or the third chapter, we talked about the liability. That there is, whenever economic institutions make something, there is a cost or there is a liability that you have to bear. This leads to reducing the liability. Then greater ability to compete, add value, and attract customers. So when you actually talk about that how your product is going to be there for a longer period, has a better efficiency, also is better for the environment, it attracts a lot of customers, not only internal but also external. Then, like I said, the word that I use, efficient and cost effective, and also gain a systems perspective. Now, what are the motivations for environment design? Now here we are talking from the perspective of an organization who's building something like this. Okay. So there are very intuitive it is that there are internal drivers and there are external drivers. Now when I talk about internal drivers, it talks about what is the benefit that the company gets. Now here I'm using company, it is easier for me to explain that this, I'm using the word company. And external drivers, that what is it that the company can profess to the other people that why they should do something like that, what is the motivation? So when you talk about internal, it is the need for increased product quality, which is functionality, reliability in operations, durability, and repairability. Then image improvement. So using better environment design actually attacks, it actually creates a lot of better image in the internally and externally. Communicating products, environment quality through label and quality seals. If you remember, we talked about eco-labeling, right? We're going to talk about it here as well. Then need to reduce cost, fewer material per product, efficiency in use, and disposal cost reduction. Need to stimulate innovation, product market technology. Employee motivation improves occupational health and safety. Sense of responsibility, which is growing awareness. Strong incentive for implementation of environment design. And what are the external drivers, which is government policies, extended producer responsibility and take-back obligations, eco-labeling, information disclosure, research, curbing of consumption, all of this are the external drivers. Then market demand and competition. It actually does a better performance in the supply chain, boycotting or replacing green rating, encouraging responsible care programs, trade and industry organizations imposing penalties and ensuring adherence to standards, waste charges, polluter pays principle, reuse, recycle, other concepts that we already studied, environment requirement for design awards, which also encourages innovation, products, process, and product engineering. Now, how is environment design related to other environment practices? talk about sustainable development, the very core of environment design is sustainable practice. We talk about industrial ecology. It talks about the production to examining the environment cost in industrial production to establish sustained consumption patterns, emphasizing on durability, recycling, reduced reliance on virgin materials, using less of new materials and using more of the existing ones. Then pollution prevention, it focuses on minimizing environmental impact during manufacturing by avoiding pollution at the source, saving costs related to waste disposal, equipment maintenance, and regulatory compliance. And EMS, we talked about ISO, we talked about ISO 300. So this talks about the frameworks, and it also talks about that how it facilitates the ongoing environment assessment and improves an organization's management systems. Then occupational health and safety. ED strategizes support by reducing hazards, ensuring safer material handling, and improving workplace safety, thereby increasing productivity and reducing liabilities. Now, when you're already thinking about all the various aspects of a product's life cycle, you're already considering a lot of things when it comes to toxicity, when it comes to efficiency, when it comes to making it more environment friendly. So all of this actually feeds back to the occupational and the health and safety, not only of the people who are using it, but also of the people who are creating it. I hope you're quite on track. I hope I'm, yeah? Would anybody like to, replay what I just said? Yes, please, go ahead. And also, sorry, it was a partner also, can you, after you can get to go to a partner? Carry on.
So you spoke about environmental design. So the key concept of environmental design is sustainability, as you told. And then we move on to the four principles of environmental design, which first is sustainability, and then we spoke about life cycle impact, and then its relationship to environment, and then the multidisciplinary approach it has, and then we spoke about the benefits of environmental design, which is reducing the impact on environment, and then the raw material selection, optimization, and usage, and then cutting of cost and all. And then we spoke about how innovative these approaches are, this environmental approach in context to sustainability. And then we spoke about motivation for environment drivers, which are of two types, internal drivers and external drivers. So internal drivers is within the community, and the external one is within the immediate community. So we have few internal and six internal drivers: increased product quality, and then image improvement, direction, cost, need to stimulate innovation, employee motivation, and sense of responsibility. And then for external drivers, we spoke on policies, market demand and competition, and then trade and industrial organization, waste charger, and environmental requirements for the design. And then we spoke about the other factors, firstly sustainable development and the industrial ecology, which is the standard practices that scientists and the other people in the industries are following to attain sustainability. And then we spoke about pollution prevention, that is the efforts taken to prevent pollution before it occurs. And then we spoke about environmental management system, which is ISO 14 and 14,000 and its standards. And then we spoke about occupational health, which is the health of the people and the laborers involved in the manufacturing the sector. And we spoke about the hazard, the chemicals we use and how it affects the labor.
Thank you.
And then we also discussed about why this tool is mentioned in the last chapter, impact assessment, LCA, after LCA and impact assessment.
Thank you. And also one of the key words that we're going to be using again and again is efficiency.
Yeah, coming to it, we started with what is environmental design and why it has been the last session after LCA and all. And then we went through what is environmental design and its principles, which led to benefits of the motivators for environmental design, which were internal and external drivers, where internal drivers were product quality, image development, sustainable needs and workers, and then external drivers were included policies, trade, market, etc. And then we came across other environmental motivators such as pollution prevention, EMS, occupational health, industrial ecology, sustainable development.
Thank you. Okay. So, also another aspect which I found very fascinating was that so far in all the chapters we were talking about various aspects of environment when it came to measuring, when it came to understanding, when it came to even when you wanted to create something, उससे पहले if we had to do some kind of assessment, this was the very first time that we were actually talking about how to create a product from scratch, right? And obviously, so now there are two aspects to this. One is that products which are already there, right? Or products or buildings or so on and so forth, which are already established. And then there are things which are going to be starting from the scratch. One of the key things that I found very, very similar in all the aspects that we had done earlier was that a product may cause adverse environmental impact during the production, use, and beyond. For example, in many instances, the most severe environment disturbance may be due to the impact of different means of transport. Right? The disposal of the product after its use may also be one of the serious soil and ground level pollution problems, and also to the air pollution. Now, what are the considerations that we consider before we develop a product is performance, appearance, so it is performance and how well a product performs. And performance is usually also rated from the perspective of user. Right? And so one is that, then it is the appearance, how well it appears. Then manufacturing cost, how much the cost that we can bring and we can bring it to maximum load. Then durability of a particular product, safety, service, and ease of manufacturing. Right? These are the aspects that we keep in mind. And so key considerations in product life stage is extraction of raw material, which is very, very important, which is that how much of new material are we using, how can we reduce that in producing a new product. Can we have better mechanisms of reusing or recycling products which are already there? And can we bring it into the whole manufacturing process? Then manufacture, design for efficiency, effectiveness, material considerations, environment influence, longevity of the product, use and afterlife cycle. So basically, we design for efficiency. We make sure that the product that we are making is efficient enough to stand all the considerations of the of performance, right, and appearance. Then it is effective in nature, then it actually is value for money. Then material considerations, that it uses materials which are not new but which are actually recycled and reused. Then environment influence, and whatever is still left after the production, after the use of the particular product, it still has lesser influence on the environment. Then longevity of the product, that the product is actually made for a longer use. Then use and afterlife cycle, that is what I say. The third aspect is distribution and transfer, very important, because maximum time it was discovered much later that a lot of energy is consumed and a lot of emissions are made when it comes to transporting a particular product from one place to another. So making sure that all the transportation and the packaging material is also considered through the perspective of environment is also essential. Then use and maintenance. The use stage is the energy consumption stage, and then optimizing energy efficiency is what use and maintenance is. Disposal is the end of life of a particular product. Like I said, reuse, recycle, reduce, and dependency on the extracted material what are the strategies for designing for environment? That is product life extension that we've already discussed, that we make sure that the life of a particular product is extended by making it so. Material life extension, reduce use of materials. Like we already discussed, that this fashion needs to be less, and we need to make sure that the product that we use recycled, reusable products. Switch to renewable resources, energy efficiency, and pollution minimization. I think this is very immediate. Then EV tools for products. There are four main tools that are listed for understanding how a product performs and understanding how a product will be made. One is very simple, and this is the simplest tool, which is checklist. What we do is that we focus on materials and substances that can be avoided. We make a list of all the products that are potentially to be used, and we cross check it for understanding what is the environmental liability with this and how much is it going to produce. And then what we do is that we minimize the requirement of such materials. Then it is life cycle assessment that we've already done, that we understand from the beginning till the end what is the impact, what is the carbon, what is the print basically of environment print of a particular product. And we estimate environmental impact throughout the product life cycle from raw material extraction, manufacturing, distribution until its disposal. There's another method which is called matrices. Now, MET, it is called material, energy, and toxicity. The matrix offers a structured qualitative look at the environmental impact of each life cycle stage. Then the last one is eco-analysis, which tracks progress with indicators like recyclable content, percentage, annual energy consumption, and material weight per product unit. And these can be used, and these are usually used in together or even as a standalone tool. So a very interesting fact that I found was that an environmental information center has been established in India that actually promotes environmental design of products. Now, can somebody do a recap of what we talked about in the manufacturing of products? Was I clear enough, or do I need to repeat?
So now we have talked about the EV for manufactured products, where the new product demands so based on the performance, appearance, and manufacturing the cost and the durability, safety, service, as well as the ease of manufacture. Then considering the product life stages, there are several life stages which include first is the extraction of the raw material, then the manufacturing, then the transportation, then use of the
Use and maintenance.
Use of the maintenance, then finally the disposal stage. So after that, the major tools that used for the EV tools that used for product. First one is the checklist. Checklist is basically all the things that should be avoided. So it is the easiest tool that can be used. Then the life cycle assessment. Then the matrices. One example is MET, material, energy, and toxicity matrix. Then the eco indices. That's it.
Thank you. So now we get to eco-labeling. I think ISO 1400 is what we talked about. We understood in that chapter why eco-labeling is even important, why organizations should invest in it, what is the benefit from their perspective, and also we understood that there's a growing need for sustainable products, there's a growing need for recognizing that all the things that they're consuming isn't environmentally friendly, and the demand is not only coming from the people who are manufacturing their demand, it is coming from the people who are consuming, and that is why organizations are now, in a way, also pressurized to showcase what is the how well are they doing on the sustainability matrix. Right. Eco-labeling is also one of the very key such aspects. One of the main things about eco-labeling is that it's a voluntary method. It is not imposed by, right? And organizations and consumers have to be motivated enough to want something like this. Right? But yeah, having said that, there's a lot of merit in having eco-labeling. Now, eco-labeling is a voluntary method, like I already said, of environmental performance certification and labeling that is practiced around the world. So even in India, it is catching up. If you open Instagram, there are so many products which have, and now we are even able to identify the labels, right? Earlier, we would not even know that what a label would actually mean, but now we know. So if there is a box which has, a triangle, which has arrows, right? So it means there is a tree sign, for example, right? So yeah, so the purpose and significance of eco-labeling is two factors. One is the market impact, and the other one is consumer trust, right? So like I said, the demand is coming from the consumer. So consumers tend to trust the organizations more, which are actually establishing or saying it out loud on what are the eco-labels. And then the market impact, of course, the market is already competitive. It just started being competitive about eco-labeling, and more people want to do this, right? And somehow over the years, through the efforts of people quite like our professor, there are a lot of organizations who are looking into the benefit of doing all of this, right? And so there are three major types of eco-labeling. So type 1 is voluntary, multi-criteria based. Okay, it is a third-party program that authorizes eco-labeling, indicating overall environmental preservability of products based on life cycle considerations. I am hoping now, because there was no example of this, but I'm assuming that this is the ISO that we're talking about. Okay, that it is coming from third party. And type 2 consists of informative environmental self-declaration claims made by manufacturers without a third-party declaration or certification. Like saying, I don't know, like saying that that our product is taken is manufactured or taken from people of regional area, so area, something like that, and it has less of, and it is biodegradable, and even when it goes into the water, it's completely soluble. For example, shampoo. That's what I can think of. A lot of people these days are actually using it. And type 3 is provide quantified environmental data verified by a third party using preset parameters based on life cycle assessment. Remember life cycle assessment when we talked about at each and every stage of product, you have indicators that actually say that how efficient your product is performing, and also what is the environmental identity of this particular product. Then environment design for the buildings. Now this is very, very interesting because green buildings is something that we all want to talk about and want to live in green buildings. And why is it so fascinating is because most of the things that we talk about environment is rather untangible, ununderstandable for people like for common people. But when it comes to looking at it from the perspective of a building, it has better performance indicators. They are measurable. And buildings is something that we all live in. Right? And that is why it becomes easier for us to understand that, what is the environmental design for buildings. So, green building design ensures structures are designed, built, renovated, operated, or reused in an ecological and resource-efficient manner. Do I need to repeat this? Yeah, I'll repeat it. Green building design ensures structures are designed, built, renovated, operated, or reused in an ecological or resource-efficient manner. Like I keep talking about everything in environment design, talking about efficiency. Here also you see the word we use the word efficiency. So here we're talking about the new buildings that we're setting up. Now, in the whole chapter when you read, there is a section where we talk about existing buildings, and there is a section which talks about existing buildings, and there are places where we talk about the new buildings which are coming up. Here we're talking about the new buildings. Okay? And there are four kinds of considerations that we do. One is cost consideration. Usually the initial cost, it is actually thought that the cost of having a green building will be much higher than the cost of having a regular building. But on the contrary, when you see that it actually offsets the cost, and because the durability, the longevity of a particular building is much higher, and because it's more efficient, it is actually more economic for the building is when you start using or thinking about the incorporating mechanisms in place that are efficient and which are green and which are more sustainable in nature. Now, what is the difference between a traditional building and a green building? Traditional building is more resource it consumes more resource. It has a high operating cost. The indoor air quality is also compromised. When you talk about a green building, it maximizes your environmental impact, not only at the level of water, at the level of air, at the level of living, sunlight, the way we use, energy efficiency, water, and long-term savings. All of this comes into play when we talk about green building. Now, what are the principles of green building? Right? The principles are that energy efficiency and renewable energy source. It utilizes cost-effective energy technologies to reduce consumption. Then there are strategies which include focusing air-tight construction, energy-efficient appliances, and renewable energy systems. These are the examples. Then environment impact. It minimizes the environment harm by preserving the site's integrity and natural features. Right? For example, it also uses locally produced material and with lower imported energy. And then the third one is resource conservation. Selected materials and recycled content to reduce reliance on virgin materials. Remember we talked about sourcing less of materials, right? Virgin materials, this is what we're talking about here again. And minimize construction waste to ease landscape pressure. Implement energy efficient systems, that's what we do here. Indoor air quality, we use materials which are low in chemicals and toxins. We install machines, ventilations to ensure adequate air, fresh air supply and reduce environmental impact. Then there's a lot of community integration. These buildings are designed near the public transport, daycare, shopping, and recreational facilities to reduce reliance on automobiles. One of the very interesting facts about green buildings, one of the case studies talks about that it's not only necessary to have green buildings, but the amount of time and energy that is consumed for transportation from one place to the green building also needs to be factored in. And that is why here we are talking more about how to having green buildings near the places that are community, that are like, better community. Yeah. So this promotes walking and cycling and ensures green buildings blend into the community, preserving historical and natural character. Especially in Australia, one of the examples is that because it has a newer history, a lot of older buildings, the older structures, the newer structures are actually built incorporating the older structures. You would see a lot of examples of almost the same, not historical things, but about natural resources, that a lot of houses now have trees built inside it, right? They don't really touch it. Then co-housing is an example of fostering green building communities. Now, some of the strategies here that we have also mentioned on the other side is that choosing transit which is accessible to the site, preserving landscape using compost or mulch, making energy efficient, making the buildings energy efficient by integrating passive design and advanced lighting, increase water efficiency by installing dual plumbing, low flow fixtures, rainwater irrigation, etc. Make material efficient by using sustainable, locally sourced, recyclable materials that produce low waste. And then at the end, we have energy leadership in energy and environmental design. Anybody?
These two chairs are sitting like other participants. What is their role? I do not know in the environmental design.
I might have a question. For environmental, like regulating, is there any criteria given to label a product as a food? So, like I said, I know there is no standard for it, but do they consider give any criteria for it? So the whole ISO is built on that, like in a way. No, can you tell like few points? Right now, from my memory, I can't figure out. But somebody who has actually, yeah, Karthik would be able to. Yes.
where you can find every details regarding product life, how to manage the, how to manage the LCA regarding the product. Does that answer your question?
But also you have to remember that this is voluntary and there were three types, no? One is self-declared, and then one is which is a third party, and the last one is also with the third party, but it is still self-declared.
My question is on green building, actually. You have mentioned that it is a cost effective, but how come it is cost effective, and how much we can reliable on that material for long lasting? Did they any proceedings like did they any policies or norms on this? Can it be effective or not? Can you answer that?
So I hear three different things. Let me answer in three different ways. So the very first one is that our green building is effective, very, very effective, very efficient. We have examples, living examples now. Right? But at the same time, they are cost effective. They are better, and that is why there's a lot of people who have done studies, who have brought out case studies, who say something like that. All the things that I talked about here, that how you can make what are the strategies for it, they are also listed.
Yeah, my question actually, like, yeah, you are telling it is cost effective, but when it comes to the material, when it comes to the, like, as you told, living, like, example, apartments and all, there you can see that on the name of green building, they can charge more. Because of that is not current update, no, that is not a old out, no, old out, no. So obviously on the name of green building, it can be a chargeable more. So how come it will be the cost effective then? That is my question. Like, did you get it? Like when we justify the material, it's yeah, obviously it is a greenery one. We can be degradable one, and yeah, we can use it that one. But when it comes to the material concept, when it is applicable to the going to the consumer person perspective, when we are designed is fine, but when it comes to the market, it will be the where is no. Because when it comes to the market, it will be effective in all sectors. When comes at the final product goes to more viable. That is my point. Because on the name we can do more other things. It may be one of the concepts. So how can you justify that?
I don't think that it needs to be justified. Here we were talking about the design features. We're talking about how to design better. What you are talking about is a finished product already. So here, whatever the example that I'm giving you is from the perspective that if tomorrow somebody asks you as a development manager, as a environment manager, that we are going to be creating a green building, how to go about doing it. These are the things that you need to keep in mind, right? There are matrices to establish, there are things that you can reference to. And all of those things are already there. And at the end of it, you already have a third party evaluation also. Right? That can actually come and evaluate your building and give you a certificate whether it is a green building or not. You can self-declare it also. But I do get your point that there are loopholes. And of course, if it is self-declared, it can mean anything. So your question is very valid. Sorry.
You are asking whether it is viable or not, material. So green building is mostly B2B, mostly only B2B. So it is between the manufacturers and who are producing the green building materials. For example, if a developer is making a green building and is promoting that his apartments which is coming are totally green and sustainable, he is buying from the vendor at a nominal cost or whatever. So as a consumer, we are not going and buying the green material, but until unless you are making a house, then you ask a designer and a contractor to make your green building, then they will buy from your behalf and make the house. So it is, as she says, over a long period, the cost is effective. For example, in green building, ideally you should not be using air conditioning. If you are not using air conditioning, your electricity bill will be very less.
And that reminds me, there's a couple in Delhi whose their house's AQI is average 10 to 14 because they've been able to create their own house in a manner which is in a way, climate sensitive. It is very well environmentally designed. So of course, I mean, there are people being a leader, but whether it would reach the masses, when it would reach the masses, we don't know. But at the same time, people who are designing need to keep this in mind that how to design for the future, how to design for sustainability. Shavani, you have a question. Sorry.
General question.
Yes, sir.
Now, as the evolution of these environmental management issues have been taking place over the years, of course, on it should also impose the climate change initiative. I would like to ask the question, what is the carbon footprint? Do you take that into consideration in planning and designing these, say, for example, urban complexes, individual homes? What is the carbon footprint? Because that's it's intimately related with the climate change initiatives.
You're right, sir. We definitely do, and not only of the carbon footprint, but also a lot of other kind of toxicity, a lot of other kind of materials. You remember when we talked about, when we actually talked about the tools of environment design. In that, we actually make a list of how to use or which are the kind of materials that we can use, which will actually have less of, impact on the environment, which will have less of carbon footprint. And also, we kept talking about the transportation costs. We talk about, sourcing it from local places. So all of these strategies in totality come to a place where we can say where the effort is towards reducing the carbon footprint. If not directly, then maybe indirectly. That's what I think, but the sir will be a better person to answer.
No, the carbon footprint, do you do the comparative assessment of the on the building material and what kind of the gases you have used? Based on that, you do the carbon the footprint assessment and compare with the other building and then say that which one is better. I think that's what Professor Murthy is looking for. Of course, the mobility, all those issues comes become a compensation. I just asked this question because I am involved in these type of activities. One of the things that Canada has done is the concept of an atmospheric fund they have established for each urban complex where they take programs, initiatives to reduce the carbon footprint of new construction. So they're supported by the government or the local government, and the building construction, of course, has to take into consideration every aspect, including the building materials. Canada is a cold country, there's a lot of inflation and consumption of electric heating. Every house has to be heated. So how best we can bring the carbon footprint down so that we make that contribution to the climate change initiative. So which they have created what is known as an atmospheric fund for any such type of activities. Any such activities are incorporated into the particularly in terms of your classification and building whatever guidelines are put together.
That is very insightful, sir. I'm sure we have a lot to learn from Canada and from other countries, but I don't really think that there is one streamlined or there's one guideline initiative to take. And India still lives in centuries. And definitely, I don't think that one solution fits all can never be a solution for us. But we are reaching there. And I think there are a lot of people who are demanding it now, which is a huge change in the social, in the whole, environment conversation. That even people are demanding there needs to be something like this. So I'm sure that over the years you will see a lot of changes in India. I'm sure the next time you will come, you will hear better.
Yes, I visited the Green Building Council here in Bangalore Exhibition Center, and then I found that there are more than 100 to 300 exhibitors which came, and mostly working, but the one common factor everybody was talking, and I have attended few of the conference and sessions, that the policymakers at the local level are missing. That most of the conversation is happening between the builders or the stakeholders in the private this thing, but the policymakers at the local level, say look, the Gram Panchayat or the municipal corporators, they are also missing in the conversation, and they consider that they are very smart, but they are not giving the inputs. Once they give the input, it will be applied, and so the mass usability of the green products will be there.
I agree with you. So there are a lot of all the things that we actually hear are from the central level, and I don't know when it will probably get trickled down to regional levels. But there are companies who are inventing new things, and that is why we're talking about environment design, right? How to design better.
I have a question regarding eco-labeling. Like we have three different types or standards for the eco-labeling: type 1, type 2, and type 3. Type 2 is clearly like it is uh, like self-declaration claim. But what's the major difference between type 1 and type 3? Because although all the things are almost same only.
They are actually, and if you can read, I think the difference is actually given in the definition itself, right? The first one says it's a voluntary. Again, it is a voluntary, right? Multi-criteria based third-party program that authorizes eco-labeling, overall environment preferability, okay, of products based on life cycle consideration. And the last one is provides a quantified environment data verified by the third party. Okay, so they both have involvement of the third party, but the last one here, all the indices, it is actually qualified, it is already created by the third party, and then they do a sort of a assessment of it.
Like, but in the type 1 and type 3, both are the voluntary, both are based on the life cycle assessment also. And so, what is the major difference? Can you just give an example for that?
So type 1 maybe, I'm thinking here, and I don't remember from the book, but I think that even the type 1, it can be that, that there are a lot of matrices which are beyond, which a particular maybe organization or a product gives out by its own self. And then there are type 3, in type 3, there are already, for example, FSSI, right? They already have a list of criteria that they only label it out on, right? And when it comes to type 1, maybe it is including that plus other things also declared. But all of this is one.
But if we are considering FSSAI, then in which category we will be going? Type, because it is also a voluntary type.
All are voluntary. Like it said, that eco-labeling is a voluntary activity. It is not imposed by anyone. And why do we do it? We actually do it so that we can say the value of the particular product to the end consumer. Okay, and we enter into the market where the market is good. And that is how it is. And if you remember any sections of FSSI, we can have a discussion on it. So, but I'm sure you also don't remember. So, what I'm telling you here is, this is my sense of it, and I'm sure you can read more and also enlighten me. I think the very first one is in inclusion of third party. We also declare a particular thing. Second one is no third party involved. Third one is only about the third party. And no personal effort made in declaring anything beyond. I think you are. He does. Oh, no, first or second maybe.
No, I can see type 1 is considered environment traceability. Like you see, when you purchase any product, it's mentioned like it's 100% organic, non biodegradable, degradable. This is mentioned in type 1 labeling. It is not mentioned in transfer while you purchase any product. But while you purchase type 3 basis product, here they mention from mention about the material from extraction to disposal. They also mentioning her. only. This is another thing which we have to remember. Okay.
I also have a question. So how community engagement can be a principle of green building?
Sorry?
There is a principle of green building. We have community engagement, right?
Yeah.
Can you elaborate on this?
Sure. Can I take the last question also?
So I'm guessing you'll answer both the questions at once. So my question is more like a setup for a little discussion on how corporates are, I'm sure, aware of the cost effectiveness of designing eco products. However, why do you think corporates are still continuing this concept called planned obsolescence, where they don't design intentionally, they don't design for longevity, and they make sure that their product is short-lived so that they can push on more sales and more production? So why do you think corporates are still continuing that in spite of knowing that there is a possibility of cost efficiency otherwise?
I'll get back to your question. I have to answer. There's only one line. This one is
Okay, so Tarun, when we talk about the community, right, there's a whole concept, like, so I'm bringing it from, sorry, not Tarun, Anupam. Yeah. So, yeah, so there's a whole concept that we've got from the social sector where we say that we need to make it convenient for the community to adopt to new perspectives. One perspective is that, yeah. Second perspective is that we talk about making it, making, but keeping the community spaces in mind while we're designing. So, for example, not changing it to and through, respecting the historical places, or respecting the sentiments, or respecting the spaces which are already created, and then designing it. One is that. Then promoting walkable and bicyclable spaces, also reducing the transportation costs, making it easier and safer for people to commute through one eco building to another eco building. I mean, that is a plan for how people imagine designing in the future. Did I answer? Confirm? Yeah. Shamli has a question. So, Shamli, I think your question is very opinion based, right? I mean, I don't think that I'm the right person to even have an opinion about it. But I do agree that there are a lot of organizations who keep making, from the perspective that, for example, all the clothing industry, right? I mean, they keep bringing out product after product without considering whether it's going to be recycled. They're actually extracting right from the places where they shouldn't be extracting, right? Makeup industry is taking out, for example, right? And so this is a very opinion based. I do agree that this is wrong, fundamentally wrong. I choose not to use such products. I don't know about you, but when will corporates start doing it? I think it starts with us. If we decide not to use, not to become a consumer.
So in the this in textile industry, there is a norm. If you are exporting it, there has to be very minimum quality assessment. Like child labor is not this thing. Now they are green labeling. They are also doing it. Sustainability they are taking care of. The pigment they are using, the color is not 100% green, but it is also not having any externalities. Those things are there if you are exporting. So
I agree with you. Having said that,
the Zara and all that, for example, those have very stringent policy. M&M and all that, they have those things.
I agree. But again, like I said, this is digressing from the chapter. One. Second thing is this is opinion based. Third thing is that majority of leather-based products, like starting from Louis Vuitton, they all burn their leather. It does not get used. So when we're talking about the life cycle and we're talking about shutting it down and actually creating a lot of emissions by burning it and incinerating it, I mean, what are we talking about? She's right in her perspective, and I do agree that we are coming up with better indices. We're coming up with better matrices to actually have some kind of control over these organizations. But till the time it is not, the demand does not come from the consumer, this is my perspective, the
organizations will not be motivated to do that.
There is two value chain in this. We are saying Louis Vuitton is burning, as you gave example. That is the end they are doing. It's maybe dampening their prospective brand. That is, but Louis Vuitton, while making the clothes, made sure it is eco.
So who is it made for? These are luxury products. Who is it made for? There is no demand, there is homogeneity.
So I'm not supporting you with what.
I get that. And I agree that you absolutely right. Let's move on to this.
What she is saying, what I am saying is, in the manufacturing segment,
Yeah.
there is a norm followed.
And I don't think.
Louis Vuitton is doing is they are burning their clothes. That is the legal aspect of it. They are burning the end product, but that product has been made by maybe labeling and all that. Those
Norms has been taken consideration. So they are considering.
Are they self-declared or are they declared by the
Declared by the manufacturer. Everyone has to. In PE, if you go, there are.
So I would suggest that while we were studying, you remember that there was this one chapter, I don't remember, 7 or 8, there was a whole assignment that was given to us on life cycle assessment. I did a case study and shared it with you. And you get to know what are the different levels. So
I'm not disagreeing. What I'm saying is, what she is asking is, the industry is following or not? Yes, it is following. That is what I'm saying. What you are saying is, say I as a manufacturer, I am burning my clothes. That is a different thing.
lovely. Now, why don't you give us a summary of what we have done so far?
As per Nij's question, I would like to answer my perspective. I only speak about the type 1 and type 3. In that, there is a third party is a common, and they are issuing the product is common. But the difference is that in type 1, they will get the licensed authority on the environmental labeling eco-friendly base. In type 3, same labeling they are giving before that. I mean, predetermined, that means they will already analyze that what are the products are estimated, already involved. So they labeled with
One thing spoken eco label.
I
Okay.
am
According to the ISO, we have three different types of labeling. So eco labeling is the type one.
type 3 in that what I mentioned is like they will give the data, what are the materials are involved.
Here this chapter is representing the eco labeling. No. In that eco labeling, three different types. According to ISO, three different types of labeling. But type one type is the eco.
What about type 3? It is that is not eco labeling. About so.
Type.
He asked us the question. Was as understand those are comes under eco labeling type, right, ma'am? So type 1, type 2, type 3, these three are the eco labeling. But when comes to the type 1 and type 2, he asked us a question regarding that what is the difference. So those two are eco labels, but that eco labels have difference. That's what there comes under type 1 and type 3. Am I right? So in that, what I understood is like from the data, generally they will get the eco labeling from type 1, like third party involvement is also there, and assessment also happening for both parties, but both types. But in type 3, they will mention the environmental products what are in the material. That is the difference of type 1 and type 3. That's what I understand. That's what they're mentioning the predetermined like. Ma'am, can I explain if other than anything there? That's what I understood.
So let's move on. We're on tight timeline. Yes, it is not that.
Type 3 is maybe for industrial use where data is there, and that is why it is given by the industry and the new certification is required. So it's a very high cost equipment you are making. Like IGBC, the Indian Green Building Council, is giving certification to green building products. Then that has to be backed by data. That's why the type 3 you have to, because the high value. For example, Siemens is making automation lighting for airports and all that. So it's a high cost, high value this cannot say mine, everything is green. You have to call an auditor, and then with data, you have to say that, yeah, you are 75% efficient. Yes, so then they will have, then you can say, my this thing is one per unit is 1 lakh rupees. Why you are charging? Because mine is 80% efficient. So I think that is right.
So the last part, we reached to the last part, which is environment design for development planning. Now, this is incorporating all the perspectives that we've talked about so far. Right? And why do we need it is because there's a lot of limitation and there's a lot of pressure on the urban spaces to accommodate the humanization while there is population inflow. And there's a lot of stress on our urban infrastructure. There is reduced quality of life, and also there is unsustained expansion in the city. Right? To meet all of that, the only solution that environmentalists actually do see is designing for the future and designing for keeping planning in mind. Right now, what is the goal of development planning? It is to enhance the quality of life. So it is not. We see that the expansion in the cities happen haphazardly. The constructions happen haphazardly. We've seen it happening in Delhi, in places like Bangalore. Bangalore is a testament for something like this. And why? So the whole idea is to bring in measures, enough measures that each and every person who enters into a city gets a better quality of life based on the planning of the city. So here, the very important concept is the concept of carrying capacity. I think we've covered that in other chapters as well. We'll come back to it. But having said that, what is the gap between in the current planning? Why do we need to plan for future? One is that there is a very narrow focus on monetary resources and production levels. There is a lack of assessment of ecological impact and availability of natural resources. So when we talk about Bangalore not having water, we talk about the inflow of the people that actually that the city was designed for, and the inflow of people who have now come, and now the city is under pressure to actually cater to people who have come from outside. And while we don't have water, even for the locals, we don't even have water for people who come into the city. Had we decided or have we created maybe planned in a manner that we would have identified places where expansion would have taken place, had better transportation in between, better transportation facilities, and also maybe have a tributary cities in and around Bangalore, things would have been. But anyway, so coming back to the carrying capacity, now what is carrying capacity? Carrying capacity is the maximum population on the resource consumption that can be sustained without impairing ecosystem productivity. That whatever is available, the resource which is available in that particular place is enough for the people who are already there. Right? And we're not taking out more and putting more pressure on the existing resources. And while we're doing this, again, with this concept of sustainability, making sure that the resources are there for today, but are also available for tomorrow's population. And it actually meets the needs of people. Then, carrying capacity also provides a physical limit to the economic growth. Right? Now, what is the framework for carrying capacity assessment? So now, in this chapter, there are a lot of concepts which are floating. Right? We will talk about those concepts in detail, but I will go in the direction that we're actually given. That we will talk about the framework, we will talk about the 4 dimensions, and we will talk about the steps for carrying out the capacity. Is there any other small concept that we talk about? We'll talk about it later. So, carrying capacity, I think we all have understood that it is a capacity of the resources that are already there to cater for the people who are without putting a pressure on the resources. Now, framework for carrying capacity is recognizing that resources are limited, right? Recognizing that limited resource productivity and the regenerative capacity. If you remember, in the very first time when we started talking in the very first class, I actually talked about that if you leave the ecosystem on its own, it has the capacity of regenerating itself, right? So when we talk about the regenerative capacity, this is what we're talking about. So we say that we recognize what is the limit of the resource to regenerate itself, and also we recognize that what is the limit that already exists. Then second is balance scarce resource amidst some competing demands. Make sure that the resources are utilized efficiently and not haphazard manner. Then assess interaction between population growth, resources, and environmental quality. Now, it has already been established that we have lesser control over population growth, but we can have control over how we develop and provide resources to each and every person who's entering into the ecosystem. Then there are 4 dimensions. One is resource stock, which is availability to sustain production rate. Second is waste assimilation, environmental media capacity to absorb waste. Infrastructure capacity, ability to manage the flow of goods and services and resources. Then impact on quality of life, effects of resources use, and production output. Now, what are the steps in carrying out carrying capacity analysis? It is very, very intriguing, and this is defining boundaries and evaluating resource demand. Then what are the boundaries that you remember? What is the resource demand, that is land, water, mineral? What is it that is required for today? Assessing environment quality, residual assimilated capacity, and current activity levels. Right? For example, pollution in Delhi. Right? So Delhi, if you take one area like the area of Dwarka, it is made for limited people. Now at present, what is the capacity of the environment to cater to regenerate itself or to give out healthy air? What is the pressure that is coming? And what is the current activity level? How many people are actually using the space? All of that goes into understanding, assessing what is the environment quality of today. Then identify sources of pollution and limiting resources. And predict future scenarios and evaluate business as usual impact. Then what is the if in coming future, if we keep using the resources the way we are as of today, what is going to happen tomorrow? Because resources are limited. So when we talk about the very first step, that is defining the boundaries, that is defining what is the resource we are actually playing with, and what is going to happen if we keep utilizing it at the rate that we are utilizing it as of now. Then propose a short and a long-term intervention in policy, planning, and technology. And like I said, environment design, why is it so exciting? Is because it actually talks about looking at from the zoomed in and zoomed out lens, talking to a lot of people, bringing in a lot of process makers. So here we're talking about not only policy, we're talking about planning, and we're also talking about technology. We're talking about bringing all the three together, integrating them together to bring out better solutions. And then we talk about the recommendations for sustainable development. How do we do that? We incorporate ecological considerations into all development stages. Here we're talking about almost everything that we can think of. Establish functional relationships between resources and their usage, and balance resource exploitation with regenerative and assimilative capacity. Now, regenerative, I think we already discussed, right? There are 3 different kinds of capacities that in the chapter we've talked about. We talk about supportive capacity, which is the ecosystem's ability to provide resources for human activity. We talk about assimilative capacity, maximum waste the environment can process without harm. And then connected sentences of this is these capacities guide the balance between the resource exploitation and environment protection. So these are the steps, and that is how I wrap up the environment design chapter. So what we did, let's do a quick recap, or somebody else wants to do it? Summarize? But before that, do we have any questions? Or do we want to take it later?
So far we learned about the concept of eco-labeling. The eco-label is nothing but the label which identifies the overall environmental preferences. The ISO has identified the eco-labeling broadly into 3 different types, type 1, type 2, and type 3. And type 1 represents what is be multiple criteria based. And type 2 represent informative involve the self-declaration phase. And type 3 it's quantified the parameters set by the qualified third party. And moving to the ED for the building. The structure is design, built, renovated, and reused in an ecological and resource efficient manner. And it will be the cost conservative and life cycle cost analysis, cost savings, and integrated team approaches. Next, we learned about the green building. The green building, it nothing but refers to the buildings to make use of land design, construction, and to reduce the environmental impacts. And it promotes resource conservation, including energy efficiency, renewable energy, and water conservation features also. And then we learned about the principles of green building, which include energy efficiency and renewable energy resource, then environmental impacts, resource conservation, indoor air quality, and community issues. Next, what is the strategies for the building construction? To make it eco-friendly, it includes building siting, energy efficiency, water efficiency, and materials efficiency. Next, we learned about the ED for the developmental planning. The main goal is to enhance the quality of the life, considering ecological technology, skill and economic and social acceptance planning. Then we learned about the carrying capacity. It is nothing but the maximum population that can be supported in a given habitat. Next, we learned about the goal of planning for the developmental planning of EV. Next, learned about the framework which recognizes the limited resource productivity and recharge capacity and manage the resource also. And based on the carrying capacity, the 4 dimensions estimation of carrying capacity include the stock of available resource to sustain rate of resource use in production, the capacity of the environmental needed to assimilate waste and recycle, the capacity of infrastructure resources, and effective both resource use and production outputs and quality of life. Next, we learn about the spatial domain. The study, it's mainly constitutes the study area of the analysis. Within these 3 general dimensions, it fulfills some of the following criteria. Then we learned about the temporal domain. Next, we learn about the major elements for work in the carrying capacity, which include the estimation of supportive capacity and estimation of the assimilative capacity, then assessment of present quality of life. Then we learn about development of alternative scenarios and strategies for improve the quality of life.
Bindu,
Starting from concept of ecology.
yes, summarize completely.
Complete. We learned about environmental design, which means it is also called as eco-design and sustainable design, where we can process the planning the process of completely green buildings and all. And also, we learned about the principles of environmental design, where some of the key principles of environmental design and like increased innovation and great ability to compete and attract customers, and also even more cost effective, and also reduce the environmental impacts and liability, and gain a system perspectives and all. Sorry. And some of the benefits also as I said now. And also motivation of environmental designs like there are two types of drivers like internal and external, where internal drivers like need for increased product quality and also image improvement, need to reduce cost and need to stimulate innovation and employee motivation, where sense of and also some sense of responsibilities and external drivers like government policies and market demands. And also we learned about waste charges and environmental requirements for design awards also, and other environmental practices like sustainable development and industrial ecology, and also pollution prevention, and some EMS like environmental management system, like basic occupational health and safety. And we learned about one example here, and also applications of environmental design for manufacturing products also we learned, and like from performance and appearance, manufacturing cost, and durability, safety, services, and ease to manufacture and all. And also we learned about product stages and extraction of raw materials from starting and also manufacturing, how it is like transporting, distribution, and also use and maintenance, and also disposable. And also we learned about environmental design tools and for products. There are checklists, life cycle assessments, map, and eco-incidents and matrices. And also we learned about environmental, some of the examples that ma'am had given. And also concept of eco-labeling. There are three main concepts of eco-labeling, like type 1, type 2, and type 3. And also we learned about green buildings majorly, and some of the principles of green buildings like energy efficiency and renewable energy resources and environmental impact, resources conservation, indoor air quality, and also community issues, and also some of the environmental design strategies also we learned for constructing a building, like building sightings and energy efficiency, water efficiency, and then materials efficiency. Um, and again, for last, we learned about environmental design for developing planning, where urbanization is getting falling, like it is developing where rural people who are like migrating to urban, from urban to the sorry from rural to the urban areas for the sake of jobs and all. So they are getting using all the resources. The limitation of resources are getting. So how can we manage those resources and all? And also we learned about framework and also spatial domain, temporal domain.
Okay, we'll take a break. We'll have lunch now. We'll continue the session in the post lunch. You can pose the question at the post lunch.
just attention out. Yeah, summary for the previous session. Madam discussed about eco-labeling. There are three types of eco-labeling: type 1, type 2, type 3. And then the green building design. We have designed, built, renovated, operated, reused in ecological and resource efficient manner. Ma'am discussed about cost consideration, LCA, cost savings, integrated team approach, the principle of green building, resource conservation, indoor air quality, community engagement, energy efficiency, environmental impact, and the carrying capacity also, resources stock, infrastructure capacity, impact and quality of life, two domains, spatial and temporal, and carrying the advances for the carrying capacity.
So you started from type 1, type 2. What about the earlier to that?
Okay, so that was the design actually, eco design. So we have a sustainable design using the product which are sustainable in nature, and then we have various type of eco labeling, then the carrying capacity, advances in that.
Okay, Karthik. You had some question to someone now?
Before Karthik performing, any questions there for Mahendri? Like you want to ask any questions? Anyone is there? Okay. So my question is on efficiency. As you told in your complete chapter, you mentioned that efficiency is the ultimate or finalized one for the product. So my question is that how efficiency will be the only finalized one? Why other factors are not countable? If other than efficiency, any other factors are there, will you elaborate that one regarding the product estimation?
So I said efficiency is one of the things.
Yeah.
But it is one important thing. Right? Like, of course, the whole chapter was based on all the other things, right? We talked about all the other indices. We talked about so many things. We talked about materials, other things. But why I kept using this word efficiency is because in the chapter also, this is a very good, how do I say it? Very good word to use to explain what we're trying to say here. Saying that, that use creating design in a manner which is efficient not only for today but also for tomorrow, which is more sustainable in nature, which has longevity, and which has a very little waste at the end of, generates very little less, and has less of environment footprint, basically. So efficiency is only.
My question is that other than efficiency, any other factors are there? Will you countable? That's what I'm asking. Like, okay, one product, we have to purchase one product. So we will see that final estimation is the this efficiency. Efficiency is lifetime or how much long it will come. This is all factors, no? So apart from that, you can tell any other factors for product related that you, when you come to the purchase something, I want to purchase car. So what are the materialistic things I will come to my mind? So like that way you can explain anything if it is come to your mind, or if you are accountable those things, I want to know.
If you remember, somebody can play my slide. There is one slide in which I have actually given a sort of a cycle in which all the things are mentioned. What are the other things which can be considered? I don't remember it now.
Okay, other than efficiency, you can you are telling
See, Rajesh. So it was performance, for example, one of the things. Quality of life was one of them. Yes, quality was also one of them. Yeah. I used a lot of different words, right? We talked about performance, we talked about presence, but we talked about a lot of things. But from my perspective, one of the things that one of the threads is efficiency, is also quality, is also other things, but we've not talked that extensively about other words that we have talked about efficiency or effectiveness per se. That is it.
example or case study for the environment design that is happening?
I think I gave in between a lot of examples that I gave another one. So let us take an example of any of the green buildings that have been made. So your Kempegowda airport, for example, right? It is called the green building from the top, right? It is called the green building. They were while making it. So first, so I would say that don't look at environment designing as a standalone thing. It comes after completion of a lot of things. So when you have looked at, assessment of the impact assessment of environment, when you looked at other things, now you eventually come to a place where you're designing. And how do you incorporate all of those that information into designing is what it is.
What makes this Kempegowda also this environment friendly?
More environment friendly is one, the materials that they use, the energy, how energy efficient it is. They are using a lot of light, natural light.
Are they depending on renewable energy?
So if I'm not wrong, yes, there are. I have not included a lot of per se one
Only airport is depending only on solar panels. Also international polytechnic, international airport, fully depended on solar international.
Yeah, so there is one green building, I'm forgetting the name now. I used it as an example for my assessment, one of the assignments that we gave. So there it talks about what are the different indicators that they have used. So they had talked about reducing the waste. So they were using their own water. They were also doing a lot of rainwater harvesting. Right, then there was a lot of use of natural light and storing of that natural light. So using solar panels, for example. Then a lot of plants, and all the plants are also given water through the water that they were generating. Right, so all of this was there, and they also had a material which would naturally cool down the place, right, instead of using air conditioning. And they had planted those terracotta tiles in between, which would, and they would run water on top of it. So when air would pass through, it acted like a natural air conditioner. So the energy, what they had mentioned was that they were using very minimal. That the energy consumption that a one person has for 1 month was the energy consumption that they were doing for 1 whole year for the whole house. So that is the, I'm sorry, I don't remember the name, but I can get it to you.
As per Aparna question, no, last session I told one example regarding green building. It is in the Bangalore, IIM Bangalore. If you have interest about green building, once you check the IIM Bangalore website, you can go through that how it became a green building concept. In IIM Bangalore, it is happened in Bangalore. And regarding Mahakji, thank you so much for your presentation. It's very nice and effective one. And now we are going through Karthik presentation on same chapter, environmental design.
Good afternoon, everyone. My first question is that why do we study environmental design? Please tell me. It's a very simple question. Why do we study environmental design? Yeah.
When we talk about environment, this is about the development actually, and when we talk about design, it is sustainable in nature. That is the main point we have actually behind this study. Am I right?
You are right. So my side,
Because design involves resources, that's why we might study design.
okay. But if you ask me about, like, if you ask me from my side, it's a EQ. What does it mean? That provide environment, economics, and employment. See, there is a one guy uh, whose name is Shrikant Bola. Why I'm giving you this? Because you can see, like we one man, people always say him that you are a garbage man. What he did that, he made a one industry, bullet industry, and he's making a product of recycled product. So, and as well as he's providing the employment to physical level. And I tell you one thing, he is a specially able guy and who cannot see. And I tell you one thing, he got the first check from Kalam Sahab and Ratan Tata Sahab. So he is providing the exact solution that if you are in a domino environment design, you must provide at least environment, economics, employment. This is the main thing. Like if you are reading, please do not think about marks, grades. Yeah, it's fine. But right now we have to implement to make a difference in society. We can take inspiration from him because he is implementing what he has been learning from from the resources. So this is the major thing we have to see. If we can do, why can't us? Because we are a student of environment. Yeah, now the environmental design. See, there is a one major thing about that, environment design is all about new product as well as existing product. Like, I tell you one example. See, that are the sustainable, ecological, intelligent, healthy, not just for human, but also for environment around us. In the past, yeah, this is the example. In the past, when we built things out of raw material, we kept them until we no longer needed them and then throw in the trash. But today we try to save and recycle product into new and useful product. I share one case study about new parliament building in Delhi. So what they are doing is that they are using recyclable products. So principle of PD is that core environment objective is sustainability of product and process. As management said that we should focus on sustainability and effectiveness. Another example of this, IoT-based smart lighting system. What they are doing that, see, you might be thinking that it is very expensive. I have one case study. One of our professor in outside, what he will do that you can see the fan speed by regulator. We can speed up or down. But what he did that he just regulate the light by the regulator. He just invented that if you want more light, you just regulate them. So it is just IoT based. Like there are a lot of people who are using to IoT. They just dim the lights and improve the efficiency. To elaborate the environment issue, they are necessary to evaluate potential environmental impact of designing states the principle that underline the concept of environmental design. Let's discuss the three key principles of environmental design. See, in addition to other objectives such as economic efficiency and practicality, the core environment objective is that overall sustainability of the use of resources, including energy, the process used in manufacturing of a product or constructing a product. The product at the end of the exploration action alone, discarding, recycling. See, it's all about closed grave, like cradle to grave. You have to think about from extracting to disposal, how you are disposing it. If you are disposing in a landfill, so you are not doing what you have to do. So there is a one example, but the LG smart washing machine is used. See, for wearing, they are using technology to how to control the washes, how to improve the efficiency. Like see, what I have realized one thing from my experience, you can say that we are lacking in this because we are developing a thing. No, no. I have met a lot of people who are earning 1 year per day in India. So there is a one, there is a one thing which is missing is that management. If you are good in management, you can handle everything. I give you some examples. See, most of people talk about that 2 year back, water stress in Chennai, Bangalore. But some give the example like if you do rainwater harvesting as well as wastewater treatment, you can as well. It's all about management. While sustainability is the principal environmental concern, other environmental objectives that should be considered are the restoration, enhancement of landscape, dignity, comfort, safety of workers. So, positive of human creativity and art, benefits of environment design, reduce environmental impact of products, optimize raw material consumption and energy use. See, this is a very important thing. When we talk about innovation, so there is a one professor from IIT Jodhpur. What he did that create a solar power charger adapter for electric vehicle. There is the concept of LCA. See, we talk about any product has a site, and through LCA we can say how much it does. So this is the invention. No, it's not expensive. If you talk about the price, it's a 1,000 rupees, and you can do these things. But our charging adapter connect to company charger on one side, other solar panel on the other side. So what I feel that if you do not connect the charger, you do not harness the power from solar panel to directly from the non-renewable energy. What they did, they just adopted, invented a charger where you can extract from energy from solar panel as well as from non-renewable energy. Yeah, this is a very important thing. I tell you, SpaceX. What they are, see, if you talk about sustainability, how they are using, they are reusing the rocket. And few days back, Falcon and rocket of, see, our ISRO has also collaborated with Elon Musk, like SpaceX. Why? Because they collaborated. Our pay load is 4 ton, and our capacity is 4 ton. And if you talk about SpaceX, their capacity is 4.7 ton. So that's why they collaborated. So this is also important. See, reusable rockets are a more efficient alternative to building a new rocket. We talk about sustainability. So we do not talk about that we should to take about new products. See, if you do from your existing product in a sustainable, that is also a part of environmental design. And you can see 21 to 40% they can reduce the cost, and it's a $1 billion cost if you think about that. So motivation for PD, by within the company itself refer to an internal drivers, need for increased product quality, image improvement. Yeah, there is, if you see about external factors, about Tesla EV cars. So how they are generating, if you look at the business model of environment, if you look at the business model of Tesla, so how they are generating the wealth, not by, not just selling the car, how they are generating, they are just selling the carbon credit. Sir told about, asked about that, is it possible to carbon credit? Yeah, it is very possible. Ola, Acer is also going to implement this model. So what they are doing, let's say there is a two company, one company is polluting and other one is, making a electric vehicle. So they can sell the carbon credit and get the, it is mentioned 9 billion from this carbon credit. So you can imagine. See, just out of the box of thinking, like you can generate wealth from all over the, it's just like the opportunity cost. Why you talk about now opportunity cost does not mean that you are just, see, I give you one example. See, if you are the wastewater treatment, then your major responsibility is to treat the wastewater. But there is also opportunity where you can generate the wealth from sludge, where as well as you can generate the biogas to generate the electricity. So there are a couple of things. Just out of the box we have to think. So yeah, there is a one. Yeah, please summarize. If you do not, like, if you will not able to summarize, it means I have not delivered good. So it's all responsibility to me. Yeah.
Or anyone can follow this.
So you've given very good examples of SpaceX, and we have recently studied this case study that they have actually reduced 18 times the cost of the payloaders. And this Dragon and Falcon 2, Dragon 2 are taking so much efficiently, which their cost was in hundreds of billions. Now they have 18 times they have reduced. And that is the situation because they have used as vertical integration. They have done very less in re-engineering, and there is another, they are reusing the payloaders and to offload the in the lighter in the orbit. So it's a very good example of it's very smartly they have done. That's why I think Mr. Trump has assigned him for a Dodge departmental efficiency. I think let's see how it works, but yeah, it's a good example of environmental designing. But again, on the environmental aspect of, again, when you give example of Samsung, this washing machine, it's good that they are, But at the same time, if you consider the principle of LCA, which also says that reuse and less of defects, aftermarket service cost becomes more. So if they also create a situation, if your washing machine is not working, you as a customer can also do fix it at home, so that the longevity of the product also becomes high, because that washing machine which you are giving example is, I think, more than 50,000 rupees, which is way below the average capacity of average Indian to buy that thing. So yeah, there is always a other side to look at it. So the examples are good.
I tell you, sir, what is the crux of this machine? See, if you buy any product which is very costly, but you have to think about long term. You have a reason, like if you have, if your machine is utilizing less power, ultimately that leads to, you will navigate, less term. That's also an, benefit.
Yeah, that is another reason that why this mobile phone, you previously remember, used to come with the battery replaceable batteries, but now it's all integrated and you cannot replace it. Simply, it's a life cycle. Very after 4 years, 5 years, you have to again buy it, because the operating system is also increasing and you cannot use it. But at the same time, now the dots are also there to again use the same this thing, help allow the customers to replace the battery so that they can use it, so that the waste becomes less. So that is also one consideration. I don't know whether it will come under engineering design.
Okay, anybody who wants to summarize?
So Sir gave very good examples of environmental design, where first regarding the volant industry by Shrikant, sir, he said that he generated valuable things from recycled things. So later the triple E's, that is the environment, economic, and employment. Later, sir said that regarding the professor from Delhi, IIT Jodhpur, sorry. Um, uh, Regarding the regulation of the light, the system based on internet based thing, and again the AI based washing machine, which I also discussed just now, which changes the regulations based on the type of fabric, etc. Again, the solar power charger adapter for electric equipments, and again the SpaceX just now, wherein the booster was given, and again the motivation for environmental design. Now, sir, will be discussing this.
Yeah. Sir, you have asked a question about stubble burning. I'm telling to you that you asked about question about stubble burning. See, I am from north side. See, I live in border of Punjab and Rajasthan, where you have heard the news of stubble burning. In Delhi we have also as a agriculture land, but we do not heard about it. Why? Because Pushpa engineering, what they are doing, that they are just adding the chemical to decompose the stubble burning. And if you talk, if you generally talk with farmers, why they are lacking, there are lot of solutions. Yeah, happy seeders, where you can separate it out and generate it. But why they are lacking, it is a cost expensive process. You have to first cut, then you place in a bale, then deliver to another one. So it's a cost expensive. That is why they have no other option to to just double up burning. They have only option. So that is why. And you can see this is also a policy regarding this. Like you can see biomass to pellet plant, where you can just where you can transport your stubble to thermal power plant, where you can generate the power. So this is also a policy. Okay.
So like you told some chemical treatment also they are doing. So which is that like?
Actually, see, I do not know the exact name. You can find it on Google, where you can find their natural based, chemical. What they are doing, that they just sprinkle it out on the, stubbles, and automatically within a 3 months it will automatically, professionally it will, decompose. So this is also a solution.
Thank you.
Like in
this case, you are telling that we are making up the pellet plants, and these pellet are being used for like for the energy purpose. So again, then it is a sort of combustion only. Some emissions would be there, like where we are using it. Although if we are using it in the agricultural land, it is also creating it is disturbing the AQI. And again, if you are using the same thing somewhere else, it is also disturbing the AQI. So what is the difference in that?
See, you should see the benefit. First, we are converting waste into wealth. Okay. And second thing is you are asking about AQI. See, if you do not have equipment to control the pollutions, so like you can use any energy that will be polluted. I hope you are getting my point. Why? Yeah, please ask.
Actually, the thing is where they are burning, like if the Punjab people are burning it, it is disturbing the environmental ecological balance. Now you are investing some of the other amount in this setting up pellet plant. That means how you are creating that waste into wealth. Already you have invested the wealth in setting up pellet that plant, and again you are just liberating and increasing the carbon content in the atmosphere by burning them. So ultimately, you are just wasting up your wealth from my point of view.
See, sir. See, simply. See, while you talk about stubble burning, it's a bigger issue. And if you are converting your stubble burning into pellets, so how can you say that it is a waste of well? I didn't understand. See, if you are generating well from the waste, you are investing some money and you are getting the profitability. So how can you say it is a waste? See, ultimately you are generating a benefit.
So can I add? Yeah, please. Can I add? So the thing is that when you convert it into pellet and when they use it for biomass, they use it in smaller quantity and the emission is not does not happen on the degree that is happening right now. That there are acres and acres of farmers who are burning their stubble overnight and generating this kind of a problem. It eventually goes into the air and there are other factors also that contribute and then the AQI gets worsened. So what we are talking about is that this kind of emission is going to happen. I'm not saying to that extent, but it is going to happen in a in a slow and staged manner. That is what they're talking about here. Second thing is that this kind of a solution actually, this kind of a innovation actually provides a lot of solution when it comes to taking away all that stubble, converting it into pellets, and actually using it as a biogas. So to think of it, it's solving two problems. Otherwise, for biogas, they would use something else, right?
See,
Or
I
for
give
normal
you
gas,
one
they would use
example.
something else.
See, if you think in this way, see, wastewater is a pollution, and you can also say that wastewater treatment plant, why are you implementing wastewater plant? It's a wealthy process. It might be 20 crore, 30 crore you have to invest. So you are trading as well as generating money. So you can think in that way. So external driver is market demand, competition, responsible care program, waste charges, like concrete based on principle of polluter pays, environment requirement for design awards. Yeah, this is a good thing. Like if you award someone in pollution control board, there is a scheme. Like if you have a green building, if you are doing good things, so they will award you as well as give you incentives in your process. And trade and industrial organization, this organization often encourage member company to take action on environment improvement, ED and other environmental practice. Like this include controlling pollution at source. Yeah, this includes controlling pollution at source. See, if you control at a source, I'm sure you have heard one thing: prevention is better than cure. So if you look at the source and if you control it, then you can do everything with your product. And as well as environmental management systems, pollution prevention. Yeah, this is a very good thing which is given in our book. See, it is estimated that if you spend 1 rupees, on prevention, save that 100 otherwise spent on end of the file. So it's a very good example. Occupational health and safety. It is strategy look after optimizing material use, cleaner material use, material user where. See, it's all about occupational health. If you are dealing in hazardous materials, so it should be very safe, non-hazardous. You should use personal equipment to control these things. And AD for manufacture product. Yeah, this is the answer of your question that ma'am asked about performance, appearance, manufacturing code, durability, safety, service, ease of manufacture, any consideration in product life stage. This is from extraction to manufacture. An example of serial environment problem, as mentioned, transportations, like it is a very it is very, I would say that it is very dangerous. Like if you are, what I feel that if you are delivering your product from one place to another place, you should use for CNG, like alternative fuel. That would be very beneficial for everyone. And use and maintenance, other possible emission from the use stage that need attention in design are noise, wastewater, the environmental is ensured, therefore the one disposal for reuse, recycle. It's all about, I'll say that if you are looking, if you ask me what is the crux of this, that from extraction to, from disposal, you have to think that where I'm doing this thing, is it good or bad? Like I give you one example. See, if we talk about EV vehicles, we say yeah, it's a green energy. What's about the battery? How you are generating the battery? Is it from renewable energy or non-renewable energy? This is also a question, so which need to be counted. And area tools for products, designing of environment will in most cases involve one or other strategies like production life extension through better reliability, material life extension by making them. See, this is the blueprint for products. Excuse me, ma'am. Excuse me, ma'am. This is the blueprint for product. See, product life extension through better reliability, increased durability. Okay? And if you talk about material life extension by making the material component reusable or recyclable and making the separation of different materials. See, it is given in our book. Why do we separate this thing and to tag this? Like if your product has adhesive things and other things, so you can simply separate out in a general way. Third thing is that reduce use of material. Like if you transport, you should use lighter material. It will help you. Switch from non-renewable to renewable source. This is another. And the tool available for environment design checklist. It's all about if you want to, if you prevent failure, so you should go for checklist. It is always tell you that what is the harmful, like what are the things we should do, reduce, like obsolete these things. And life cycle assessment, it is a technique for where we can get the positive and negative impacts and metrics. See, I have one question for you. If you know about what is the difference between metrics and LCA? Anybody? What's the difference between LCA and metrics? Huh? Yeah.
Matrix means it's a general term. It's like a matrix. So you write the row and column. That is what. How we are comparing it.
Yeah, I tell you. See, in LCA, what we do that we take action from material extraction, then second stage method. So in matrix, we think holistically, like we have a chart, like what is the environment performance, and second one is what is the impact of this from one to last. So this is the difference. Like it is a whole concept. You can see the matrix method provides one approach to assessing environment impact across the life cycle.
In matrices, everything components are there. Every component will be the responsible for the life cycle compared to the LCA. LCA, one product which we will explain about the component. But here, every component in the matrices will be the responsible for the other final product. That is the I thought of difference of LCA and matrices. But as we thought of that, we can't compare LCA with matrices because both are computable components, right?
See,
So
I
we
sorry
are
to sorry to interrupt you. I'm not asking about what is the I'm asking about difference. I'm not asking about company.
yeah, understood. But difference also, we want to differentiate within someone. We should have some similarity to differentiate, right? So that's what I asked you that comparison is happening, but
Right now you have to summarize, but do not summarize. Instead of just tell me what have you learned so far. Yeah, tell me in one word. It's okay. Do not summarize from books. I've seen that because I also done it same way. Yeah, please go ahead. Anybody? Tell. Yeah, please do not look at books. Just tell me what have you learned. In a one word, it's okay. Do not summarize. It's okay. Just tell me what have you learned so far.
We went through all the methods of benefit and all the tools for environmental design, and then you talked about various examples. And finally, we came up across LCA, and you were asking about the difference between LCA and matrices, the difference between LCA and matrices.
My question is that what have you learned so far? Could you please elaborate in one word? It's okay. Do not share what I have shared. Yeah, in no words, what have you shared? You can also add one thing from your personal experience. Yeah, this can be added also.
Sustainability to environmental design.
It's fine. Please, Anu.
Eco design actually, and the way you are explaining is really good. So all the practical we can easily understand, right? We can relate to the subject easily.
So, see, there is a eco index, like having selecting the AD approach could reduce environmental impact. It is necessary to identify performance indicator. I'm sure you know Tanuja ma'am will have a project on eco index. I'm sure. So see, there is another example. This all from our books. Like what did Xerox reuse 70% of component and recycle up to 98% of material. Take back product at 1997. IBM have saved $70 million through machine part reuse and 7 million through use of recycled communities. So this also. So concept of eco learning. See, I tell you one thing. I have a one question for you. Like you have heard one term. What is greenwashing? And how, like, if we implement eco labeling, how can we prevent greenwashing? Anybody, because you have learned from greenwashing in a product. Have you heard about that? Greenwashing.
Greenwashing. Is a false claim where they are not actually sustainable or what they are saying. Like they just label it and say, okay, the products that we are using or the way it is manufactured is in a sustainable way. It, when actual it is not. So through eco labeling, we can, by the if they are following all the criteria, we can say, okay, that is the actual product.
Same, this greenwashing is like some are claiming something what actually it is not, but only are advertising. So, for example, the food which we get is healthy XYZ or say atta bread. It is not atta, actually it's maida only. So atta is 2% only. So it's also a kind of a greenwashing.
In my perspective, greenwashing, yes, I agree with both of you. It's like when something is not sustainable and eco-friendly, but we still portray it as it is sustainable and eco-friendly. So if we have a standard verification standard, which is the eco-labeling, will have someone to verify whether it is truly sustainable or not, so that the pseudo-sustainable products will not come into the society.
See, here is a current affair. Few days back, CPCB also implemented this eco labeling, right? Like earlier, 1991, MOFC plus BIS, Europe India Standard, are implementing this thing. But few days back, this is a current affair. You can jot it down where you want. Lifestyle for environment. The rule of eco-mark labeling were updated in 2024 under life and life lifestyle for environment. In this version, CPCB, sorry, mistake, not CPV. CPCB is nominated as the implementer along with BIS. See, when we talk about, eco labeling, it's also associated with sustainable development goals. Like, you can see, if you remember, if you target 12th and 6th state that encourage companies, especially large and private, to adopt sustainable practice. So by eco-labeling, we can we can just go through this way. Like we can curb pollution as well as implement these things. Like in India we have a target 2070 of sorry, zero. No, in 2070 is a zero, net zero, yeah. So that's how we can achieve by eco-labeling. It's also see, like eco-labeling provides you two solutions, sir. Like if you have a consumer, it will save your time. You can like just through while you look at any product, it is mentioned that it's a eco-label one, so it's your save your time as well as if you are producer, you can get the profit. Like if you are in a market and there is a lot of competition, that is a uniqueness you provide to the market that I have a producer, I am claiming that I have a ISO certified. Like if you purchase my product, it's a very eco label. So that's as well as it is also help in environment. So we can through eco labeling we can tackle three problems. We can save the consumer time as well as get the profit. Like if you are doing business, you can get the profits, and third, you can save the environment. So that's how we can generate. And type one, we have talked about environment label or products represent informative. See, I will give you one blueprint which will bolster your experience. Like I'm sure while after this class, when you will buy any product, you will find it out. It is wrong, greenwashing, or it's a eco-label product. Let me show you. This is the misleading lines. Bio-friendly, yeah, 100%. And this is a trustworthy certification, ISO certified. So 100% of running. See, actually, see, I tell you one thing. There is a one scientist who claim one thing. Like if you purchase any product, they mention that we are 100%, but he mentioned that are you asking about whole product or are you asking about one point of product? So this is also debate. So ED for buildings, environment building design is called green environment. Green building may cost more. Yeah, actually see, I have seen Bindu ma'am, presentation. She mentioned case study that Infosys has built a green building, and if you scan any Infosys project, so what they are doing that they are very green. But major thing is that the initial cost is very high. So I agree with you. But if you think about long term, I give you one study. So you can see, ma'am have asked the question about why the product has a very low life. So you can find it out. Like see, you can answer this question by that. See, if you have a brand like Tata, because they have built a building in Delhi. So what they are doing is that they are claiming that our building residence life is 150 years. So you can imagine that if you are a brand and if you are providing the service and if you are claiming that my building has a life of 150 years, so you can easily buy it. That's how they won the tender. There was a another company, it's LNG and Tata. That's how they won the tender. So green building also helps in SDG 3, 7, 8, 9, 11, 12. So green building will facilitate holistic approach to create environment-friendly building through architect design, water efficiency, sustainable use of material. There are so many things when we look at holistically. Yeah, see, this is a very good example. See, we always think about green building. What we did that 13-year-old, we just convert the terrain into green, and we generating more than wealth, which we cannot assume. So you can also think in that way. Like if you see, we are all, we are all known. Like if you are in rental as well as you own, so you can also turn your terrain into green roof as well as generate. As well as what he is doing that he also, producing eco-friendly manure. So it is a 13-year-old. What, how he get the, how did he get the inspiration from his school? So it is also you can mention in your point that eco literacy. You can mention this. So green building components, site, water efficiency, energy, atmosphere, material, resource, indoor, environmental quality, this all. And principle of green building energy that encouraged bicycle walking in India if you have a good access to the
Community kind of building where three, four different apartments can have their own sustainable zones, schools, and in the same complex, so that you should not be going outside and all that, wasting too much of other resources and all that. So that is what they are trying to build.
See, I tell you, why did I choose this case study? Because in 2023, I'm talking about a new parliament building, which is built by Tata. So they got green building certificate, ENR Global Project Award, Construction Week Award. See, if you have loyalty in your project, like I tell you in simple sense, like we are talking, if you are loyal, everyone wants to talk with you, everyone wants to, take a product with you, if you are delivering any service, if you are doing freelancing, like if you are very loyal, so everyone gets in touch with you. So this is a new parliament building, green synergy. So you can see it is triangular in shape. So what is the, criteria? Energy efficiency, 30% compared to old building, green criteria. And second one is rainwater harvesting, like and space efficiency because it's a triangular shape, so you can save and intended to last 150 years. Yeah, I'm sure you got your point. In clean air, what they are doing is that with UV lamp to ensure clean and free indoor air quality, and similar to avoid water pollution, they are using sewage treatment plant, eco-friendly materials like thick wood, sandstone, acacia, greenstone. So it is strategy for building construction, building site. See, if you go for any site, like you will get an opportunity to go, visit any site. This is the criteria you must keep in your mind. It will really, bolster your experience. So this is the thing why you like why you will go to any site. This is the very imperative thing. See, building site takes CO2 emission reduction. Like sir about asked about carbon footprint. So that's how we can reduce the carbon emissions. Energy efficiency will lead to conservation of energy and selection of passive design strategies. Shape, orientation, like I mentioned earlier, that the shape of building was, is triangular shape. Instead of round shape. So install high efficiency lighting system, minimize the electric load from lighting equipment, maximize light color of roofing, wall finish material, use minimal glass on east and west exposure. Right now you can see we mostly influenced by western. We are also getting the design from that, but it's not good. For their purpose it is good because they live in cold temperature. But if we are living in India, you cannot do like grass on east and west exposure, use of renewable energy, reforestation project, water efficiencies, and material efficiency. For example, using inert demolition. See what they do is that in India there is a one big problem is from solid waste management. We know very well about construction and demolition waste. So what they are doing is that they have used demolition product in a new building. So that's how we can minimize the pollution as well as load on pollution. So it is for development plan.
Basically, sir, talk about what are the
See,
steps
excuse
or
me, sorry to interrupt you.
criteria.
Do not, summarize. Just tell what you have done in a one month. It's okay. Do not do summarize. Yeah.
Sir gave about examples of eco-labeling, like how the fake and how the true labels are, and usually how the marketing takes place in the name of green and other products. Because nowadays it is a trend that people are following that they believe that they are eating organic, but they end up in eating pesticides and any crop material or anything or any of the food material also. As I told, one more example of a biscuit, which is made of atta, but the whatever the bakery products or any of the thing, it requires the base known as maida. Without that, we can't do anything. And as substitute to this, uh, there was one more Britannia company which made so-called digestive biscuit, which is just the husk of the rice and clear designing, materialistic usage, electricity efficiency, and what are the air quality by just planting the surrounding plants. And sir told about what are the furniture types of trees they have used, etc. Thank you.
Not summarizers, tell me what have you learned so far. In your words, do not look at book. Yeah, whatever you wanna share, just share.
So far, Karthik explained, he gave numerous examples for eco labeling, and he given some of the eco labels which are like which are misleading in the society. Uh, and then he discussed about the matrices and LCA, not the matrices between the matrices and LCA.
Yeah, you can give to my yeah.
So, towards this thing, there's understanding of how environmental design applies to so many products around that we use in our daily lives. And starting off with anything from like the biscuit that we eat or a washing machine that we use to something as far as a rocket and how it can sort of be refurbished and used again. And it was awesome that Karthik actually brought up greenwashing because it's very much necessary that as consumers we are very aware of greenwashing. And thanks for showing us some of those misleading stamps versus certified stamps. Because if anyone keeps that registered a little bit in your head, and what next time you shop, you actually consciously look for certified stamps rather than anything that's just green in color. I think it will help us a lot, and I think that is one part that I just stuck on to the most.
Yeah, it's okay, fine. See, 84 environment planning, carrying the best in 10 chapter, but they shared with us in 10 chapter model. It's a critical point. I'll give you one example. See, if you are buying any product, let's say coal, after certain limit, you cannot mine that, this low coal because it will create, it will destroy your land capacity as well. It will generate more pollution. That is the meaning of carrying capacity. It's a saturation point, threshold value. After that, it will cause lot of things which beyond to ourselves. You can see why I'm asking you what have you learned so far. You can correlate what is going on. See in Kerala, we have seen the floods. So why it is beyond the critical points. They have mind beyond the point. That is why we are facing these consequences. Are you ready? So yeah. The goal of planning therefore is provide to design level quality of life, increase in production and believe to enhance. Yeah, see, it is also given in our book. See, what people think that increase in production it believe to enhance the quality of life. That is wrong because there are lot of factors. Like if you see, if you look at socials as well as environmental, if you totally think that is why I mentioned earlier that EQ is very essential. Like if if you think about we can only think about economics. No, you cannot generate money. As sir mentioned in economics, that we have to align our thought process with the environment. Otherwise, it will see. You can imagine like in flooding, if you are cutting anything, it is billions. If you just take an example, if you just value the price of this thing, it's $1 billion. Like I give you one example, what I shared with pollution control was sir. Sir gave in one class one example of that Araili Hills. See, I tell you one example. In Rajasthan, there is a one district Hanumangarh Ganganagar. The IQ level is AQI level is 400, 300. So we are thinking that how is that is high. So I shared one thing. My professor told us that if you are cutting tree in a Aravalli Hills, this is because of dust. Particular matter is also associated with dust particle. That's how our AQI AQI is increasing. So it is the value of tree. We cannot think that is providing the timbers, fruits. There are a lot of things, infiltration you are getting. Like if you have, I have made a project for urban, urban area. So what I have think that, if you are cultivating a lot of trees, that will, you will get a lot of benefits. Regardless of one thing like timbers, you get fresh air as well as, see, there is a tangible benefits as well as intangible benefits. So we have to think about in this way. So see, if you go for any site, so you can convince them through your knowledge, yeah, and they will also, tell you that yeah, you are saying right because of this course. And I tell you one thing, in this course you can benefit one way in globally, but I'll talk about government policy. So UAE, what they are doing is that they are providing 10-year visa, like blue visa, if you are associated with environment. So this is also a benefit. Like if you are doing this course, after this course you will get a benefit to go for the way in a free of course. They will provide you 10-year blue visa. Like if you have contributed, and the best thing is that they are not saying like you are part of, you are like you have delivered so much thing in UN. No, no, no. If you are done outside the UN, you are also get a 10-year visa. So like if someone is not from environment domain and you are pursuing this course, so you will get also these benefits. So eight teamwork, four dimension, they are relevant to estimation of carrying capacity, the stock of available resources to stream resource using production. See, you have enough stock while you go for any production. And the carrying capacity, there is two domains, spatial domain and temporal domain. Spatial space and temporal domain is equal to time. So spatial domain is ecological space, economic space, and policy space. And if you are this is the one example, why I was reading this topic in our book. So I was thinking, see, this is in that, this is out of the box. What sir mentioned is that development of internal combustion engine generating lower. Okay, you have solved the problem of emission, but again you have to think will allow greater traffic volume. So we cannot think in this way. Are you getting the point? See, if you are generating lower pollution, like if you invented one equipment who are less polluting, ultimately as well as you are, improving the value of it. So that's need to be also. This is also part of social. Like we cannot think about only environment, economics. This is why we have to consider the social impact. The desired production consumption level shows here exploration sporting capacity within its generating capacity, environmental quality within the estimated capacity. So what does it mean? The sporting capacity is the reason is the capacity of ecosystem to provide resources for various. See, I tell you, we think that nature is also provide the sources, like they provide you timber, they provide you land. So this is what does it mean that the sportive capacity that human settlement industry does resource based on region could be categorized into ecological and economic resources. The carrying capacity also solution is greatly influenced by the availability of resource and the manner in which they are utilized. This is important while we talk about sustainability, we need to consider this thing that the availability of resources okay, but we have to think about the manner in which they are utilized. And the assimilative capacity is the maximum amount of waste discharge that can be allowed in an environment without. See, I have a one question for you, like those who are from environment background, like sir, you are also see. If you look at any standards, BOD level, COD level, if you look at noise level, why it can't be zero? There is a one value 10, 20. Do you think about that? Why it can't be zero? Like if you are taking wastewater and the government norm is 10, 20, 30 BOD, so why it can't be zero? Naturally, there needs to be some amount of ions or like concentration that should be there. So desirable limits are there. So why can't it be permissible as you talk about permissible as well, desirable? It should be zero. You can expand to 500 and then desirable. Why can't be zero? If you look at permissible,
So both have some values. Why can't we use?
Yeah, so that is what I'm saying. Like there needs to be naturally, what if it contains a certain amount of ions, like the concentration will be there naturally. It can't be zero for the aquatic organisms to survive. Like the DO level should be minimum of 4, but it can extend, like it can go up to 14 with 9 mg per liter.
Yes, you are right. See, this is the one of the solution. If you think holistically, we are developing countries. We do not have infrastructure as well. If you talk about any policy man, like if you talk about if you ask something about like if you someone in a pollution control board, if you talk about any scientist, like if you ask anything about these things, so they always tell you that we are developing country as well as this is the another solution that I think the nature has the power, in earlier, while before industrialization, once we dispose our sewage, river has the carrying capacity to, to curb this kind of pollution, but due to rapid urbanization, the carrying capacity is very low. That's how, we have the value 10, 20, 30. And what are the posing discussions you have seen that the major, anybody who wants to say something?
Karthik, could you please elaborate the blue visa scheme?
Sorry?
Blue visa scheme, you said, right? Blue visa.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
See, blue visa scheme is that, if you are contributing in environment, let's say if you are doing, some voluntary work, it should be real, not you can say that, yeah, we have done so much thing and this is the thing. No, you have to mention that it is real, we have done so much thing. Now you are eligible to get 10-year visa, blue visa, and you see if you are not from environment domain. I have seen in Rajasthan there is a man of Rajendra Singh. What he did that he conserved more than waters. So that's how you can mention your story by social site. Very well you are a tech savvy, so you can say that I have done so much things. There is an example of this thing, so you can get the visa, blue visa for 10 years. You can do whatever you want to do. As well as see if someone gives you an opportunity, you should go. You should work over there. What you are doing is there, so that's how you can get the visa.
sir, you also talk about parliamentary design, right?
Yeah.
The material, raw material. Can you elaborate the stone part? Because they're using huge amount of stone coming from Rajasthan. Mining is banned in Rajasthan, right? The transportation of that stone from Rajasthan to Delhi and again, labor cost and all. Is it sustainable in any way?
See, I have mentioned here about recycled products. What they are doing is that they are, what they have done, they just made the building from, construction remediation with that. I have mentioned to him. They are not, like purchasing new materials. They are not purchasing.
I'm saying after developing the building, right? They are using this stone, potash stone, sandstone, granite, marbles, right? If you go and if you see there, you will find that find out. So can you elaborate on that part? Is it safe to use?
See, what should I say? That if you are asking about after the building, so how can I say that what they are doing is right now?
There was a program on Sunset TV, the new design of parliament, and they mentioned for half an hour about this stone only. That we are using this stone, that stone, it's coming from, Kishangarh, from Kota, from somewhere else. So how is it sustainable? That I'm asking.
No, no. If you have knowledge about that, you can share. We are also learn about it.
No, my question is it sustainable to use the stone which is available in the form of mining material, right, from Rajasthan mines actually?
See, there is a limit. I have worked in Rajasthan. See, there is a limit. Like you can mine at up to a certain limit. You can mine it. So it's okay. But if you are polluting, see, I tell you one thing. I mentioned again. If there is a mismanagement, that is illegal. See, if you are managing it good way, there are a lot of things like people say about
guarded, it is very, very dangerous. So they are doing in a sustainable way and in a, managematical way. So that's how you can use this material.
The counter question is like, if you heard about Hindustan Copper Limited, right? HCL, it is near to the Haryana border in Rajasthan, and 338 now. So there was the copper around 100 years back. Now there is no copper. So the policy and all, they were having sustainable use also they did, but now they are not using the mines. Now they are again digging into the mine just to search for the copper again. So I don't know like what is happening. Can you elaborate like we should use it effectively, carrying capacity uses, or policy should be there, or people should involve in this. So what are your thoughts about this?
Yeah, very good question. I'll be get back to you. Yes.
I have a few comments that I would like to make. You've been talking about this simulated capacity, all this type of things, but originally developed with the environmental movement started maybe about quarter of a century ago or 50 years ago. When you talk about this rural urban migration, that one way we took place because of the economic this from the rural population for economic reasons, and many times because they want their children to be educated, or whatever the reason they moved into the urban conglomerations started developing. More specifically in India, which was much more in a larger scale. So if you think in terms of that one, can reverse that one, decentralize the power.
See, I tell you, sir, what I have explored, there is a one project regarding urban India. I have made one project, but I feel like, there are a lot of policy regarding, rate size. See, if you look at in urban India, there are a lot of slums. There are a lot of challenge regarding that.
I don't think in India they have ever tried decentralizing. Power is always concentrated in the center of the urban center. Wherever you go in cities, that's exactly the reason why cities like Bangalore, Bombay, especially are suffering from this, whatever you may call rural, urban migration. Just give you an example, which is simply an accident that happened. Thanks to the COVID, COVID was, but I can say my example from Canada, where people were allowed to work at home. Only they are supposed to go once a week or some such thing. So this had a significant impact in terms of all the things in terms of congestion, driving, and this continued for 3 years. So it has a lot of beneficial effects. In fact, the carbon footprint of the city went down because people are not driving so much. They were working from home, and then, but now it has become a common practice in many countries. In Canada, I can say only you are supposed to go to the office only 2 days a week. The rest of the time work at home. Okay, it may not always be possible for everybody, but majority of the population can still do it. And it has started to do this. But in India, that type of concept has not come from many, although it has been floated around for many years. Decentralization of power is not taking place. Everything is concentrated in the center of the Vidhan Saudha or the surrounding. So almost it attracts the people to that center of power. Whatever action that I
part of decentralization. Sir, there are a lot of things which need to be done, but we are only, I'm proudly say that we are Indians, so we are in a good, good things beside doing.
Okay, you have started with this three key. One of them is employment. Can you explain that? That will actually answer that. The question is actually asked.
Employment, see, I gave the example regarding wallet industry. What they are doing is that they are producing recyclable products. It is associated with environment. And if you look at unemployment, so what they are doing, they are providing job to physical able, disabled and mentally disabled. So they are providing a job. So that's how they are generating the new employment. And I tell you one thing, what they are doing, I skip that. See, this is the line. Poland not only recycle 100% of its own waste, but also recycle pharmaceutical effluent in the surrounding area to create industrial chemical products. So that's how they are generating the wealth as well giving the employment. So what's the fourth point discussion suggests is that the major element of work in carrying capacity study includes the estimation of spotting capacity, estimation of acclimatic capacity, estimation of present quality of life, development of alternate scenario and strategy for improving quality of life within the limits imposed by carrying capacity. Indian example, all development projects utilize natural resource in one form or other also generate waste. So see, this is the example of Tapi study. In the last word, see, this is the sir example. What you are talking about urban India, that's how we are on the point of threshold. So you can correlate with this example. In last two decades, Gujarat, the 10th most popular state in the India, has witnessed rapid industrial and economic growth. In second most urbanized states, the economy of Gujarat has traditionally based on agriculture. And in the recent past, this has been undergoing change with the rapid industrialization. And if you look at Surat, Bhuj, they are the major investment center in Gujarat and projects with the 1,15,000 crores are under various stages of implementation. And during the last decade, Tapi Sachi region in Gujarat has become the ecological sensitive area due to major industrial development. So you are right. The rapid economic development has led to enhanced anthropologic activity, resulting in severe strain on urban. See, why? See, it is given in our. Why did sir choose this? Case study. The reason behind that there is a lot of strain in urban building. So that's the reason they took. It's all about carrying capacity. Like if you are utilizing, if you are, if you are giving the overburden to any material, so that's how we can think about that. It was realized that the major resources problem study area related to changing land use, where the environmental problem are due to improper wastewater management and air pollution. And assessment also brought to a disparity in terms of infrastructure and quality of life, in estimation of indicator of carrying capacity for economic activity, resource endowment, environmental quality, amenity, quality of life. So these all are the factors. And this is the one guy you can see that what they are doing. These two friends are from Kochi. They are just running a startup from plastic waste into modular furniture. This is also see. I give you one example, sir. I tell you one thing. There is a one guy from Gujarat. What he is doing that he is manufacturing a solar panel from plastic waste. So this is a good example of environmental design. Solar tiles, solar panel, solar tiles. And I tell you one thing, we are in IISC Bangalore. There is a one professor, his name is Dr. Moni, who is from Center of Sustainability. What he is doing that you can look at Google, you can find one paper of in this institute. What he is doing that like solar panel has a life. After 30 years, it will be disposing landfill. What they are doing is that they are using as a building materials. So that's how we can generate circular economy. Thank you. Tanuja, Samiti.
So what, thank you, Karthik, for your beautiful presentation and examples. So whatever so far we have learned about the environmental design and how we can implement in designing the products which can be sustainable, be it mm, the food products or the buildings or whatever. The main motive of learning from this chapter is that how we can design them in a sustainable way. So Karthik has given different examples like solar powered charger, adapter for EVs, and the recent example of SpaceX, how successfully they have used uh, the returning Starship booster, and how Tesla has been selling the carbon credit to other automakers, those who are unable to meet the emission regulations, and also how the major problem of stubble burning, which currently the Delhi NCR is facing, how they have, how the PUSA has implemented uh, the technology to convert them into the biomass pellet plant, and how it has been used as a raw material for different industry, and how the environmental design is associated with the sustainable development goals, most importantly the SDG 12, and he also helped us to understand the recent parliament building, how energy efficient it has become, how space efficient it is, and different aspects by the implementation of environmental design only. And he also told about True Visa and all, and gave different examples how we can, by implementing the environmental design, can make the products or services more sustainable.
So green building aspiration, is there any organization in India? Yes, Green. Its name is Green. Full form is Green. I don't know exact name. Its name is Green, where you can get the stars like 25 stars, 45 stars, 75 according to your, like if you are utilizing water resources as well as energy, so you can get the stars as well as see if you got the stars, government also provide you awards as well as incentives. So actually, I tell you one thing, I don't know if it's applicable or not. See, if you have a 75 platinum, so you will get 300 unit of solar. It's a free of cost. So that's also that is benefits.
Is there anybody question?
Sir, you discussed that Gujarat is developing, right? Many industries are coming to the Gujarat. So can you elaborate what kind of industries are coming and what is special Gujarat is having other states are lacking?
See, Gujarat, Gujarat is based on textile sector as far as I know. So I only know about this. As well as if you look at in Surat, there is major hub of diamonds. What they are doing is that they are polishing the diamonds. So there are a lot of things which is going on. And if you talk about stock market, there are also going on which is not associated with this course.
These are kind of service-based industries, right? For example, Goa. So it doesn't have any thermal power plant, but they do have pharmaceutical industries there. So you will find a major brand over there, right? So that way, Gujarat is having some kind of industries, like maybe power stations, or in that way they are developing, like which is contributing more to GDP.
See, I
Import export is happening, that is the other way, like diamond and all. But Indian economy, how it will improve with Gujarat GDP? That is what I'm asking.
See, I tell you, I'm sure you have heard a message about Maharashtra elections. So what they are saying is that our lot of infrastructure has been migrated from Maharashtra to Gujarat because of some are claiming about PM, some are claiming
point is the development doesn't happen in a day's time, right? I think they are planning far ahead, like before 10 years, 15 years, that we have to shift industries from here to there. So the planning is there, but we see the result now that this has happened actually. So what is the opinion about this? Can you elaborate like what we should plan for our own state, like how we should address this issue to our government in our own state actually?
Sir, do you answer? I have to.
You are a teacher, okay? You have to answer. Where is your Mail Singh is no, you can take a help. Both of you are.
Sir, this question is not related to our subject. That is why we are not answering this question. So you are the responsible person.
Anupam, your question is like how to develop a state employment. Yeah. Mm. Yeah. Correct. So means we as a citizen can't do except voting mindful people. But after they get vote, what exactly they do is a question I cannot also answer. What we yeah, what we can do is like we should, if you really think about it, somebody at the policy level should do a real good assessment on the skill labor, what exact skill level they have in your state vis-a-vis the resources they have in the state, so that, as sir has also asked, that decentralization of migration, so that if not 100%, it is 30% of the, if for example granite is one area, your Rajasthan is. So what are the allied businesses related to that? Is there any skills? Are we are opening more engineering college in ceramic engineering? We are not. So one no need to go to IIT Delhi only to learn about ceramic engineering. Somebody can open exclusive college in Rajasthan to do more research on that, so that green development. I'm talking about green. So those kind of real issues, if are discussed on GDP, real issues, then only when we can have this thing. Otherwise, when you open the TV, what kind of issues we are enjoying. These are not the issues which we want. People want employment, and this thing, as you're asking the question. So that is the main issue. That will decentralize and lessen the urbanization in major cities. We will have a very happy situation in India. Yeah.
See, I tell you one solution. What I'm thinking about, if you look at Rajasthan, Haryana, unemployment rate is very high. And if you look at all the houses of Haryana and Rajasthan, what the students are migrating from India to abroad because of unemployment. See, I tell you, if you are asking this question, see, PM is also belong to Gujarat. That is why they are gaining profit. I tell you in simple way. No, I tell you in simple way. See, I tell you, one of my, if you look at an example of Haryana, see, one of the CM is belong to one district, and you can see the paradigm shift in that district. So that's how things going on. So if
I think I can relate to this. When Ashok Gehlot was there in Rajasthan, right? So he brought aims to his own, community, like in Jodhpur. So we have IIT Jodhpur, aims Jodhpur. So everything works like that. I think you are trying to say the same thing, right? Okay.
Is the talk clear now? And last final question I would like to ask you.
about any opinion about all this? Like, how can you rectify your prevention? How can you tell about it?
See, ma'am, I tell you, this question is related to illegal activity. See, if someone is doing cheating with you, with changing the rate, how can I give you the solution in your vicinity area? Someone is doing cheating with you, as you said, you are a victim of this kind of thing. So how can I say? How can I give you the solution?
Not about for me. I'm asking because I discovered that because I noticed and I changed, but it is not because of me. It is happening. So happening criteria, how you will tell about that this material not in a it is can't be an exist condition, but it is still existing in some other way. So how can you describe?
Yeah, thank you for question. See, I tell you what I have realized, from chapter 1 to chapter 10 is all, associated. See, if you study very deeply, you can get the all the answer. What I feel that, but I am not very intelligent guy, I cannot answer. But I feel somehow that if you are asking this question, the answer is that environment audit. That is why we have a chapter of environment audit. Like if someone is from, food inspector was going to inspect this thing, they can also tackle these things.
So I'm asking regarding that now this chapter because when you design the material, right, like you are giving a labeling, even though it is expiring after that, we need to you are designing this, you need to know now how pressure is also there. So I'm asking, do you have any reservations like how can you change that content or it can't be happen?
See, now I have a one solution. I don't know whether it is applicable or not. See, I have seen one thing. In dairy products, IIT Madras invented one thing. You can put your light and you can see what is the composition it has. So that's how, I don't know right now we have any equipment where you can just put the light in, you can see it is a expirable product or not. Yeah, that's need to be, but I tell you one thing, there are a lot of projects, just do the search and if you are really interested, you can do your service because you are right now a student of environment, you can make a difference. I tell you one example. See, I have made an assignment on, environment auditing. I've shared with Mirza sir and Macman. So what I have realized that what I found that, in STP there is a water problem. So in Kochi University, what they are doing is that, they are using rose, jasmine to curb the, water problem in sewage treatment. So I have shared with, all the engineers who are, are my friends, who are my colleagues. So that's how we can see. I tell you one thing, yeah. Do not think about grades, it's fine. But if you are sometimes make a difference in society in little ways, that means your job is done. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Mahenji and Karthik for regarding chapter 9 presentation environmental design. And Mahenji explained very well about the interaction and the quality of the content, everything is very fine. And Karthik also done his job well, his presentation with different and very valuable examples are make us to think. So both of you, thank you so much regarding this chapter.
Okay, we'll move to the next chapter. Tanuja is going to chair this session, and along with Tanuja, Paras will also chair the session. So now the presentation is by Aparna. No, do it as per the thing. Let us not change the schedule.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today I'm going to present chapter 8, that is Environmental Management System Techniques. So, So when we look at the environmental studies, so we have to understand several aspects such as the physical, chemical, biological, economical, and social aspects of particular environment. Right? Then only we can understand the environment properly. So this can be obtained by several monitoring practices. So we can attain this physical, chemical, and biological all these components by monitoring practices and monitoring several factors such as air, water, vegetation, soil. So all these give us the idea about the overall environment. So after attaining this data, we'll do the post implementation of monitoring. So that includes the implementation of audit and so here what we do that in the implementation of audit. So here we'll see whether the recommendations or the requirements in an EAS was implemented or not. Okay, so after the monitoring, first thing we'll see whether the implementation audit happened or not. Then comes the project impact of the audits. We'll assess the impact of the project. Okay, then comes the predictive techniques of the audit. So we'll see the what if condition. We'll see whether the methods of prediction used by comparing the actual outcomes with the forecasted ones. Okay, so that's it. So moving to the introduction, that is the environmental management system of an organization mainly is saying to meet some categories. So first one is, so they have to meet the regulatory and legislative system requirements. Then they have to improve the control of the environmental impact. Then they have to boost the confidence of the customers so that the product and the services are manufactured with the aim of reducing the negative impact on the environment. And also they have to suitably accommodate the changing market trends and gain a competitive edge to reduce the costs associated with the environmental liabilities and insurance. Also, by implementing the EMS, the organization will gain public as well as media support. Okay. So EMS is nothing but it is a technique where we will prepare a list of environmental legislation, making a register of all the environmental effect that is associated with the company's activity or any industry's activity, and they set up the target and they will see whether it is meeting the standards or not, and they keep appropriate records, undertaking regular reviews of the system, and the whole system in essence form a basis for the environment performance. And the data collection, I told in the first slide, it can be anything like monitoring, it can be survey sometimes, it can be surveillance also. So monitoring is nothing but, let us take air quality monitoring as an example. So if you take air quality, we have to collect the data for a long time, right? We have to understand the spatial variation happening. Like if you take the CO2, we can't predict the like the monitoring within a short time period. We have to see long term. We need a long term data to understand. So that is basically monitoring. And if we take the biodiversity, where we implement the surveys. So we don't have to do a long term study over there. If we collect data of a particular tree species, we don't need to monitor every time. If we took the survey, we record everything, then that's it. That's a finite duration. So it is called survey. And coming to surveillance, it is a continuous process. Like the wildlife disease surveillance, we have to continuously collect the data to see the change. Okay, so it is a continuous specific measurement program involving observation and reporting for the purpose of environment management and operational activities. Right. So moving to the environmental modeling. So a model is basically nothing but a representation of a real life scenario. Like if we take the globe is the model of the earth, right? So in simple terms. So it's like a representation of real life problems or situation. What they do that they copy significant attributes of a real prototype, like I said now, but it is simpler and easier to build. Okay, and also change or operate. If we say in another way, models are basic tools in science, engineering, business, or various forms of planning, and they can be applied to situations or system which can both existent or non-existent. Okay, so what we do that model take the input what we give, they extrapolate and they give the output. So we can choose the output according to our need. Okay. So they are only useful to extend, they accurately model the real world. So models can be constructed from logic as well as reasoning, scientific theories, and information about similar situations or the operations. Okay. And these model is classified into mainly three types. First one is iconic model. So here the model will be exactly physically similar to the prototype. Okay, like a model racing car. So this will be physically similar to the prototype. So similar attribute to the prototype. Coming to the analog models, here not physically but behaviorally, like other characteristics can be similar. Like if you want to study the groundwater movement, we'll take electricity. By that we'll study the thing. So flow of heat, electricity, and groundwater. So these act similarly, flow of electricity and groundwater. So this way we will understand the flow. So coming to other one, that is the symbolic or mathematical model. So here we take the abstract representation of this diagrams, equations, or the numerics. So we use equations. So we take all this and we predict or we'll run the model. Okay. So like the weather prediction model. So that's the three types. First one is iconic model, then analog model, then the symbolic or the mathematical models. Okay. Iconic, analog, and symbolic. So moving to the mathematical model, so it is nothing but it includes all the logistic relationship, rules, variables, parameters which is constant, then the algorithms. So they describe the various situation that's made up for various parts or connections rather than self-contained. Okay, let's take an example like pollution of an area of a land by the chemicals which is carried by the groundwater with pollutant and water quantities as input. So input is basically the chemicals and the parameter we are taking, constant parameter is the soil properties and the pollutant concentration at various locations can be the output. So we are giving the input, so the soil properties is the parameter and we get the output, the pollutant concentration at the various locations. So yeah, and the accuracy of the model can be dependent upon several factors such as the amount of data used to build and operate the model. So the input that we are giving is really important because the output we are getting based on the input what we give. So the amount of data used to build or operate the model is really important. Then the experience or skill of the analyst who is running the model. That is also an important part. Then the quality of the model. So these are the major three factors that depends on the accuracy of the model. Move to the next model, that is forecasting modeling. So forecasting is nothing but we'll get to know about the future, right? So in forecasting modeling, they're taking the past, like the historical data, and the present data, and they give us the prediction. They give us the future output. Okay, so there are mainly three types of forecast: population forecast, economic forecast, and the long-term forecast. So population forecast, of course, they give us the idea about the like future population. So typically it is effective up to 10 years, right? So then there will be a drastic change in the there will be change in the population. So the time limit should be like approximately 10 years. And coming to the economic forecast, it is reliable to 12 months. Why? Because it will vary, like stock market, everything. This can be vary so fastly. So it is reliable up to 12 months. And coming to the long-term forecast, they are also unreliable sometimes can be disrupted by the drastic events such as like what we face recently like COVID, everything. So this can happen sometimes and it can affect the forecast. So the major factors that need for this forecasting modeling, that is the historical data as well as the system model of the system. So historical data is the data was what I told about, that is the input. Okay, the data we are giving. So that is important. Like the output will be depending on our input. So it should be accurate. Then only our output will be accurate. Okay. So the past records of the main variable related to the factors are the historical data and the system model. So the model sometimes it can be simple as well as complex. So simple basically the input output systems, and the complex model mainly includes the climatic and the weather prediction models. Okay. And the approaches to the forecasting also varies. So it is two types: judgment based as well as model based. So judgment based means when there is lack of input, like lack of the data. Sometimes we take the experience based predictions, like the experts will meet up and we take the judgment based approaches, and that we take that as an input. Okay. And the model based means sometimes we take the there are two types of models, such as causal models and non-causal models. So in the causal model, what we do that, we get that there will be an explaining process. They get to know why it is like this, and there will be an explanation for the process. Whereas in case of non-causal models, that will be like more like a graphical, statistical output we are getting. So here we can see the how like from using the previous recorded values as well as present, how the system like give the output. So there are several forecasting outputs, so we can choose according to the according to the our needs. So we can take which is more accurate. Okay. So moving to the systematic forecasting techniques. So first one is the mathematical models. So here we mainly use the regression analysis. So regression analysis may include the linear regression, multiple regression, and non-linear regression to relate the future values to the historical. Okay. And the smoothing techniques. So smoothing techniques is basically to improve the accuracy of the output. So we have simple and double moving averages. So simple and double moving averages basically, so if we have too much input basically the data we are giving, if it is too much, we'll take the average. So a simple moving average means we'll take a one-time average, whereas in case of double moving average, we'll take again that average. So thereby we get a more accurate value, and the exponential smoothing and the box Jenkins for reducing the data variability. So those are some like complex type of models. And basically the main requirement is that the reliable database. We need reliable database of past record, the historical data, for effective modeling and extrapolation. That's the main thing. And coming to the person models, so it is suitable when there is a data limitation, such as the factors like price, cost, environmental condition that influence the main variable that are integrated. And the other one is Delphi technique, that is expert opinion-based forecasting. So here, what we do that the structured experts meeting for consensus on the forecasting is suitable for the complex predictions of when data is unavailable. Like I said previously, so here also we'll take the expert meeting. We'll take up when the data is not there, not limited. We'll do this expert meeting, and then we'll take it as an input for the study. So here we can see when to use the several techniques like regression analysis, smoothing techniques, causal models, and Delphi techniques. So I mentioned here already. And coming to the growth modeling, so growth modeling is of two types. One is exponential modeling, and the other one is logistics modeling. So exponential modeling is when there is not a lack of resource. Like we have when we have unlimited resource, that will do this in exponential growth modeling. So where we get a J-shaped graph, which means there is no reduction. It is exponential. Okay. But in case of logistics modeling, there is a point which will reduce the population of whatever we are studying. There is a maximum carrying capacity, and then gradually it will reduce. That is the logistic growth curve. So there is a limitation in the resource. Okay, understood the basic difference. So then coming to the MSY, that is maximum sustainable yield in population biology. So that catch the fish. If they exceed this maximum sustainable yield, then there will be drastic change in the population. Even the adding of the next recruits. Recruits is what means the juveniles or the young one. They can't even add in the system. Okay, so that is the MSY or maximum sustainable yield. And this, as I told earlier, the logistics growth curve. So there is a carrying capacity. So once it reaches the carrying capacity, even we are again overexploiting the population, it will there will be a reduction happening in the population. For example, I already explained. Moving to the sensitivity analysis. So sensitivity analysis basically to understand the evaluate how the changes in input factors affect the output. So let's say we have ABC. Before that, anyone summarize?
Start about environmental management system initially, and then move on to environmental management, which involved the multiple aspects of managing the environment. And then we spoke about how monitoring has a role to play in the environmental studies. And then we spoke about monitoring, surveying, and surveillance. For monitoring, we gave an example of air pollution monitoring using carbon dioxide, which does require a lot of time and attention. And then you spoke about environmental modeling. So you told that a model is a representation of realization that we are using globe as a model of Earth. And then three types of models: iconic model, analog model, and then symbolic model. And then we move on to mathematical model, so which is the mathematical representation of any scenario. Um, and then we saw about forecast modeling, which is the predictive analysis of anything. You mentioned that forecast modeling depends upon the data we give, so that the data should be accurate to get the desired results. And then we saw about growth modeling. So in growth modeling, we initially we saw about regression analysis, smoothing techniques, and requirements. You mentioned that the J curve means there is no reduction in the curve.
So moving to the next topic, that is sensitivity analysis. So here we'll actually evaluate how the input affect the output. Okay. So if I take several inputs such as A, B, C, D, several factors, and I'm giving each values like A 10, B 20, and C 30, and when I run the model, I get to know which input affected more to the output, and I get the so by that I can identify which is more significant or insignificant. You understood? I'll explain with examples so it will be much easier. And so this sensitivity analysis, which is useful in environment models as well as cost benefit studies and other various analysis. And major key concept is that to understand the sensitivity means to measure how an output respond to the percentage change in the input. Okay, and the basic test to check if the change in the produce proportionally or amplified the output changes. Like if I reduce the input, I'll see whether it is reducing or increasing. The output is reducing or increasing. So from that I can understand how much input, how much it is significant, how much the input is significant to the output. So I can sometimes I can discard some input if there is no significancy, or if there is significancy, I can understand. Okay, this is the important factor, important input for the study. Okay, like that. And coming to the application, yeah, like I said, it determines the significancy, whether it's significant or insignificant, and it's also useful to exploring what is get the prediction condition. And also the practical sensitivity analysis mainly have several approaches. First one is the single factor variation. So adjust one factor at a time to observe output changes with other factors constant. I explain in examples so it will be much easier. And you also understand the extreme condition that testing. So by running this, we get to know which is the extreme, maximum condition and minimum condition. Okay. Also the threshold analysis, at which point there is change happening. That also we get to know from the sensitivity analysis. So here the benefit is basically to prioritize the data collection approach. So if there are many input in our study, we can actually eliminate, if by running this model we get to know some are insignificant and some are significant. So we can actually eliminate many insignificant factors. So it will be much more like we can prioritize our study. Okay, and it will also greatly facilitate by spreadsheet tools for interactive and dynamic calculation. So this is the example I was talking about. So let's take a scenario. So the air quality model predicts the CO2 emission. So CO2 emission is the output I should get, and I'm giving the inputs such as the traffic density, emission factors, temperature. So these are the three input I'm giving. And when I run this sensitivity analysis, so I increase the plus or minus, I change the traffic density to see the CO2 emission, and I got that the identifies the emission are highly sensitive to the traffic density. So when I did the change in the traffic density, the CO2 emission drastically vary. So I understood. So I have to further move with this the traffic density. I have to take this as a significant factor. So leading to the target policy on traffic management for improved air quality. Understood. So moving to the next topic, that is remote sensing and GIS. So remote sensing, so we are remotely sensing. So here it is a computer-based decision making tool. It integrates mainly the map-based, that is spatial as well as non-spatial data to support the geographic analysis for informed planning. So there is no physical contact. So we are remotely sensing computer-based decision making, and we are taking the map-based as well as attribute data to study this. So major uses are to create and maintain the geographic databases, also support the what-if condition, like the prediction and the scenario planning, also provide the simulation output to guide decisions such as pollution tracking, help us to pollution tracking, environmental impact assessment, and land use planning. Okay, so coming to the GIS application, so the GIS identifying pollution hotspots, they identify the pollution, where are the pollution hotspots, and monitor and compliance with the environmental norms, and also locating the project for various impact assessments, and also displaying information in various formats, including maps, overlays, as well as tabular reports and printed output. So coming to the remote sensing, so it's basically capturing the data from a distance without the physical contact, and to monitor and analyze the surface features like vegetation cover, like land cover, the water bodies, the urban areas, everything. So the application mainly, as I told earlier, it gives the data regarding the land changes, agriculture, the urban growth, and the natural resources, and it supports the GIS by supplying the up-to-date spatial data, and it is very important to analysis and resource management. Okay, so major advantages and implementation is that mainly we need the data integration. So that GIS which combines with the spatial data, like the maps and the attribute data, and it allows the real-time analysis. Okay, and major stages of the GIS setup, which includes the data gathering, the GIS database creation, interface development, as well as the application for planning. And in Indian scenario, so India has advanced remote sensing with satellite system and supporting resource planning and environment management projects across the country. So here we have two examples of Bangalore Lake Information System and Bangalore Urban Information System. Then we have environmental profile.
Any doubts till now?
Can you go to the mathematical model slide? Yeah, so in this, I can understand A, B, D, and E. What about X and Y? Can you explain them? No, this A equal x into c to the power something, right? So what is x doing there? X and y, what is that?
Like they are the parameters like I told no, so in properties will be constant.
The constant, if you have something constant, you will mention that, right? The way you have mentioned A. So A is less than equal to 100, right? So A is a constant less than 100 or equal to 100. So what about x and y?
A and B are the input, no?
Yeah, that I can understand. X and y is only problem.
B and A is the output. And
Yeah.
other one we keep as a parameter or a constant values. Parameters is constant values.
Of what? Like of input or some other atmospheric conditions?
That we can change according, like I said, no? In this study I give example of this. So here the soil properties are the parameters. So it can be that values that you are seeing. You can change according to
I cannot see x and y actually, so
okay,
I
okay, that's I forgot to put that is basically the parameter that we can put in parameters like that.
But can you go back also? One step, monitoring survey and surveillance. Yeah, so when we are doing a research, right? So how do we know that I need to use monitoring or survey?
Depend upon your research.
So this kind of problem.
I don't know, like that depends on you want to research on like if you want to know about air quality, then you have to do monitoring. That don't depend on me, depend on the research you take.
So can you give an example and tell us?
We give an example.
Yeah, like biodiversity surveys, right?
Like if they do surveys, like if you want to know like trees, like what all trees in a one place. For remote sensing, they are doing survey. Right, like they will take up the like what was the tree cover over an area. So they don't do monitoring. Continuous monitoring is not there. Like once in a while they go, they do the survey, they come back. But like that for water quality and air quality, we have to do monitoring. We have to do continuous. Like a long term, we have to do the continuous thing. It will vary according to the parameters. So that is
you mean to say monitoring and survey are independent of each other?
no.
So if you are doing survey, that is enough, right? Monitoring is not
Depends on
required.
the research what you have to. So I'll give you one example based on a remote sensing perspective itself. So suppose we are doing a research on a particular area. Okay. So monitoring week within with some intervals we are checking on the region. What changes are there? That will be monitoring. Survey will be what are the things are there. We have checked these things. Okay, this many trees are there, this many birds are there, this many amphibians are there, like that. Then surveillance will be continuous monitoring. That will be regular. There won't be any interval on that. I think I have. So based on your output of the result and based on your objective, you have to select if you have to monitor survey or surveillance. Okay, Aparna?
You can also ask questions.
So moving to the environmental profile, so it conveys the key information on a city developmental activities, the environmental resource, the hazards, and the management structure to analyze the relationship between the development and the environment. So here in this profiling, we'll get to know all this. What are the like if there is a development in the city, what will happen to the environmental resources, the hazard, and all the management structures, as well as the develop all these factors, how it is affecting the environment. Okay. So major objective is to understand the systematic overview, which examines the interactions between the urban development activities and the environmental resources, as well as the stakeholder mobilization. Stakeholder mobilization, like all these stakeholders, how they are engaging, engages the identifies and engages the key stakeholders for planning and decision making. And the major core section for the environment profiling is city introduction. So we have to the basic city information we need and the development setting. So it evaluates the sectoral use of the resource and their environmental impact and the environment setting. So here it assess the city resources like air, water, land, and examine their use, impact, and competition and the management. That's regarding the environment
environmental profile, and there are characteristics of the resource. So in this subdivision, we get to know how the resource in terms of quality, quantity, and different ways in which it is used for this, and the use of resource by activity sectors, like how these resources are using by all the activity sectors together with respect to the level of extraction, consumption, and the depletion, and the impact of the resource from the activity sectors. Here we'll see the activity sectors on the resources, including the impact of pollution and damage, and the competition of use of the resource. Here we'll see the conflict among the activity sectors in the use of the resource, like the competition for the different sectors, and the management arrangement. So here the institution arrangement or initiatives, including the organization responsible and the special arrangements such as commissions, project to help and management of resources. And the environment management setting, which includes first the key stakeholders, so which includes the government, the NGO, the local community, who all are involved in the environment, as well as the urban planning, urban management, and the urban management structure, which include a detailed cities governance in resource use, policy implementation, and decision making, and the strengthening urban and environment management. So here the review initiates to strengthen the sustainable urban and environmental management. So moving to the another important topic, that is environmental technology assessment. So environmental technology assessment is an analytic tool which used to study the impact of a new technology. Okay, impact of a new technology on environment or the human health or the ecology or any resources. Okay, so it explores the analytic tool to design to ensure the decision making processes related to technology adoption, implementation, and use are sustainably. So it is nothing but it is a tool to understand the impact of a new technology on the human health or resource or the ecology. Okay, so this comes in three levels. First one is the strategic or policy decision. That's the top level. So here the municipality or corporation, they come up with the example I've given. So the city council, they come up with a policy to prioritize the eco-friendly technologies in all the future urban projects. So they will try to implement the policy. Then the next level, which is the plans and program. Okay, so here we will do the planning as well as do the programming to implement these policies. Okay, so based on the eco-friendly policy which made in the strategic top level, they try to plan and develop a program for renewable energy. And finally, in the project level, the bottom level, they are trying to actually install the project. Okay, first the policy came, then the plan, then the project. So here finally the installing of the solar panels on the city hall and other municipal buildings as part of the renewable energy program. So hope you guys understood. I explained this example. So first is the policy making, then the plan, then will come the project installation and project level decision. And so major we have EAA and ENTA. It is the environmental assessment, impact assessment. So there is a like in some case they are both similar, in some they are different. So in ENTA and EAA, so they both are impact identification and assessment. They both identify the impact and they assess, and they both are future oriented, and the technological focus, and they are comprehensive and they are scale. But there are many other differences also. They both have many differences also. Like ENT is more like a strategic in nature, but EAA is project specific. It is different project, like which project we are taking. The EAA is only specific to that project, right? And ET is more like conceptual, but EAA will give a detailed idea. Okay, and ET is not legislated, while EAA is legislated. And there are many other differences also. We can see like based on the estimates, based on the science. So increase the uncertainty in the ENTA, but the EAA which is increase the certainty, like that. So the several differences are also there. And can you in summaries.
So she talked about environmental profile where we talked on it uses the information on cities development activities, environmental resources, the projects or other activities taken up by industries that are there, and also the when it talks about cities resources, it gives us the what are the natural resources city has and its carrying capacity and all those information like regarding population and other developmental activities and she talked about characteristics of the resource and use of the resource by activity sectors. Like there might be different, industries or transportation and different sectors that are there. And how are these sectors using the resource of that city? It gives environmental profile gives us the information on that, and also it gives us the information on the impacts of this resource from the activity sector. Like how are these activity sectors are causing an impact, whether it can be a positive or a negative impact on the environment of the city, and also the competition for the use of resource, where the competition between the activity sectors for the resource that is there, and also the management arrangements that are taken up by the cities, municipalities or the government system that is there. And she next talked about environmental management settings, and then she talked about environmental technology assessment, where it is similar to EIA, but in this we do the like the assessment of the technology that is being used for a project, and she gave us a comparison between ENTA and EIA and also the differences that are there, where EIA is mainly focus on the environmental impact of by a project that is being implemented, but ENTA focus mainly on the technology that is being used. So, and she gave us different.
Can you explain the implementation of GIS? Suppose we are designing a green building in a very congested area, like it is surrounded by only concrete buildings, and then there is a space. So we have decided to put a green building there. So how GIS will be implemented? How we can take the help of GIS?
We can map the map the area, and we can get to know what exactly you want to know.
Like how we can take the help of GIS while designing a building in that congested area. Suppose there are only concrete structures, only there is a barren land. There is a barren land, suppose, and it is surrounded by a lot of concrete buildings. So we have decided to bring up some green buildings for maybe park or recreational purpose. So how we can take the help of GIS, specifically GIS, I mean the basics of GIS and how we can take the help of that. It is in the planning phase.
Okay, so you can map the area like that. Okay, so like that. Okay. You can map the area, like how much area your place is, and you can also measure the distance from the place you want to know, like your office to the place, and also if like you want to know whether any park or any other places are near for your kids, and also you can with the help of GIS you can identify those aspects.
I have a question on ENTA. I want to understand who is it for? For example, who are the users of this, and what is the scope? Where do you use it? So I mean, if you can also explain this, that what is like the way you explain the differences. If you can just give me a little bit more detail, that how is it different? They both are different.
Okay, so ENT is more strategic, like can say like renewable energy. So this is not depending on a project basically, but EA is based on a project. We'll analyze the project, we'll study the impact, all these aspects. But this is more generic thing, like compared to EA, here like air quality monitoring, like we are using any tools to understand the air quality and all. So we'll analyze how this tool is affecting, how it is. I think I'm giving think I can say this. Anyone? Is so like how this technology affecting the environment as well as the other factors like human health and all that comes in the EAA. But the EAA is basically a similar. It is also identifying the impact, but not like this. They are more generic to more specific to a project that we study. Like any like quarry, mining project or like this. But here it is more generic. Uh, new technologies. These are based on new technologies, no? EAA. Okay, so EAA, if I want to start a mining project, so that's basically a project. I want to start a mining project. So I have to do EAA. I have to prove that, okay, this is not causing any environmental impact. So that I have to go through this. But here it is depending upon a new technology. That's not, it is not a project. It's like it can be technology. How this technology affecting. And like it is more generic, it's not consistent to one single project. Can anyone give
Technology. That means technology that we are
like
using the GIS technology
anything but a phone now?
for helping how that particular subs talk it is explained or that how that in Bangalore is changing year to year like that. So you will do any project or anything with this technology, you can understand the earlier status and the present status and future status. That is the model we are using. That Tulivia is explained that part. Huh? That's that. Okay, that's why the environmental management technology is helping. That you can understand that technology part. We are using the GIS technology or any other. Then another thing that the machinery also, different type of machines. Like that. Here mainly we are using the GIS technology. We can present future and current scenario. We can understand.
Actually, Manager asked a question regarding GIS, the use of GIS for constructing a green building in a barren land where we couldn't find anything in our construction. Actually, I didn't get the answer of yours. Like, what all data can we extrapolate from GIS to build a green building as Ram asked?
Technical points we can highlight. How we use GIS is
Okay, so you get the map. You will get the map of the area. Okay, so she'll get the map by using GIS and
Particularly related to construct a green building or something like
like
that.
key timing.
simple building for recreational. How GIS technology can be
Okay, thank you. Any building.
simplify. Let's simplify it. Suppose we are constructing a college, okay, or our office. We are opening our own environment consultancy. Okay, so how that is just in the beginning phase, planning phase. So how we can use the GIS technology
Okay, so
to start the project.
like okay,
Very basic.
like you get the idea like variation in the like I don't know, I'm thinking it may be complex, but like I said, what if scenario, like you can also predict the what will happen in the future in that place, and also as I told you, we get to know the total area by the GIS tool itself. We can measure the area, all these things. Then
Can I add to this? Yeah, GS can be actually it is used from scratch to completion. See, even if the GS can be used to identify the source of material and the distance that availability of material from your project site. See what is the distance from there. You can calculate the pollution, transportation of material, and GS can also be it is given a glimpse of what type of material is available. So what is the distance, and even from GIS you can find out there is a nearest water bodies, how you can utilize it, and to
same thing as like car can roll. In pollution also, if you want to know the
Basically, we have gone through the AI sector. What is that? The baseline data, basically baseline data. So GIS is the perfect example or a technology. You can say this ETA, ETA. So from there, in that, if you want to set up a project, means a industry, or you want to start a project, so from the beginning, from the base, what all that from the site suitability to the impact of that project, that all can be mapped and that can be estimated using GIS. Basically, first will be the estimating or understanding the climatic regime of that particular area. Is it beneficial to set up a particular project, or what your project or what your building or such thing? So then you will understand that what is actually the watershed level means the basic ability like water, what is the property of soil, will it withhold the weight of means the project will be viable or not. That all based on the soil quality, water availability, and and one more factor, connectivity of that particular specific site. So that all comes under site suitability. So that all can be mapped based on the that data can be precipitation data, soil data for the analysis. All means this will be temporal. Means from the past we will be analyzing. We will have a lot of data. We will analyze. Based on that only we can go for the particular building or particular project. And for the green building also, so what for that that wind data, solar elevation, solar radiation data, all is available. So based on that, you can design your building means based on the wind speed, wind direction, and the exposure for the entire day. Where should be the maximum, and where should be a wind for the green building, and where the angle where you should put the solar panels which can capture the that solar radiation and most of the time of the sunlight duration, and it can't be in the shadow. Otherwise, there are cases of means catching fire in that solar panel also. If it is in the it is in shadow for a long time. So that all the data is available, and using GIS remote sensing, we can utilize that data and we can use for all this. That's it.
Okay, we'll take a break and come back as early as possible. That's okay. It's early.
Question of environmental modeling has been pursued ever since environmental issues became very important. So the basic model that most of the time people use is known as empirical model. So you have some certain data that really not supported by basic scientific knowledge, but simply knowledge, as you've seen, empirical model. Then, of course, when we moved on to develop these somewhat deterministic models, often with only very elementary data based on pure experience, you may call them, some of them is to call them box models, for example, in a deterministic way. But as the knowledge started, more and more application of mathematical and scientific processes, knowledge is put into the modeling scheme, they develop what is known as deterministic models, in which you have an equation from which you can determine the
as the problems become more and more complicated in terms of the environmental issues, when you have to deal with space and time scales, much larger space and time scales. Say, for example, we want to predict the air quality around Bangalore urban area. So the concept of this computer models, where you go to the system of equations, you try to analyze them, and for which there is no analytical solution, therefore you use the computers as an aid with the predict the concentration, pollution levels, and things like that. You mentioned about air quality model. Is one of those things which has been the earlier ones which has been developed for almost 50 years. So it is an evolution. Models is an evolution as the knowledge becomes more and more available, more and more data becomes and this environmental quality modeling is developed, whether it is air quality or water quality, in any system, whether it is open water or groundwater. There are models to predict these type of things as long as you can parameterize the processes into this model structure. These are all one set of models that deals with what we call deterministic models. Then you have a whole set of statistical models where, based on particularly in predicting weather, there is a lot of statistical input into it. So those statistical models are also important. But by and large, the large-scale models in environmental systems like the urban air quality modeling and even to some extent water quality in a closed bay or a lake or those type of things have been very well established, supported both by mathematical knowledge as well as the monitoring data available to verify these models, and that they have become very complicated. There is no ambiguity in those things. For example, weather models is like that. Weather models, 99% of the time, the prediction is accurate or a close one, not completely accurate. So that's the system of models that is developed. In fact, I think weather prediction has been a stepping stone in that to develop environmental modeling in terms of water quality, air quality. And then there are a set of critical models linking this air quality, water quality to health concerns. For example, say you bunch of particulate matter, PM 2.5, for example, you get a series of medical outcomes, particularly for children, elderly, should not go. And you see those type of warning systems that are there. So that's where the models are very useful and applicable.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Okay, we'll take a break and
One more. Okay. Someone else is there? Two more people to come.
If it comes after 5 minutes, no? From morning, whatever we discussed. Whether to Bangalore.
Yes, sir. Today is also raining.
There also. I was not coming to Bangalore, you know.
Today I came, it is raining.
Why your classmates were not allowing you to come to Bangalore?
No, sir.
Something is there.
No, I was in the parents, sir.
Parents didn't allow.
No, not like that.
Aparna, if you have any questions to the audience, you can ask. So, what are the two types of growth models? Can you just define both of them? No problem, no problem. So, uh, get it? Two types of growth models.
Logistic and exponential.
Just define them.
Exponential is when there is continuous growth or something like that. Logistic is when it reaches the carrying capacity or the graph declines. Am I correct?
No. What is forecasting modeling?
Forecasting modeling is the prediction modeling that is based on the data we provide as an input.
What kind of data we are taking?
Population data. We have three data: population data,
Past and present.
past and present, and then marriage.
Okay, one more question. So, can anyone explain the sensitivity analysis, like with the example? You can sir?
The input that is affect the output. An example. So we take this what if this criteria to analyze. So example, I'm not able to. This air quality.
Air quality, but you know, just give me example, like what input, output, how the input affecting the output.
So input will be like traffic density, emission factor, temperature. These are the input when we are taking the air quality and all that. And, that's the thing is the output. output will be like analyzing the particular pollution of particular city or say zoning zone and all that by taking a different say two temperature of the two zone and then we are analyzing it. Maybe that.
I think Savni wants to add something to that. Thank you, sir.
To give an example of sensitivity analysis, maybe similarly that Vivian was giving similar example, same example, to test the air quality, maybe we can check on one input or the parameter would be vehicular emissions, carbon dioxide, carbon monoxide emissions, and if by increasing or decreasing 20% of vehicular emissions, we can see if the output being the carbon itself. If I'm not wrong, please correct me if any part of this is I'm mixing it up or something.
Like the emission will be the output. We want to find the rate of emission. So we'll take the traffic and the other factors that can affect the emission. So this all will be the input, and we'll see how the input affecting the output.
So if traffic is increased, then automatically emissions are increased to a very great extent. So that itself shows the sensitivity that traffic holds. So it will be considered extremely significant for the study.
Moving on to the environmental risk assessment. So risk is nothing but a combination of the probability, occurrence of an event or a possible extent of its adverse effect or the consequence in terms of economic as well as human injury. It can be economic or the health related, so risk can be anything. And the type of risk, first one is health risk. So here the diseases as well as any hazards. Then coming to the next one, that is economic and the ecological risk. So these are the several risks associated. And moving to the risk, environmental risk management in an industry. So there are many kind of risks. So first one is the individual or societal risk. So individual risk obviously, so it is the risk that is affect a single person. But the societal risk which considers a broader population, a group of workers. So that is the societal risk. And the risk categorization also, there are two types, static risk as well as dynamic risk. Static is like the constant. So dynamic risk is like it will vary, like the stock market thing. It is like economic risk, so it will vary. It is not constant. Okay. So moving to the environmental risk, so the emissions that what the industry releasing, the non-compliance, the reputation loss, and the industrial spill accidents. So all this considered as the environmental risk. And the risk management consists of three, which is the risk analysis. First, we have to analyze the risk to identify what is the hazard, and we have to estimate the probability. And then the risk assessment. This assessment will set the risk acceptable limit. So here we will say which is the desirable and desirable limit for each parameters, the risk parameters. And then comes the risk control. Okay, so here we will implement if something happens, if it is crosses the desired limit, how to control. So what are the implementing measures to mitigate this risk? Okay, so these are the three management phases. First one is the risk analysis. So we have to analyze the risk. Then risk assessment, we have to assess the risk. Then finally risk control. Okay, and there are ecosystem approach to risk assessment. So first one is the ecological assessment. So here in ecology we know there are population, then community, then the total ecosystem. So here we in the ecological assessment we evaluate each aspect like the population, then how it is affecting the community, then the entire ecology. So that is the ecological assessment. Then comes the functional assessment. So there are several functions such as the biological productivity, biogeochemical cycling. So it is a function providing. So these function assessment includes the this ecosystem also such as the biological productivity and this biogeochemical cycling. Those aspects will be examining in this section. And the risk estimation, so here we'll estimate the assess the potential outcome of the exposure. So it can be acute as well as chronic. Okay, so here it focus on the chronic health effect and the dose response. Like we give little like each dose how it is affecting. Like we'll understand like little by little how much the system is affecting. That is made by the dose response relationship. And examples of industry-related risk are the extractive industries such as the mines and the waste management, transportation, manufacturing. So these are the examples for industry-related risk. Risk can be occur in these aspects. Okay. So moving to the rapid urban environmental assessment. So in this session, it provides the quick and structured method for assessing environmental issues in the urban area, especially in a developing area. So what all are the like environmental issues that are happening in a developing or urbanizing area? So the rapid urban environmental assessment gives an idea of idea of I'm asking, Okay, so they give the structured method for assessing environmental issues in urban areas, especially in developing areas. Okay, and the major challenges here is that we have the loss of data, like the comprehensive data on like lack of data. We have the data on urban ecosystem and environmental condition, and also previous studies often focused on only a narrow part of the place, not in an entire way, not an extensive thing. And also the methodology mainly includes the measurement. First we have to measure, then we observe, then we validate the action. And the measurement mainly includes first the data collection, like depending on things like monitoring. So first we have to collect the data of this city or the urban developing place, and then we observe the creation of an environment profile with local research support. We observe what was the variation, then we come to the validation stage, and the validation and action. Here will the community consultants and prioritize the workshops. Okay, and the application what we are doing. So it can be used by the local governments and planners for diagnosing the assessment. The planners means the one who's doing all this construction of this thing, and also the forms the foundation of urban environment management strategies to address the urban issues efficiently. That's the important part. So here we can address the urban issues efficiently by doing this assessment. And the outcome is the support sustainable urban policies by integrating the health, environment, and economical consideration. By doing the rapid urban environmental assessment, so we can actually support the sustainable urban policies by integrating on the health as well as environment and economic consideration. Okay. So anyone can summarize the risk assessment and
Coming to risk assessment, we went through details of the risk assessment regarding and the types of risk assessment, which included health risk and economical and ecological risk. And coming to risk, environmental risk management in industry, we went through the types of individual and the societal risk and the types of risk categorizations, which involve static and dynamic. And coming to environmental risk, there were ecological emissions and others. Coming to risk management, we had types of risk management, which were risk analysis, risk assessment, and hello, risk control. And coming to ecological approaches to risk assessment, we went through ecological assessment, functional assessment, and risk estimation in detail. And then we had an example of industry-related risk, which includes the extractive industries such as mining, petrochemical industries, etc. And then we went to review, and we went into the challenges and the detailed methodology of review, which involves measurement, observation, validation, and action, and also the application and outcomes of it. And then we went into
so, eco mapping is another tool that we are using to visualize the environmental practices and issues within a workspace. Okay, so this tool helps us to assess the environmental practices and issues within a workspace, and it functions as a low-cost alternative to a detailed scientific assessment or review. So instead of that, we can save the cost So it helps employees to identify and understand the environmental impact. Okay. So in the workspace, and also encourage the participation. So involves the staff in environmental management and also supports the complaints. It also aligns with the ISO series and EMS standards, and also adaptable for SMEs. SMEs to minimal tools required to, and it is also easy to implement. SMEs is small medium enterprises. So it helps to minimize the tools required and also easy to implement. And major key components includes the mapping. So for this we have to map, depict the site layout and identify the environmental risk. Okay. And comes the simple. So here we use the circles and the lines to represent the severity of the environmental issues and also usage. So updated annually or when significant changes occurs in the site operation. So it's basically kind of mapping the entire workspace. We can map and we can like visualize what all the things are affecting. So how the impact to the it is how like it's in a good way or bad way, it is affecting the environment. So it's all we can do by using this tool. And okay, the application may include the water and energy consumption, the pollutant. So we can actually get to know about the water and energy consumption of the workspace as well as the pollutant emissions and the storage of the hazardous materials and the noise and dust levels by like assessing this tool. And finally, that's the environmental education. That's the final part of this chapter. So, environmental education, it is a learning process that increases the people knowledge, the environment, and associated challenges. So, it develops the necessary skills and expertise to address the challenges and fosters attitudes, motivation, and commitment to make informed decision and take responsible action. So, when we educate the employees regarding the environment impact and also they will get to know like more awareness and knowledge about this aspect, and they will do better, like they try to conserve our ecosystem. So it's important to aware the employees regarding the environmental impact that can be caused from the industries or the workspace. So major key components include the awareness part, then the knowledge, the information about the ecosystem and sustainability, and also the concern, which is the developing a sense of responsibility. Then skills, the problem solving skills and the critical thinking abilities, and the participation, which engage the environment protection activities. And the environment, like I said, the environment education is essential for protecting human health and advancing the quality education and creating jobs in the environmental field. Also promoting environmental protection along with economic development. Also, it will encourage the stewardship of natural resources. Okay, so moving to the case study. So I've taken Western Spatial Distance Support System. So it's a case study that is work based on the remote sensing data. So it has been designated as a part of ongoing ecological research in the Western Ghats, which taking advantage of recent advances in information and open source web technologies through the integration of the spatial with attribute information. Like Sir told about the bio, geoclimatic, ecological, economic, environmental, and social variables that can be used by taking advantage of GIS. And so these all are taken for developing the WGS and so here in this thing, we have studied the ecologically sensitive region of the Western Ghats. So ecologically sensitive or basically refers to the permanent and irreversible loss of extinct life forms or significant damage to the natural processes of evolution and speciation with alternation in the ecological integrity of a region. And the analysis of ecologically sensitive region in the Western Ghats are one among the 36 global biodiversity hotspots using temporal remote sensing data and highlight serious concern on the status of forest and conservation options. So by using the WGS we can identify which are the most sensitive region in the Western Ghats. And so ESR1 is basically, it's in the red color we can see. So here
ESR1, which denoting highly ecologically fragile region. So it's around 32 percentage, and 16 percentage is ESR2 that that has the potential to be a ESR1. Okay, and also ESR3 and ESR4 are like moderate and least ecological fragility. And if we like recently in Wayanad we faced the landslide, no? So if we go to the website, we can see that that place actually comes under ESR1. So it is already there. Every data is already there. It's some happened. So this is really a helpful tool to understand our environment. And coming to the other case study, that is modeling fish stock dynamics in the Chilka Lake of India. So Chilka Lake is the Ramsar site, and the model approach they use is the stock assessment model to understand the fish population and everything. So the key steps they involved in the modeling is the data collection. So they taken the data collection and they also selected the model, and the model they selected based on the age structure. Like for juveniles and for adult fishes, it is different. So they make sure that the age structured models they are taken as well as size structured models. Size also vary. And the spawning stock per biomass. Spawning stock biomass per recruit means spawning is basically the what I can say the young ones. Spawning is the development of young ones, like egg hatching. That is the spawning. So stock biomass per recruit. Those kind of models they incorporated. So by this they assess the impact of overfishing in the lake and also evaluate the effectiveness of the marine protected areas MPAs, and also predict the effect of the climate change as well as the sustainable fishing strategies. So these are the case studies that I've taken.
So, thank you, ma'am, for the presentation. Ma'am explained about the environmental monitoring techniques, survey, surveillance, and also mathematical models, how to model input-output relationships, forecasting model, logarithmic curve model, growth modeling, and later on sensitivity analysis we have seen how the input-output relation can affect the system, application of remote sensing in the areas, and we have seen the development settings, EM plan, EM settings, the TDP approach, plan, program, and prepare, right? Then we have the risk assessment. Later on, we have seen how education can be incorporated in this EM system technique. The last part.
Yeah, can you explain about eco mapping?
Yeah, eco mapping, like we require an eco sheet, and we can have a map of the site. We can develop the symbol. It's like a pie chart. When you have community development program, right? You can engage different people. You can take their ideas and map accordingly in an eco map. So everyone will have different kind of data. You can map them by using some specific symbols in the eco map.
How it is actually helpful for environment management?
So these are all techniques, right? If you want to gather data from the people, you should have some techniques to note down the data, right? So that is one of the techniques we have for getting the data.
Okay, thanks, Aparna.
This growth modeling under that, you are talking about maximum sustainability yield. So, and in my chapter, that fisheries is there. So, is that the same logic?
Yes, it is same. Maximum sustainability is same.
So, that mathematics on that mathematical model, means the equation, you will do this growth modeling.
You get to AC. Same thing, both the same.
For us, you introduce Vasura.
So, good evening. My session is almost the same, same chapter, same repetitive. Please, intervene, you see. So, this chapter is environmental monitoring. So, why environmental? What is environmental modeling? It's monitoring.
Ravi Shankar is saying first slide, explain.
Okay, this you get what you work for, not what you wish. See, if your example, if you take me, if I'm not well prepared, then I cannot expect good marks out of this, session. So that's what I mean to say. Same way, so if you get into environment, see if you are really not protect environment, so that you cannot expect, good quality of air or a good quality of water. That's why specifically I selected this.
Everybody still not interested.
If he has any specific trick, I can to say this what I meant. Correct. So environment studies often require information on physical, chemical, biological, economic or social aspects of particular environment. If you take about like Bangalore, so we should know that information of what's the physical characteristics, geological, and what's the air parameters, all such things. So these can be obtained from monitoring program, environment surveys, measurements, data collection activities, monitoring program that helps establish baseline information and data describing the present situation in India is likely impacted by their proposal. Like if you, for example, if you are building, constructing a building in IISc campus, actually they know now already see what is the present, environment in IISc, that if you are supposed to building, how it affects the, future. If you are like, if you are particularly there in different patterns, see how it reflects the like sunlight, and we can assess that, how it is affects on surrounding environment. Like, it's now very,
Mobile phone is there.
of course, now say we have, many baseline data. So we have already, established baseline data, and with reference to that, so we can further, monitor. So now to monitor, yes, we have, there is a question how to monitor. We see what is the tools available to monitor. So this chapter says, what's the environmental management technique. So actually, it comes at a post implementation of anything. See, generally, before establishing, we will make an environment impact assessment, and we will make an environment like, how to manage it. We will obtain a system to monitor
monitor the environment. That means, see, after establishing the project, that means always this management technique comes after implementation. Then see, after information, first is monitoring. That means to know that what is happening, so we have to monitor, and we have to survey of that particular area, and we have to have a surveillance. That means continuous monitoring. One is just to collect observations of what is happening and evaluation. Another one is the finite duration. That means monitoring the environment in seasonal monitoring. That means you are taking monitoring the environment at particular or defined duration, some finite duration. And surveillance is a continuous specific measurement program, say monitoring air quality data all the time. That's monitoring. That means 365 days. That's called actually surveillance. Now, see, to do these are to assess what will happen tomorrow. See, with reference to previous, histories, last year's climate change, and to see how it affects our, see, based on the previous data, so we can assess, see, what is rainfall data. See, even before monsoon starts, we will get an information. Okay, this year we will have better rainfall than previous year, or it will be average than the above average, or the normal or below average. Like that, you get a prediction. See, how do you predict it? So this is of course to assess that. See, we have some models. So that it defines environmental modeling. Actually, what is a model? A model is a representation of real-time problems or situations. It copies significant attributes of a real prototype, but it's a simpler and easier to build, change, or operate. Put differently, models are basic tools in science, engineering, business, and various forms of planning. So they can be applied to situations or systems, a situation even if you can take landslides, see how it happens and previous landslide in future how it can happen. That means it's depending. We can put a model on definite situations or particular situations and particular purpose. The statistical models allow us to extrapolate from the existing systems and knowledge to analyze potential situations. They are only useful to extent that they accurately model the real world. Models can also be constructed from logic or rational assumptions, scientific theories, and information about similar situations or operations like rainfall. Similar situations 5 years back, what was the rainfall? So and 10 years back. That means we can predict every 5 years how it changes, and based on that how it was changed and future how it changes. Same way if you take Delhi, we can take it, okay, 3 years how it is air pollution is changing, then we can also estimate, see, after 3 years how it will be. See, to do these modelings, we have different types of modelings. One is iconic models, analog models, symbolic or mathematical models. Iconic model specifies similar attributes to the prototype, is something it is done, so that same way how it can happen. That's called iconic models. See, analog models are where some aspects of models are analogs to prototype, although they differ physically. Example, flow of heat, so electricity and groundwater act. Similarly, electric analogs have been used to model groundwater. That means groundwater flows was not there. See, electric analogs have been utilized to model the groundwater flows. The symbolic or mathematical models, which discuss physical situations using abstract representations such as diagrams, equations, set of calculations, or computer programs. See, now most of things we are going, symbolic or mathematical models is using computers. So, this is repetitive. So, it's actually the simple representation of mathematical models. Here is the variables are input variables are A and B. If you take this particular graphical representation, so like A is limited to 100, B is limited to 150, and C is 4, and it is here C, A, B, C, D are like see, it's called like a model parameters. That means it is internal. See where we are giving input A and B, and we are getting outputs B and E. So based on our inputs, what are this it's called this that box shows the logic what how it is like So you are cutting if I put an x, if I put one x plus one, see output is the x plus one. See one is like within the model. I think last time somebody was the question on this. I think hope now so you clarify, you have like a clarification on that, or if you have any further doubts, I can clarify.
So this behavior of x and y, how it relates to the output. So if you see the mathematical model here, c equals 4a plus 3b. This simple equation, right? The d and e, in that we have x and y. So we also have a logarithmic term and an exponential term. So can you explain like why and how it will relate to output?
No, actually, this is basically a representation of mathematics model. See, actually, I'm sorry, I'm not expert in modeling, but if you have already predefined model, see now I put a variable of A and B so that I will get output. See, for me, as a to understand the situation, see, I see some already models are there. I will put variable A and B so that I can what will be the outputs B and E. See, my requirement is to know see what will be D and E. And see now I know the value of A and B so that I will that like my aim is to get D and E, so I will get D and E. So this the box comprises is the program that define what it should happen based on the variables I'm giving input. That means if you are really know, because we have different mathematical models for different situations and purposes. So, and by researchers and many people, even they have patented the models of that. So I can use that model.
So we have these kind of equations in the course called optimization techniques, where we have some kind of inputs and some outputs. So either we are increasing the profit or minimizing the loss. So that point of time we may have some uncertainties, so we may include x and y. But as far as this model is concerned, what can be x and y, and how a is a logarithmic of c. So that kind of question.
It's actually a secret of the model. I don't know because if you switch on, see you will get light will on. But only I know that the switch will connect the power from point A to point B so that the light will on. See my intention, my requirement is to get the light on. That means what happens inside the switch is a logic. That's the box. See, like that we have many models. Who is that the modeling or they have considered the like to obtain the models like this logarithmic whatever they have put input.
So maybe we can replace this with a simple diagram that only includes C and D equation, nothing else.
Yeah, I think if somebody is expert in this models, so they can maybe explain better, or we have to get into the model, see how it is designed. So
This
what
is given
happens
in
in
the
that?
books actually.
Then if you can explain,
Same diagram is available in the books.
yeah, it is taken from the book only.
Yeah.
Like mathematical models, theoretic is pollution of an area of a land by chemicals carried by groundwater is polluted and so quantities as from input, soil properties and parameters, pollutant contents at various locations as outputs, and a mathematical description of groundwater flows as a model. Calculation will be proceed various times, steps, say it's daily intervals. Therefore, there will be set of input variables rather than single value. Models can also be much more complex than a simple like figure which you have seen. That's why we are even in fact I was not able to explain what was happening in the particular box. That means that this model, the person who designed the model, so they will be consuming so many logarithmic equations and mathematical equations. If we put a x parameter, then what happens with reference to many other like outputs. Like if you take like mathematical models for an air pollution, even it not only like number of vehicles, again it type of vehicles available in the if you take a mathematical model for air pollution to find out in Bangalore and Delhi, maybe really different. The models are sometimes ineffective without data calibration. Model results are sometimes accepted without adequate scrutiny because they are generated through a computer. The accuracy of a model depends upon following. One is amount of data used to build and operate the model, experience or skill of the analyst, the quality of the model. Like see what I said, you see some models may not be really true some reasons. That means if somebody is made a model for Kashmir, that may not be really applicable to Delhi. This second next is forecasting modeling. The scope of forecasting technique is limited. For example, the longest time for a reasonable population projection is for 1 decade, whereas the economic projection sometimes it's almost just 12 months. So previously, when this professor they have explained, say the like population model they will take 10 years, and for economic projection they take 12 months, and some models are there for long time forecast by expert think tanks. So they usually wide of the mark. In addition, all the forecasts can be invalidated by some drastic event such as a war or natural disaster. Thus, we should have a healthy skepticism about forecast results and apply checks on them. The factors are data needed, among others, to make forecasts are the information on the situation being forecast, preferably past records of the main factor of interest and related factor, a model of the system or situation which could be a simple concept such as the input-output system or a full scientific model based on physical description and theories such as the computer models used in weather and climate prediction. So forecasting can be done on the basis of experience of judgment, but it is better to have some explicit model or basis. Like if you take villagers, they tell no, every 5 years we get drought, or no, after these situations we will get good rainfall. You should not be like that. See, you should have a technical or scientific calculations to do model. It's not just simply experience or judgment. Or somebody will tell no, he said it happens. Actually, it's judgment. So you should not behind such models. So now we have to rely on really scientific knowledge and data consider. This figure shows that forecasting problem for a particular variable using past record of values of extrapolation. So this shows previous record values, and when you take a present time and future how it changes. So it shows that actually forecasting interesting figure is used to population forecasting based on past census data. That means previous 85 to 95, how this population was increased. See now future how it can increase. So next is growth modeling. It's two important methods in growth modeling are exponential growth modeling and logistic growth modeling. Exponential growth modeling occurs in situations where the increase in some quantity is proportional to the amount currently present. The growth can be predicted either as a discrete function, that is year by year, or as a continuous function. Like if you take that it can go 5 years. After 5 years, it changes. See this right side, it shows that example growth model in brief, like awareness, like traffic, so acquisitions, newsletter sign-ups, cost per acquisition, then acquisition customer acquisition cost, actually again growth models we have expansion growth and logistic growth. So expansion growth actually it will be continuous. That means it's like so with the time it continuously grows. But logistic growth it grows like till the carrying capacity. Like if you take population also, so it cannot like increase abnormally. Just one point of time, like so if you take population density of any particular area, or if you take real estate, this like we can know cost may not increase further, like how many years it was done. Like it's cost will rise up to some time, then after some level it ceases. That means it will not go further. It's called like logistic growth. Then next we come to sensitivity analysis. Actually, it is an analysis. Like actually, you see, when you do modeling, you see some inputs will really sensitive to the output. See, if you have 10 inputs, all the 10 may not be really sensitive to the output. See, that means now we have to assess which parameter is really sensitive to the output. This actually example of what is sensitive analysis. It is in the environmental model. This is a carpentry study or other investigation will involve a number of input factors having different degrees of uncertainty. This will influence the outcome of the study to varying extents in the input-output process. We usually select the inputs as the most likely values. The relative response of outputs to changes in inputs are done by their sensitivity. This is to say, if large changes in input produce significant changes in output, the output is sensitive to the input. Like if you increase the value x, then so your output is drastically changes. Then that x is a sensitive input, that particular for output. That means now we have to really look for the x parameters. So this is the method for conducting sensitivity analysis, like identifying key variables, so defining input ranges, assessing impact and interpreting results, scenario analysis, and incorporating examples. So can anyone summarize it?
Start the step for the environmental monitoring. Environmental monitoring depends upon the required information on physical, chemical, and biological, economic, and social aspects. And the environmental management is depend on the monitoring program which helps to establish the basic information and data for the describing the present situation of an area impacted by the proposal. Environmental management, the monitoring has a role to play even after the completion of the environmental study. The implementation monitoring of a project which involves the audit, the implementation of audit to determine whether the recommendations or requirements in an EIS were implemented. And the next one is a project impact audit and the predictive techniques audit, which can access the predictions made in the EIS. Next, between the monitoring survey surveillance programs are they are mentioned here. Monitoring is a long-term standard measurement program. Survey is a finite duration. How the intensive program is measured, and surveillance is the continuous specific measurements of the program, which can reporting for the purpose of environmental management and other operational activities. And next one is environmental modeling, which can it is a represent of lifetime problems and situations. It is a real prototype, and models are basic tools in science, engineering, business, and various forms of planning. Essentially, models allow to explorate from the existing
systems and knowledge to analyze the potential situation. The model structure may be set up for the search for an optional answer to generate a possible solution. It involving classified into models in the following iconic models, which are the prototype. For example, model car racing, analog models. Next one is a symbolic or mathematical model. In mathematical models are explained about the representation of simple representation of mathematical model that input variables of A and B and output come out as B and E based on the construction of the model technique that is variable. Their mathematical model that I explained about the pollution of an area of a land by chemicals carried out by groundwater with pollutant water quantities as they're taken as the inputs, how that output come and they explained by the mathematical model. And another one is the cash flow analysis with the recipients and payments as the inputs here. So like that way, mathematical model is explained. Next one is the forecasting modeling. In the forecasting modeling is the nothing but scope of forecasting techniques. These are very limited. And for example, it is the longest time for the reasonable population projection is 1 decade. The economic projection of is the lifetime one. This one. Next, some of the factors depend upon forecast is the information of the situation being forecast and a model of the system or situation. This forecasting can be done on the basis of experience and judgment. Actually, this forecasting is decided by the systematic forecasting, which is systematically, which can is a mathematical model on the basis we can decide. This mathematical models as a linear, multiple, and non-linear regression relating to the future values to a past record or a time series. Next, simple regression techniques also useful to establish the relation between the value of time when the data availability here is limited and right module is cause effect model and here explanation about the depth technique and other procedures combined with the use of experts in a series of structured meetings. Growth modeling. Here two important methods in the growth modeling are the exponential growth modeling and logistical growth modeling. In exponential growth modeling, which is a continuation one, which is occurs in a situation where increase in the some quantity is proportional to the amount of currently present. The growth can be predicted either as well as discrete function here. So population a year, they explained one of the example here. Population a year is a t plus 1 is equal to population a year t plus growth rate into population, which is the next one is the logistic one. Logistic one mostly depends upon the carrying capacity. For example, is a biologic success. Example is like biological one, like cell function something we can describe through the logistical one. Next is sensitive analysis. Sensitive analysis having both output and input, which is the cost benefit study, where how input give, impact on the output and uh, which is very sensitive to the output. Here involve a number of input factors having a different degrees of uncertainty. Next, here we can take the example of carbon dioxide emissions. As emissions as the here is the output. That is the example of sensitive analysis.
Okay, now,
yes.
Thank you, Monica. I think it's elaborated. So now, as a small application of sensitivity analysis, actually here we can see one. So, like 5 stages, we can assess which is more sensitive in this, like making decisions change. That means the person who is we have decided L1, so he may be like become L2 because that other rates may be for other product or other items it is less, but one particular item if the L1 person is quoted more, if that particular quantity is increased, that my contract cost will increase. That means we are targeting all the parameters, but we should be very specific where which parameter is more sensitive. So actually that means it can be sensitivity analysis can be taken for see all to assess all problems, so including environmental problems. Now just move to application of remote sensing and GIS in environmental management. Actually, now GIS and remote sensing.
Example, what is sensitive variables here?
So actually, these are all the variables. If you take this making decision and budget allocation is the more sensitive than just assessing investment and capital planning.
So we are talking about a model.
Yes, sir.
Wherein we are talking about sensitivity analysis.
Yes, sir.
What is the model here you are talking about, and what is the sensitivity analysis?
Sir, actually, if you take this whole thing as a model and these are all the parameters, so which parameter is more sensitive to get an industry established and to get more profit? This application of remote sensing and GIS in environment management. See now it's without GIS and remote sensing, it's very difficult to really so go ahead to like understand the environment and to proceed further. See in previous sessions we have given example. See not only just to predict the environment, we utilize the resources and for our day-to-day planning. If you like if you want to go to Delhi, so we will assess okay what will be the temperature. Okay, I'm going next month to Delhi. See what will be the temperature in Delhi, climate in Delhi, so that we can prepare and see what type of cloth we have to carry or we have to wear. That means it has come to such a requirement. See, in case of like in environment, see, it will be remote sensing and GIS used to like to know that ground use and development and even to assess the temperature and forecast the temperature to get the data. So actually, in remote sensing, so this is a simple example of remote sensing feature. See, actually we have mainly two types, active and passive. So in active, actually we gather like solar energy. It will reflect on the target, and sensor will get the reflection and it transfer to the user. Then another passive, actually we set the radio waves, and then it reflects and we collect the data based on that. So these are all the example. This representation. See how this it shows that passive remote sensing and active remote sensing. See in active, so we send the radio frequency, then it satellite receives, reflects, and we will get back the like reflected image. So this can be used even to know even wildlife density, temperature. So what is the land cover and greens, water body to measure the even areas. It's with in remote areas where we cannot go and really see it.
Excuse me, sir. Sir, I did not understand the difference between active and passive remote sensing.
Passive remote sense, see, we utilize sunlight. So this like satellites will take the reflect of the sun rays, and they will give the images. that will be processed. Then passive sensing, so where this radio frequency will be sent, so that will reflect and we will get the data. Yeah, source of illumination is one is radio frequency and another one is natural light.
In passive remote sensing, the source of illumination will be something else other than the satellite or sensor which is capturing. But in active remote sensing, the source of illumination as well as the capturing that will be the same. And in active we use basically radar pulses and lidar pulses to collect the data. Means based on the receiving in time interval, we map the we collect the data. That is called active remote sensing. And passive, basically illumination of the solar radiation that satellite are able to capture. And in passive remote sensing, we only map. We can only collect the data in the daytime when the illumination is by the sun. But in active remote sensing, we can use it in the night time also, means in the dark also we can collect.
So these are all application of GIS and remote sensing for environment domain. So this we can use it for climate change, health infrastructure, that ULC changes, estimation of SDM in surface water body, air quality modeling, so habitat mapping, so forecast fire hazard and suitability, soil erosion, susceptibility, disaster management, so habitat suitability analysis, like you are asking that, so you want to build a building, so this can be assessed whether it is suitable to build particular facility. Also we can, and groundwater potentiality, so vulnerable to watershed demarcation. Then we are moving to environmental profile. Actually, this having this major four parts. One is extraction, processing, so use and maintenance, and eventual disposal. That means it's like it looks like life cycle of total environment. So life in cities depends upon a wide variety of development axes such as industry, commerce, transportation, construction, households, etc. These activities depend on as well as upon damage of environmental resources such as land, water, air, and ecological systems. This environmental is normally the first project activity to be undertaken for a city level project implementation. It belongs together information about the city's development sectors and activities, its environmental resource and hazardous and management systems in a way that allows a systematic analysis of how development and environment interact. This way, environmental practice not only highlights and elaborates key environmental issues facing the city, but also puts them equally into the appropriate development management context. It also identifies the different groups, organizations, and stakeholders which have important and often, of course, when many stakeholders, it will be conflict, but which are very important. Two main purpose of EPR to provide systematic overview of a city development activities and how they interact with the city's environmental resources, to identify mobilize stakeholders by being a source of relevant information and process of its preparation. Main following are the main chapters. It is city introduction, development setting, environment setting, and environment management. So city introduction, this should have a highly summarized and selective introductory information about the city, including its geography and physical setting, social characteristic, and economy. So development setting examines environmental development relationship from point of view of developmental activities, like if you are setting up an industry or to make a residential development. So its have different context. So we discuss the development activities of the city like manufacturing, mining, fisheries, transport, housing, etc. So environmental setting examines the city's environmental resources and the ways in which the city's activity sectors make use of and have impacts on these resources. In contextuality, environmental resources are primarily those things arising from the physical world which are used to support urban life and development. Then the environmental setting, this section analyzes each of the environmental resources separately in the following 5 subsections. Characteristics of the resource, so use of resources by activity sectors, impacts on the resource from activity sectors. Actually, I will just explain impacts, how it impacts. This subsection discusses impact of the activity sectors on the resources, including impacts of pollution and damage. Like if you are building a residential layout, so then it will impact on water body of that. Either you are extracting the water and again, so we are polluting the water. Then competition for use of the resource. This discusses conflict among the activity sectors in the use of resources. Then management arrangements. This describes institutional arrangements or so initiatives including the organization responsible, special arrangements such as commissions, projects, etc. to help and manage the resource. Then environmental management settings, this actually includes to identify and discuss only those stakeholders that they play significant roles in urban development and urban environment management. The stakeholders can be classified into public sector, community sector, private sector, and other interest groups not covered by the other groupings. Then management structures or institutions gives an overview of the city's organizational structure using 4 headings: is a basic organization and structure, information, knowledge, and technical expertise. And also, this also is how it should be applied and shared. Then strengthening urban and environmental management discusses current or planned initiatives and efforts to strengthen the city's urban and environmental management systems and to increase local abilities to plan, coordinate, and manage sustainable urban development. Summarize.
First, I discuss about the application of remote sensing in GIS, GIS in environmental management. The implementation of the GIS for the purpose of controlling and monitoring developmental involves the stages of data gathering and updating. Comes to the GIS, it's geographical information system, and it is a tool which used for integrate the data for the maps and for the auxiliary data, which is also for the attribute data for the geographical area of interest. And these applications are developing rapidly. Comes to the remote sensing, it involves the capturing data from a distance and to monitor and analyze the Earth surface features. Applications include habitat sustainability assessment, groundwater potentiality. And comes to the environmental profile, it contains key information on the city's developmental activity, environmental resource hazards, and management structures. And environmental profile, EP is normally the first project activity to be undertaken for the city level project implementation. Extraction to processing, processing to manufacturing, and to the disposal. The two main purposes of EP are to provide systematic overview of the city's developmental activities and how they interact with the city's environmental resources, and to identify the mobilize stakeholders by being a source of relevant information and process of the preparation. And comes to the city interaction, it is highly summarized and selectively interactive information about the city, including the geographical and physical setting. And comes to developmental setting, it examines environmental development relations from the point of view and developmental activities. Examples include manufacturing, mining, fisheries, environmental resources and ways in which the city activity sectors make use of and impacts on these resources. And it having five subsections which include characteristics of the resource, use of resource by activity sectors, impacts on the resource from activity sectors, competition of use the resource, and management arrangement. Next comes to the environmental management setting. It has got three main sections: key stakeholders, urban management structure, constitution, and structuring urban and environmental management.
Thank you. So let us go to environmental technology assessment. So environmental technology assessment is an analytical tool used to help to understand the likely impact on the use of new technologies in terms of cost, monetary benefits, environmental effects, and social and political impacts. It focuses on the analysis of effects on the environment, specifically on human health, ecological systems, and resources. It is explored as an analytical tool designed to ensure that decision-making processes related to technology adoption, implementation, and users are sustainable. The potential users and scope of environmental technology assessment is like voluntary. It is voluntary in nature. It's most appropriate at the political strategic decision making levels, like political and strategic decisions within the urban management context, as a strategic decision making philosophy that enhances sustainability rather than a prescribed process. And it is aimed at administrators providing strategic and policy level guidance. This hierarchical in decision making at local authority level. So this is explains like first types, first and second type is each mainly three stages. One is detailed and specific. It's based on project, and semi-conceptual and semi-strategic, and decision style or conceptual strategy. Decisions on technology adoption and implementation and use at local authority levels are often one-shot events. Instead, they are characterized by multiple sequence of decisions made across the tiered hierarchy. A process that is called a disjointed incrementalism. The decision-making sequence starts with conceptual or strategic policy type decisions at apex, followed by semi-conceptual or semi-strategic plans and programs. So culminating in detailed or specific project-related decisions, as shown in this slide. Then this table shows that what is the comparison of ENT and EAA. So ENT is a strategic in nature. That EAA, I think we all know better. This is a project specific, and ENT is a conceptual, but EAA is in detail. But ENT is not a legislated, but of course EAA is often legislated. But if you want to start an industry, you should have environmental impact assessment. But ENT is not legislated. You can use that as a tool. Then ENT is a flexible in procedure, but EAA is a formal in procedure. That means you should have proper levels or detailed stages how you should do an EAA. But ENT is it's not like it's flexible. So it is a greater simplicity, but EAA is increased in rigorous. So ETA reflects strategic decisions, but EA reflects project design and the planning. That means EA is specific to the project. Then it is ENT is a value judgment based on guesstimates. That means it's not it is a guess. Okay, if you use this, so this will happen. But so EA is when you do it, we will be having specific examples like if you use some like technology. So what happens? That means we have examples. Then ENT is increased uncertainty, but of course EA is certainty. Then ENT focus on sustainable services, but EA is focus on changes. Then both have some similarity also. This feature of this one is that impact identification, mass assessment is both are same in EAA and NDA. This future orientation is both are same, and technological focus, sometimes EAA focus on technology also, like because when you make an environmental impact assessment, you choose a particular technology and assess, if, what happens by using that technology. And if you take in a comprehensive, so both aspire to be as comprehensive as possible, then scale, both are, variable. Then benefits of environmental technology assessment is it is a flexible, informal, and volunteering tool that defines an appropriate approach to sustainable decision making. It should be used and ensured to increase the eco-friendly and sustainability of both technologies. Eco-efficient technologies or environmentally sound technologies perform better across all the dimensions, influencing sustainability of technology selection, adoption, and use, as well as the various phases of the project execution cycle. So, somebody wants to summarize?
Sir enlightened us on environmental technology assessment, where he mentioned and described what is environmental technology assessment and the potential uses and scope of EFTA compared to SIA or EIA. And then we went into the hierarchy of decision making of specific projects, which included policies, plans, programs, and projects. And also he enlightened us on the differences and similarities of ENDA and EIA. And also went deep into the benefits of ENDA. That's it.
Thank you. So let us move to environmental risk assessment. So risk may be defined as a combination of the probability of occurrence of an event and the possible extent of its adverse effect and consequences in terms of economic loss or human injury. Risk can relate to hazardous to humans from natural disasters and the events such as traffic accident, diseases, and chronic dangers such as, for example, if you take cigarette smoking, so we know that what happens. So we have evidences. This health risks such as probabilities of contracting a particular disease or environmental hazards, like if you take, if you breathe, polluted air, so you will get, lungs infection like that. So next is they may be connected with projects such as development of industrial plants or particular production process and must be included in environmental assessments. The risk involves both uncertainty and severity of damages also. So there will be no risk if see, one knew the exact time, place, and nature of an adverse event, and there would be no risk if no damage occurred. But mathematically, risk can be expressed as, say, probability of some event into seriousness of its consequence. Risk analysis and risk management have been widely used in insurance and business decisions of many years, and more recently as a basis for environmental decision making. Risk analysis is the systematic use of available information to determine how often specified events may occur and their likely consequences.
Strains everybody's eyes.
Fine.
And it strains you also.
Fine, sir. Yes. Summary. Then environmental risk management in the industry are like, first is risk analysis, risk assessment, and risk control. So risk analysis, like, identification of hazards, like, stairs are there, okay, somebody may fall. See, that is the, like, analysis. So then assessment, okay, if something happens, like, what will be the level of injury, and, putting a barricade or, railing there is a risk control. Just I'm giving a simple example. This is a general process of, risk assessment. This analysis of historical data, like, how many times, why accidents happen, and how many times has happened, and frequency of risk happening. Like, next other side is hazard identification, then consequences of take action for risk reduction. So if it is yes, then yes, we are taking action. Otherwise, again, we have to reduction. That means okay, we cannot avoid. Then again, we have to reassess the hazard and assess again the procedures how to reduce the risk. Then ecosystem approach to risk assessment. This ecological assessment is determination of harmful impacts on the population, community, or ecosystem level and may entail field studies, laboratory studies, or both measuring and accurately predicting and significant change in an ecosystem may require years or decades. That means you see to assess ecosystem approach, we should have a long term ecological studies. So given this situation, most ecological assessments are focused on measuring structural components of the ecosystem, including size, makeup of the habitat, biomass, and standing crop of important plants and animals, the abundance and diversity of plants and animals, and the other measures. Then functional assessment, if you come, these measurements are useful for understanding the ecological health and sustainability of wetlands. These include hydrologic flux and storage, biological productivity, biogeochemical cycling and storage, decomposition, and wildlife habitat. Then ecological risk estimation refers to estimation of potential impact or the outcome or consequence of an exposure on a receptor is estimated in the case of accidental or sudden releases. Like now we will get an risk estimation of landslide if happens. Then see what are the risks.
Under this functional assessment, I could not understand this term hydrologic flux. So can you kindly
See,
explain?
this hydrological flux is actually if you take if you take groundwater table or flood. So that is termed as a hydrological flux. If you take if you get drought, then your groundwater table will go down. So that we can term as a hydrological flux. Then if you get more rainfall, then you will get a flood. That is called hydrological flux. No, it is not a water cycle. It's it's a graph. It's effect on a particular activity.
Water movement of any stream or any river, dam, anything like that. So hydrological flux is related to the water flux. Flux is generally the resistance offered by the opposite motion or the same motion. There will be two or three motions in the same stream, which will offer resistance to the other one. So flux is that it can be anything, air, water, or any fluids. So hydrological flux is related to water.
So now we move to rapid urban environmental assessment. See, it's if you want to assess environmental in urban areas, we cannot wait for long. So now this system has come rapid assessment. So this exemplifies readily available on environmental conditions, the interaction between urban development and ecosystem or biological settings that exist in response to environmental problems in the cities of the developing world. Recent attempts to develop such information have been incomplete because they are focused on limited number of variables that do not present a complete picture of key environmental issues. So we took a narrow perspective by examining only one sector within the city, required several years of initiatives and multidisciplinary research and analysis. Did not develop a set of urban environmental data, but of course now see more researchers available. Like if you take development of Bangalore, now see we have already set up data. What is the the development which has happened and what is the effect on that particular area. So now some methodologies are there. Rapid, one is measurement involves data collection through an urban environmental data questionnaire. Then observation involves preparation of urban environmental profile using data from the questionnaire and research assistance from local investigators. So validation and action involves a discussion on the results through a series of consultants culminating in priority focused workshops. So this three steps process adopted enable to local experts and citizens to rapidly assess the state of the urban environment. Users of the tool, local governments or urbanizing localities use this rapid urban environment assessment as it provides a comprehensive diagnostic approach to the determination of a wide range of environmental problems and solutions. Local planning bodies may particularly still it's implemented. Of course, in my perspective, so still we are not really, using this, methodologies for further development. Example now, say Lanka now this BDA is developing new areas, but in my understanding, really they are not like thinking, they are not utilizing this, previous effects to develop, new areas. Then this application is like, we can use it informal and conceptual basis for preparing an urban environment management strategy with a view of accelerating the improvement of environmental condition in cities, especially by integrating key aspects of urban policy and urban environmental management. So now we move to eco mapping. Say what is eco mapping? Can anybody comment?
Sir has said that environmental risk assessment. From starting that, risk can be defined as the combination of probability of occurrence of any event of possible extent to effect of consequences in terms of economic loss or any human injuries. This can be related to hazardous and human from natural disasters, any other traffic accidents, and health issues, etc. And also health risks such as probability of contracting a particular disease of the environment which caused by the environmental hazard. And next, talk about environmental risk management in industries. So environmental risk management in companies is a fairly recent phenomena where generally risk management has been associated with the insurance and recovery and also financial losses in the companies, unexpected disasters were happened in the companies and all. And also we learned about the risk analysis or identification and assessment, risk control, and ecosystem approaches to risk assessment, like functional assessment and risk estimation, where functional assessment where functional measurements are useful for understanding the ecological health and sustainability of wetlands. Like these includes the hydraulic flux and storage and all, and also risk estimation. This refers to the estimation of potential impact or the outcome of consequences of exposure on a target estimated. And we have learned about the rapid urban environmental assessment, where some of the methodologies have been like there are three steps under this measurements, and which this involves in the data collection through the urban environmental data like questionnaires and all. And next is observation, where this involves in the preparation of urban environmental profile using the data from the questionnaires and some research assistance and all. And next process is that validation and the action, where it involves in the discussion of the results which we got from the using that in the proper way and all. And sir said about Elanka has getting the Zurio, and you gave him an example about that. And also about this application and spoke the process of this that can be provided in the urban environmental management strategies with view of improvement of environmental conditions in the cities, especially by integrating by key aspects of urban policies and environmental management. And that's it. Next is eco map.
Thank you. So let us move with echo mapping. Actually, what is echo mapping? Echo mapping is a visual and easy to use tool which enables employees to get involved in environmental management in a company. The results of a quick and easy environmental review can be equivalent to the expensive scientific studies conducted by consultants. If the results of a scientific study can be compared to a high resolution image, those of eco maps. Like eco maps is like, if you are putting a map, like, okay, these are the hazardous areas that can be considered as an eco mapping. Like if you put a signal, okay, danger, that's also considered as an eco mapping. So ECOM is a roadmap to a site or a shop floor or a workshop, etc., which can be lead to improved environmental management and which can provide a solid basis for more formal environmental management system according to the ISO or EMS. In sense, it is an inventory of practices and problems, a systematic method of conducting an on-site environmental review, a collection of information which shows the current situation using pictures, a work and awareness raising tool, a do-it-yourself tool for management, a tool which allows employee involvement and participation. Ecomaps can be used to determine a site and its urban environmental consumption of water and discharge of wastewater, storage of flammable, like dangerous or hazardous substances in relation to groundwater, emission of air pollution and dust, odor, noise. Like if you are like somewhere it's a flammable things are there, so if you are providing a sign or put a map so that people can aware, okay, look, something is there, so we should not use that area, we should not go. So how to use eco maps? The materials needed is just it is an A4 size paper and photocopy machine. So eco mapping is done at end of the accounting year. This is based on the previous year, reports. This every year it will be this are changing. So it's updated once in a year and renovated or activated as extended from small manufacturing service companies to large structures. So mapping of urban situations is make a map of a site including car parks, access areas, roads, and surrounding environment. Like so, you are driving to a core of the city. Then, if you know that there is parking available, it is easy to use that one. Or see if you know that we have road congestion, so that you can use your time. So and see, is automating also have some symbols. So actually, is, it can be used either hatchet lines when problem to be studied is a smaller circle. If problem is a large, is more serious than is a thickened circle. Then let us move to environmental education. So, in my perspective, is the environmental education is plays a major role in environmental management. Neither it is like using our precious environment and like it's sustainable use unless we have an awareness. It is really tough to anybody is sensitive to the environment. See, and this component, educations are including awareness and sensitivity to the environmental and environmental challenges, knowledge and understanding of environment and environmental challenges, attitudes of concern of the environment and motivation to improve or maintain environmental quality, skills to identify and help resolve environmental challenges, the participation in activities that lead to resolution of environmental challenges. So environmental education is essential to protecting human health, advancing quality education, creating jobs in environmental field, promoting environmental protection, along with economic development, embracing stewardship of natural resources, Then idea is to increase the environmental literacy. So it is interactive environmental education apps, virtual and augmented reality experiences, community-based section science program. Like there was a program in science gallery. Like that, we should have more programs to make awareness, not only like educated, but we should also have programs to at school levels. Of course, there are IISC is doing such programs continuously. Then we can also like encourage people and green lifestyle challenges and competitions, public art and environmental storytelling, eco-friendly and social media campaigning, environmental storytelling through interactive fictions. Thank you.
So who will summarize the last part? Give it a Karthik.
So I talk about eco mapping, which is similar to plan of building. While we go to any building, we show the plan of building. It is similar to eco mapping, where we show the symbols where is more dangerous. Like it is depend on, like if the circle is in a darker, so it's a more dangerous. There we have the hazardous things, and apart from that, we have learned about environment education, which provides all the knowledge there, how we can generate the wealth from environment, as well as how do we protect the health of people.
Okay, thank you. So, Chair, any questions to Basaraj? I think there's a question from Anupam.
Sir, I have only one question. How environmental ethics can contribute to education? Education, like people are following ethics, right? They are worshipping some trees and they're not cutting them. So how it can be enhanced to education level?
Actually, that's called we have from ancient histories for Kartik, because see, earlier if you go back lakes which were really not regulated in Bangalore, but if you go to that lake, see, every lake will be having a temple, so that people will go there and worship and they respect the lake. So I was remembering when I was a child, when there was no bridge for the small streams or rivers, we used to take out our chappals and cross the river. See, that was the culture of ours, but of course now with modern technologies and most of now younger generation, they have, see what happens if we move chappals. We have come to that mandate. So there we are losing our like ethics towards really protecting our environment. Like if you have in front of village, there will be a big tree and people used to worship that tree, so that see, everybody was inclination to protect that tree. So we take consider now is the mist or whatever it is. Of course, trees are very important. Now it gives a lot of like oxygen. See, that was like unknowingly we were following the culture, but of course now, so we don't have an option. See, we have to like really transfer or we have to impart that ethics through education.
I have a doubt here. Anupam, talking about environmental ethics. I think I'm confused. This is not ethics. This is religion or superstition we are talking about. What is this ethics? Ethics means you ethically doing something regarding environment. For example, I'm ethically doing auditing. That is ethics. But praying to a tree is religious or maybe superstition. I'm sorry.
It may not be religious, but actually we are respecting our. So we used to like see in our culture itself, we were having like process to protect the environment.
No, I got it, but I just wanted to clear it out. We are discussing two different things. Ethics is different.
It is very subjective. Like, sir, earlier,
What
the
subjective?
concept of ethics. Like, if I am bowing to a tree, removing my chappals, that ethically I am right in that scenario. Okay, like sir in the earlier session told na about one fellow
Maybe
walking in the
okay,
street.
one second. I am clarifying myself. I'm not saying I'm right. So maybe I am wrong. Maybe we are using the word ethics
That's where I'm coming from.
You assess in a different perspective, but your goal to protect the environment is same. That's what I mean to say.
But
I would like to add a simple example. Matlab, ethics, like you said, na, in like professionally, you are working ethically. Suppose if I am taking bribe, in my mind, I will be like Bhagwan Devta. Like, you know, I related in that sense. That is my viewpoint. But somewhere I'm ethically right. For me, the definition of ethics is related to that. I am justifying it. Because it is very subjective. You cannot say that religion is not ethics. It is not ethical. Yes, yes. I think Mehak Memo nature
because I feel ethically that taking bribe is good doesn't make me make sense that I should take bribe and how it is imparting education in environment. I'm very confused. Yeah.
So you should also throw some light on this.
So
Today is a teacher. I am supposed to see.
Like what in my perspective is that what we are going to study in seventh chapter. Like everyone in India, like with the places, the religion and the region, climate, everything changes. So in order to have this standardization, we are going to study ISO. Okay, so there is a simple ethics, there is some standard definition. Because for Tanuja ma'am, her ethics are different, and for you, the ethics is different. For me, my ethics are different. So what will be the correct definition for ethics?
no, we forget about my this thing. I don't want to put my this thing belief or whatever. I keep it at home. What I'm saying is we are confusing ethics, that is work ethics, environmental ethics, with religion and your belief. How that is imparting this thing? I mean, that is the question. So how the
My philosophy says if you incorporate ethics into education, right, we can save the environment. Philosophically.
Sacred group.
philosophically?
Sacred group.
So, like, I'll explain to you.
No, but nothing is philosophical here. Environmental management subject.
I can show you, sir.
Show me. Yeah.
Without human emotions, how can you say that? You only said na that we should feel for the environment. Then only we will do something. Without
No, I want to understand how ethics, that's the question. So, I'm not saying, Tanuja, you are wrong or right.
Sir, I'm also not saying you are wrong. But I'm saying
No, I don't want anybody to tell me. What I'm asking is how that ethics is, we are confusing with religious this thing, like bowing down to a tree and all that. How?
So, sir, if you study Martin Buber, right, philosophy of dialogue, if you know yourself, you can understand others. Okay. So that way I'm saying, if you know yourself very well, you can understand everything.
That's why I'm questioning.
So in that way I'm saying ethics can save the environment in a better way.
See, if I am a environmental management, practitioner, I am an auditor. Now, if I feel with a checklist that this project is ethically wrong, because not that I believe, because I found they are not fulfilling the criteria or the benchmark. So I will simply not allow the project. Now that may cost my life or that may cost me some other collateral damage, but that is different. But that is what I'm saying. So I'm confused because nowhere in this book there is a talk of ethics here.
So we are reading this book because of ethics only.
First chapter you have to read again.
Sorry, religion in the this thing. Sorry, not ethics. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. When I read this book, there is nothing, there is no crisscross about religious values into this and all.
Can I add it here?
Yes.
So all of this establishes a relationship with your nature, with the environment, right? Be it religion, be it anything else, be it your ethics. What is that religion? What is the lens you really take? And look at it. If depends on what you say. And if you say that religion has nothing to do, custom has nothing to do, law is codified custom, by the way, right? So law is defined like that. So everything is interrelated. You cannot not link it, but yes, you can try and look at different lenses and try and look at the relationship that lens establishes. I mean, I hope that kind of.
According to you, what is environmental ethics? You yourself answered actually. No, before that you mentioned something, your business management terminology.
So if I'm following the code as per the project, or say if
No, forget about project part. Earlier to that you said something about management. Initially when you took the discussion.
So if this is ethically right, or which I believe, as per the norm or for the business sense, it makes sensible to follow that. That's what I meant.
See, environmental ethics essentially means the prudent management of resources so that sustainability of resources is there.
Correct.
For that to happen, if you have a belief that there is this one and respect the tree, there is nothing wrong in it. I am achieving the goal of the conservation, but through your practice of this one, what is wrong in that? Why we should be against the religion? We should be proud of our practice.
No, but
No, it is not superstition. Actually, when you said use the word superstition, I was not comfortable with that. It is not superstition.
So that's what I want to clear my
Respecting your mother at home is a superstition, or it is a...
No, but
If respecting mother at home is not superstition, then respecting mother earth is also not superstition. Respecting the water is not a superstition. That is where they practice the thing of removing the footwear and walking in the thing. It is not superstition. It is our respect towards the resources, towards the mother. That is what we are doing it.
No, that is the good thing I'm saying. But what we are here is like, if that thing is hindering our process in making it sustainable, that's where I come from.
See, that is
I'm not against what you're saying. I'm also not mocking here any religion or superstitious belief.
That is, in India, Indians are known for that, mocking their own religion and their own parents is a thing. They think that they are doing great thing in India. Okay, I don't come from that background. My belief is that when you respect mother at home, you will also respect natural resources. That is what is required for sustenance. That is a simple thing.
So that's what I was very confused with this ethics part, with the environmental ethics part.
Practicing the sustainability is ethics. Ensuring the resources for your children is ethics. It is your ethical obligation to ensure the sustenance of resources for your children.
Yeah, that part I agree.
Yeah, for that only we have to show the respect. Then only when you are walking, no.
But if there is a conflict of interest, for example, just example that if there is a particular say tree, just giving a tree, and that is because of that, if a larger say again that opportunity cost and all that, if the project is getting hindered for the betterment. So are we not supposed to remove that tree, or should we?
See, I'll tell you. I did a EA of one of the project in Karavar, closer to Karavar, where a thermal power plant was coming. The people who were implementing a project, they came to the field. When I visited a field, I saw the cycle grow. I said, you cannot have the project here. They said, no, we will remove it. We will put it somewhere else. I said, you will die tomorrow if you touch it. I said, yes.
So I was not talking about that.
It is.
Yeah.
See, to convey that I have to respect the earlier practice of conservation. I need to protect that. For that, I have conveyed to him that he will die tomorrow. Unfortunately, he died next day. Because we are shifting. Okay, these are the things. That is where what we believe we have towards the conservation of natural resources. Let us continue to believe that, so that our children will have resources. Let us not talk like some of the fellows in television, they do. No, let us not do that, okay?
Sure.
Let us not be hypocritical in talk all the things. Let us believe in our culture and respect our culture. Our culture has been all along sustaining this also for our children. We had various ways of practices.
Yeah, I got with different perspective. You know,
Okay, thank you, Basaraj. Though your thing was but it generated a lot of heat. So now we are actually at 7:10, 7:05. Should we take up the seventh chapter here? Thank you very much. Shall we take up seventh chapter? If not today, tomorrow we have to do. Huh? Okay, let us do the voting. Democratic country, no? 45% people don't vote in our country, but still we'll see. Okay, there are two persons. Okay, Gupta is there, Kaveri is there. Now who has to present? No, that is a biased decision. I would say I give a preference to Kaveri. Kaveri is our river, state river. That is true. Huh? Why don't you do that, Tarun? Why don't you do that and tell the thing? Um, Basuraj kind of thing, no? Basuraj wanted to test your patience. So, what, Kaveri, are you all right to do it? Or you want to do tomorrow? So, you are given it to him. Okay. Okay, then Gupta will do it. Huh? So, without much conflict, see how it got resolved. Hmm? Okay, Aparna RM and Shravani are the chair. Come, Aparna. Hmm? You just landed today. Already you have become a chairperson. Huh? What, Aparna? Like this? Okay, you want a fixed timing for him? We'll ask the chair to see that it is done. Okay.
So, good evening, everyone. I am here to present the chapter 7, that is Environment Management System Standards. So, now talking about that standards, like we all are very much aware about the environment management. So, the very new term that we are listening today is like standards. Why do we need standards? Just now we have the like a sort of conversation about the ethics, but as the ethics part is something different, that depends with the religion, that depends with the area, that depends with the locality and everything. So in order to have that standardization throughout the world, we are looking towards its standards. So in this chapter we will
Teacher,
be
let me correct you. I have gone through all religion. There is not much difference between one religion to other. The way people are practicing, they have deliberately done that for their benefit. But you read Bible, Quran, as well as our the Bhagavad Gita, you will not see any difference. Okay.
I'm just only trying to make
No, no. Let us not.
I don't
Let us not use religion as a term.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, in our country. Huh? See, secular and all these words are misused in our country.
I take the religion word back and sorry for that.
That's all. That's all. That is all.
So,
Our Ravi Shankar will interact with you. He's doing PhD in behavior studies. Behavioral ecology. He will come to you.
In the morning, you said about capital. Capital is not money. Capital, you said about that is money. You have said in the morning. Capital is not money. When it was introduced, capital in earlier days, it was a barter system. So then it came in the processes like this. Likewise, ethics, when you say about, you all have come for a nominal course. If ethics says about, okay, I am going to take presentation for attendance. So ethics doesn't say that something a normal problem was there, so I could not say. So some of the reasons which compelled me not to say yes or no. It's about yeah, the attendance has to be taken, then I have to attend. Yeah, yes. It's not about the ethics versus something it is wrong. It's all about the common sense which you say about. That's the thing.
The same way. So finally, Ravi Shankar has given the judgment. Okay. Yeah.
So the learning objective of chapter 7, that is environment management system standards, will be like we will be after the completion of this presentation, we will be able to learn the benefits of establishing EMS, we should be able to plan the process of for establishing EMS, discuss ISO 14001 and work as a coordinator for getting the ISO certification for your organization. So after that, this whole chapter is divided into this 4 different sections. Like we will be having at least four minimum of 4 summary of this, and we have the chairs to take out the lucky draw from you all. So after that, first will be the environment management system. What is this environment management system is all about? Like if we see this environment management system, this is designed to meet the regulatory and legislative system requirement. Like regulatory, here we are, I think that it is very clear that what the regulations, like in which country, in which state you are living, we are having the different regulations. In order to comply that, we need EMS, and that is designed for. Also, we need to improve the control of the environment impact. Impact here means the adverse effects of the environment. In order to control that, it is designed. Also, if we see to provide the confidence to the customer that the product and services are the environment friendly. Like it gives us the confidence, like what the product we are using, if like what Karthik was discussing about that 100% biodegradable product, a 100% efficient product, so 100% sustainability. Like if these misleading tags are there, then we are not that confident to use that product. So for that, in order to have the literacy about the environment, we need the EMS. Also to reduce the cost associated with the environment liabilities and insurance. Like many organizations go for the insurance for their company or the organizations. Like if you are following the EMS, they have the option, like insurance companies are providing you with the options if you want to go with the environment compliances insurance or not. If you are not, if you are already having the EMS, if you are going with the environment audit, then you can just save the amount or you can save your money by not taking that insurance. So with EMS, you have that confidence also, and to gain the public and the media support. To in order if we are having the EMS, then in that way we will be able to have the public support also, and the media coverage will surely will enhance your the branding possibilities and the advertisement part. Now, if we see the environment management system is built on the 4 different PDCA: plan, do, check, and act. So in that part, the plan will be active. After that, what all implications or trainings or what all things we have to do, that comes under the do part. After that, we have to check that all the things that what we are planned or what we have doing, are they within the compliances or not. If they are not in the compliances, or if there are any limitations, we will add all these things in the book, and accordingly we will act to all those impacts which are being created to the like adverse effects for the environment. So this is what the PDCA model is all about. And after that, it is the core elements of the EMS. Like if we talk about the core elements, there are basically four different core elements of the environment. Like that starts with the environment policy, which is on the top. Like environment policy, if any organization is going for the EMS, they have to just complete, or they have to form their environment policies on the paper and on the written scale, so that they have a written commitment towards that policy. After that, we have the environment action plan. In this action plan, the organizations will take the different measures over the year, like what action they have taken towards the environment policy they have formulated, or they have framed, or they have written. After that, it comes towards the environment related organizational structure. Like the organization will make the people responsible for the environmental like an EMS. Like if we have an organization, then suppose if we are taking the example from this our EM class only. Like as I am presenting, we have the accountable like two chairs, the persons those who have made in charge. So same as it is system, we follow in the organization, like we will follow some organizational structure, like we will make in charge person for that, who will be accountable for all the good or the bad, like positive and the negative impacts for the EMS. After the last, that is the integration of the environmental concerns, like what all negative impacts are there in we will be seeing in that. Also, we will be looking after our employees. We will be conducting research and development activities, like how we can increase up more of our EMS standards. So all these things will be the core elements of the EMS, and that follows the cyclic process that has been shown in that figure. Like everything is interrelated. If you will not follow the organizational structure, the next part will not be done. If you will not follow like the environment policy, the second part would not be done. So everything is like a cyclic process, and it just rotates, and it walks hand in hand with each and everything. So if we move this model was used to demonstrate the core element, which has used the standard sets of ISO 14001. Why? Because the first is that ISO 14001 is widely accepted as international standard for EMS, which focuses on the continual improvement. And the second reason behind that is companies or the organization may be asked to demonstrate conformance with the ISO 14001 as a condition of doing business in some markets. Like in India, there is no as such strong rules apparently, but if we move to the European countries or any developed countries, there are the different standards, like with many organizations, many companies have to follow the EMS standards. And if they are not following that EMS standards, they are not having the certification, then they are not allowed to sell their product or to do the business in that country. So this will also have that advantage. Now the benefits of the EMS includes the first is like improved environmental performance. I think it does not require any explanation. It is almost self-explanatory. The second is the enhanced compliances. Compliances here again the depends on the organization, that where the organization or the industry is situated. Like if we talk about in India, then we'll be having the enhanced compliances of the CPCB, NGTs, and the State Pollution Control Board also. So in that way, your organization is also safe. Also, that will be act as a benefit for the prevention of pollution and resource conservation. As we EMS reports and the EMS standards follow the helping document for the environment audit also that we will be studying later on the in tomorrow's class only. So that will be again like for the resource conservation, like how the environment audit is helping the EMS, and also it will have the new customers and the new market. Like in the already we are going for the ISO 14001, we have the opportunity to go to the developed countries also. We can explore like for the new markets and the new cities to carry on our commerce or to carry on with our trade. Also the increased efficiency and in some cases the reduced cost. Like if nowadays what the practices are being like in some cases if the production is less or if we have to follow the compliances where we are developing the industry in the brown fields which are far situated, sometimes it has been seen that the cost increases. But if you are using the locally available material, then we can see the parameter of the reduced cost also. So also enhance employee morale. Like if we sit in a healthy environment, we have the good environmental conditions, we have the good air quality index, we will also feel good. It is a very like if the room is disturbed or if all the goods are just lying here and there, it is not at all it is not at all managed. It has been seen that there will be the productivity will be less also. So in such a sense, if we will work towards the environmental management standards, the employee morale will be higher and the productivity will ultimately increase. And also we will have the enhanced image with the public, regulator, lenders, and the investors too. Also the employee awareness, we like in the previous section only we have discussed about the environmental education. So this will also help in the awareness of the environmental issues and responsibilities among the employers or among the employee and all those things, all those people, those who are coming around that EMS. So certification body requirement, if we see that certification body assessment of the EMS is like that. EMS must be operational for minimum of 3 months in any organization or a company for which we are going for. The internal audit system should be fully operational if you want the certification, and one management review should be done, like what the organizational structure we have formulated. On the basis of that, the higher management review should be done once. So conditions are such that for the issuing the certificates by the ISO, like non-conformities to be addressed and eliminated. It is not like that if you have some negative impacts or some adverse effect, they should not be hidden. Like sometimes we hide these issues, so it is better to address the issues and then we should work for the elimination process, because there is no organization like which doesn't have any adverse effect. But the thing is that they just eliminate the things. So all provision in the, we see that all provisions that are in the EMS standards are met or not. Principles for the continuous improvement of environment performance should be started, and all key staff has undergone the training. Like the organizational structure which has been formulated, they must have undergone the training for the EMS. After that, we have the regulatory compliances. Under this, organization with certified EMS should achieve continual compliances. Records for non-compliances must be maintained. These are all the conditions which were already discussed in the above part. And the remedial action plan should also be there. Like what the first point that we have discussed in the condition for the issuing certificate, that the non-conformities should be addressed as well as it should be eliminated. Now, if we talk about that surveillance audit, at the each surveillance audit, the certification bodies pay attention to the following things, like the six main major parameters. First among them is the effectiveness of the EMS, that how effective effective your EMS standards or the environment management system is there. So they see that if on the papers only it is not working, then they just have the surveillance for that also. Interview with the management responsible for the EMS is also conducted. Also the functioning procedure for notifying breaches, like if there are any negative impacts or if any accident is occurring, what are the process that how they are addressing that issues. So this is also being seen in the EMS. We take if we just they also see for the follow up, like it has been seen when the surveillance audit is being conducted, only at that time the process is being done, or it is a regular follow up that you are following or the organization or industry is following. They should also have the action plan. They also look for that, and the progress of the plant activities for the environmental performance. Like here they also see for the progress that if what all plan you have made in the for the year, what progress you have in that. You should not wait, or the organization should not wait for the last time or when the audit report is to be prepared. You should not wait for that. You should have like monthly or quarterly activities planned so that you can follow the EMS standards. Now, if we see for that documentation process of the EMS, under this documentation, EMS requires a proper documentation system in order to collect, analyze, register, and retrieve information. Now, these are the terms which are very important. Like if we see they collect, after collection of the data, they analyze it, they register that in the registers what they have made, like we will be discussing in the environment manual, and they also have to retrieve the information from that, like if last year's environment reports, EMS reports, before that, they all the surveillance audit team and the audit persons, they come and just see all these records also. So after that, we look after that environment management manual. Like it is a key EMS document which contains environment policy of company and a clear statement on the person who is in charge of verification of activities in the organizational structure pertaining to the maintenance of the environment system. So if we see, then it is the major important role of the environment manual. Why? Because it is the game changing, like it is the manual. If we just take out any manual, it gives us the whole information. Same as it is the thing with the any organization, company. Like if you take their environment one manual, you will just have an overview that who are the key persons, what all things they are inculcating or developing with their organization. So all these things. And after the benefits, if we look for the benefits in preparing the manual are it clarifies the responsibilities of each and everyone for the higher officials also. It also helps in the audit purpose, and it is effective for training of the new employees. Like whenever there is any sort of new joining, the key points we can share them with their joining letters and everything like that. So it is also helpful for that also. And approval, when we have to go for the approvals of the license from the production agencies, so it is also helpful in that also, the EMS environment manual. And at last, for the marketing purpose, like for the advertisement, it gives us a strong opportunities also, like, and it makes your organization or company stand aside from all the different organizations which are not conforming the EMS. So if we go for the EMS standards 14,000 series, the ISO, that is the International Organization for Standardization, was formed in 1947 with a mission to promote worldwide standardization in order to facilitate international commerce.
He will continue, but if possible, can we summarize now just quickly by volunteer? Tarun, you're ready? Okay, maybe Tarun can. Or you're ready as well? Okay, Aparna, she has the
So, the chapter is Environment Management System Standards.
environment impact and boost the confidence of the customers and to reduce the costs associated with the environmental liabilities and insurance as well as to gain public as well as media support. And the EMS is built on the model of plan, do, check, act. And the major core elements of the EMS, which include the environment policy, environment action plan, and environment-related organization structure, and the integration of environmental concern, and then the ISO 40001 series, 40,000 series is widely accepted international standard for EMS that focuses on the continuous improvement. Uh, then he talked about the benefits of EMS, where it improves the environmental performance, enhance the compliance, then prevention of pollution, then resource conservation, then attract new customers and new markets, then increase the efficiency as well as reduce the cost and enhance the employee morale, then the enhancement with public regulators and inventors, then also enhance the awareness, then the certification body assessment of EMS. Then he talked about conditions for issuing certificate, then the regulatory complaints like the organization and the certification body, then the surveillance audit system, then also the documentation of the EMS, which mainly he highlighted the collection and to analyze and register and retrieve the information, then the benefits of preparing EM manual, which he highlighted the benefits include the clarifying the responsibility and which is useful for audit process and also highly effective for training new employees.
Yeah, thank you. Now, moving ahead with the EMS standards, that is ISO 14,000 series. ISO is like International Organization for Standardization, which was formed in 1947 with mission to promote worldwide standardization in order to facilitate international commerce. Also, we consider, then ISO consider the following three principles in developing international standards. Like those three principles, like first one is the consensus, that is views from all the interested parties are taken into account. Like they are not being formulated just like that. All the views from the participating industries or the people or the different countries are being considered in that industry-wide applicability, like goal, if their goal is to draft standard that satisfy ISO, not a particular authority. And also, if we see, then it is a voluntary in nature. Like voluntary nature means international standard developed are voluntary. It is not compulsory for every organization or company to go for the ISO. If you wish, then you can go for the ISO, and the benefits already discussed are here. Like if you are having the EMS or if you are having the ISO certification, what benefits you will be having, you can just go through that. So it is voluntary in nature. Like if we move ahead, then in 1990, ISO formed a SAGE, that is a Strategic Action Group of Environment, with purpose to investigate the usefulness of drafting international standards for environment management. Initially, SAGE, if we see that it started with the 30 countries, and at present there are almost 161 countries of the members are there in the SAGE. Now, SAGE focuses mainly on the three areas. Like first is the promoting the common worldwide approach to environment management. Second is the increasing the ability of incentives for organization to measure and attain improvement in environmental performance. Like if we see this second point, like what incentives the organizations will be getting here, like in the form, like if we talk about in India, the incentives are in the forms of the subsidies. Like in the morning sessions also I discussed about semiconductor, like government is giving Also, the Karthik has also discussed about that village plant. So all these things are the forms of subsidies and that act as a incentives to the organization. Also facilitating world trade and removing potential environment trade barriers. For example, like the European countries, initially they have the trade barrier and the trade what barrier they put like the if any organization company want to have the trade with them they should have the ISO certification. So in such cases after the certification that trade barrier is also being removed. Now if we see the what are the principles that govern the ISO series 14000 are nine major principles like it understand all activities and processes being undertaken by the organization, that is a sort of voluntary part only. It identifies potential aspects associated with the activities of the unit at all stages and determine their impact on the environment. Also, it determines process, procedure, or operation step that can be controlled to eliminate or minimize the likelihood of occurrence of any adverse or the negative impacts. Also, to identify the regulatory requirements, establish target level, tolerance, affecting the environment are under control or not. Also, if we see the establish a monitoring mechanism to ensure control of these aspects, establish a corrective actions that requires to be taken. All majorly all these points we have already covered in the documentation part of the EMS, and they also establish procedure for verification to confirm that the environment management system is working effectively in compliances or not. It established documentation concerning all procedures and record appropriate to these principles and their application. So if we move that these were the principles that governs the ISO 14000 series. Now if we look for the structure of that ISO series, the ISO series are there are the different two standards. Like if we see the first is the normative standards. What this normative standard means, like they indicate the requirement that must be met and can be audited for the certification. That it is a normal process and it is required for the certification process. And what does informative standard means? Like the word is informed. So the all these standards they provide the guidance and the requirement need to be audited for the certification. Like all the manuals part or guidance part is given in that informative standards. If we see then this is the normal structure of the ISO series which is forming the ISO 14001 series as the nucleus. Why this is forming the nucleus? Because in 14000 series 14001 is only the normative standards and all other standards are sort of informative standards like they form the guidelines and they just guide us and they just inform intended support for the implementation of the EMS. Like if we see the we have after the nucleus we have the outer cell like ISO 14012 all these have the different use. Like if we see the types of the international standards, like for the if we look for the ISO 14010, it goes with the environment auditing. All the environment auditing information is given in this 14040. Similarly, in 14020, the environment labeling standards, like what we were talking about, that eco labels, all these informations are given in that 14020. And in 14030, it gives us the information about the environment performance standard. Like and in environment performance standards, there are two different standards. One is EPI, that is Environment Performance Indicators, and another one is Environmental Condition Indicators. Like in Environment Performance Indicators, all the production, all the people, all the industry has take part. But if we see about the environment condition indicators, it considers what all the environment of an organization, of a company is creating the impact to that. So all these things are collectively seen. Like we can go for the one individual organization or a company or any sort of industrial area also collectively for that environment ISO 14040 stands here for the life cycle assessment of the any product or any organized or any finished product that we are manufacturing. ISO 14050 is the environmental, that it gives the information on the environmental terms and the definitions. 14060, it gives the environmental aspects in the product standards, like uh, what the product is being manufactured, what resources are the resources being conserved or not, also the pollution is being prevented or not, like what all approaches you are using in that, like resource conservation, pollution prevention, and design for the environmental impacts. The what all things should be considered for the environmental impacts. All these guidelines are the in the ISO 14060. And in the last, that is the nucleus of that ISO structure, that is 14001, that is the EMS specification standards. Like if we see that it has a 17 general requirement as they have given in the clauses, and 3 annexures are also there. So this is all about that the ISO. After that, implementation of EMS conforming to ISO 14001. That it has the 3 components. One is a written program. Written program already discussed, like any organization, company should write their goals, what they have considered, what they have taken for the environment management system, and after that they should consider the education and the trainings of the employee, those are involved in that, and as well as their manuals and the written document must be shared so that everyone must be aware about that, and also the knowledge of the relevant local and central environment regulations. Here local means like in which state you are operating your company or organization, and central again, that is the Central Pollution Control Board mainly, and the National Green Tribunal, and many other volunteer like organizations where those who all can involve in that. So and after that there are the various 13 steps that are involved in establishment of the EMS, that are like first we have to obtain the management commitment. If the management is not committed towards the EMS, it becomes very hard to have that. Second is review current environmental programs, like what presently we are having the environment programs, we have to review that also. And the third is conduct gap analysis. On the basis of the first and the second, we just formulate the gap analysis, that what all things can be included other than that. After that, it identify the environmental aspects also, identify significant aspects, it decides the environmental policy, it identify environmental management programs, identify training needs and personnel whose work affects the environment. Here, if we see about this point, then it is seen that if any particular wing or if any person's work is being getting affected, or if that work is creating some negative impact to the environment, we just review that and try to have the training of that person so that we can enhance the standards also, we can comply the regulatory authorities standards. So all these things are conducted. We also establish a communication system, like again already we have discussed, there is no need to hide up the things. You just communicate all these things with your seniors or the concerned person, and create a proper documentation also for that, and conduct EMS audit. After that, we conduct the management review and perform a final gap analysis, like what we have discussed in the all these steps. Like first, we have conducted a gap analysis on the basis of the first and the second point, and after reviewing all these 12 points, again we conduct the final gap analysis, that any other points are, if they are left, then we include that also in that. So after that, if the benefits, if we look for the benefits of implementing ISO 14001 in that Indian scenario, then based on the CII, that is the Confederation of Indian Industries report, the following benefits were received by the organizations. Like first is the environmental benefits. They have companies and the organization have increased up their environmental standards. Again, like what we have talked about the insurance, they have manual. In that, cost containment and the cost saving, that is again the part. If you are following the compliances, you don't have to waste again and again money for the like approvals and other the different things like what we have. Indrajit sir has already discussed, like under the table and something sort of thing like that. So all these things you can directly work very efficiently in that. The regulatory compliances are also met and competitiveness is also there. Like if the same organize, if we see like composite manufacturing or composite development industry, there are a number of composites development industries. But there are very few industries those who are having the ISO certification. So that means you stand for the competitiveness of your company or the organization. Also, the doors are open for your company for the international trade. If you are having the ISO, international barriers for some countries are also being removed. And greening the suppliers. This is the very new term. If anyone knows about that, what is this greening the suppliers? Yeah.
Green materials.
Yeah, it is something related to that only. Like yesterday only when I was traveling to Bangalore, I was having interaction with luckily one of the HR of some leading MNC. So from the 1st of April, they have formulated their green policy, sustainable policy. Like they provide the vehicle lease to their employees. So they will be providing the lease only for the electric vehicles and the hybrid vehicles. So that is the green supplier concept. Like many organizations are working towards this concept. Like those who are into the green, sustainable, or the ISO certified or the EMS, those who are conforming the standards, they will be taking up the product from that company or that organization only, or they will be promoting that product only. So this was all about that EMS standards.
Training is also about training, sensitizing.
No, it is not about training. It is about the purchasing. Yeah, that's why I quote the example. Like if we take if we consider like Infosys. Infosys is giving the every year they are giving the vehicles to on the lease to their higher employees or the pay band what they have there in their structure. So now from the 1st of April they have formulated that policies. They will be giving the lease only for the green vehicle. In the green vehicles, they have categorized like for the electric vehicles and for the hybrid vehicles, which will emit less pollution. So this is all about the green suppliers concept. Thank you. I like to have the summary for that. And if any doubts or questions, yeah.
Why is it so?
See, because if we see that it is a like different standards we have discussed already here, like normative standards and for the informative standards. Eco labeling is for the information, like we are imparting the information to the persons or to the end users that my product is eco labeled, my product is 100% sustainable. So if we look at that, then it doesn't requires like normative standards, what apparently that has. But again, if anyone has to correct, like Kaveri ma'am will be going with the same presentation.
I have a practical question. This summer, air quality index in Delhi consistently went beyond the normal acceptable level. In all the circumstances, it is the Delhi court, the judicial system that intervened to correct the result. Do you think that the environmental management system in this particular case was done rightly or wrongly, in your opinion?
So firstly, if I would say, then apparently what I feel is like.
Yes or no? Because I don't want political explanation.
No, sir. Any other questions? Yeah.
Sir, you mentioned about the cost saving, right? If we get certification, the cost saving will be there. Is it true always?
Uh, it is not always true. Like that's why in my presentation also I have put a slash in that. In some cases, you may save the cost. Like suppose if there is any industrial area and in industrial area has been developed in some brownfield, like brownfield concepts you already know. And that brownfield is far away from locally available material that you are procuring. So the carbon emission and the transportation cost, all these things will be included in that. In some cases, you may save the cost, in some cases, you may not. It depends upon the situation to situation.
Suppose we are trying to initiate a new program, a new project. So in that case, will you comment like it will save the cost or it will increase the cost?
Without having any specific information about any new program, what new program you are going to start, I can't say anything about that.
Okay.
Like how, which program, which city, what raw materials are required in that. We have to assess many parameters. On the basis of that only we can have the analysis. It is not only a like bluntly we are making a politician sort of statement from here like we will have the safety cost and something like that. We have to do the all the analysis. After that only we can make any sort some strong statement.
Understood. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Sandeep, Shabani.
Actually, if you don't mind, you have done a couple of summaries already. Can we have Pankaj? Yeah, actually, Pankaj, sir, you can.
Actually, we learned about the EMS standards of ISO 14000 series. So then that includes conscientious, industry-wide applicability, and voluntary nature. Then we also learned about strategic action group of environment and principles governing ISO 14000 series. Then we learned about structure of ISO series. Then actually we have two standards, one is normative and another is informative standards. We also learned about ISO 14000, 14001, 14020, 14030, and 14040. Actually, we learned about LCA. Then we also learned about implementation of EMS conforming ISO 14001. Then we learned about steps involved in establishment of EMS and the benefits of ISO standards and with respect to Indian scenario.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you, Nidya sir. It was a lovely, very crisp presentation. And yeah, thank you for the discussions and questions. They were very much sensible. Thank you.
Okay, I think we have come to the I think end of the day now. We'll end the day today so that we'll start the day tomorrow at 8:30. As usual, 8:30 is the starting time. Whoever enters the room after 8:30 is going to summarize today's the whole section. Okay, so that's the understanding, and we will start with Gagan and the Bindu Madhavi's presentation tomorrow 8:30. Okay, and tomorrow's the post lunch. Kaveri's presentation will come along with Tanuja Joshi because Kanishka is not there. In her slot, maybe you can do it. So that we are well within the result. So you wanted me to ration, you see how it happened, Abhishek. Okay. So, okay, if there are no questions, then we will prepare well for tomorrow. Have a good sleep. See you all tomorrow morning, okay? So please check the slides. If If they are too dense, no, try to refine it. It should not be like Basula, true to his age. He has a lot of information in his life. You are all quite young, so you can be crisp and this one informative. Okay. Sure. Thank you all.